The Blue Room by Kenneth Grahame. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Harris. That nature has her moments of sympathy with man has been noted often enough, and generally as a new discovery. To us, who had never known any other condition of things, it seemed entirely right and fitting that the wind sang and sobbed in the poplar tops, and in the lulls of it sudden spirits of rain spattered the already dusty roads. On that blusterous March day, when Edward and I awaited on the station platform the arrival of the new tutor. Needless to say, this arrangement had been planned by an aunt from some fond idea that our shy, innocent natures would unfold themselves during the walk from the station, and that on the revelation of each other's more solid qualities that must then inevitably ensue, an enduring friendship springing from mutual respect might be firmly based. A pretty dream, nothing more, for Edward, who foresaw that the brunt of tutorial oppression would have to be borne by him, was sulky, monosyllabic, and determined to be as negatively disagreeable as good manners would permit. It was therefore evident that I would have to be spokesman and purveyor of hollow civilities, and I was none the more amicable on that account. All courtesies, welcomes, explanations, and other court chamberlain kind of business being my special aversion. There was much of the tempestuous March weather in the hearts of both of us, as we sullenly glowered along the carriage windows of the slackening train. One is apt, however, to misjudge the special difficulties of a situation, and the reception proved, after all, an easy and informal matter. In a trainful so uniformly bucolic, a tutor was readily recognizable, and his portmanteau had been consigned to the luggage cart, and his person conveyed into the lane, before I had discharged one of my carefully considered sentences. I breathed more easily, and, looking up at our new friend as we stepped out together, remembered that we had been counting on something altogether more arid, scholastic, and severe. A boyish, eager face and petulant pince-nez, untidy hair, a head of constant quick turns like a robin's, and a voice that kept breaking into alto. These were all very strange and new, but not in the least terrible. He proceeded jerkily through the village with glances on this side and that, and "Charming," he broke out presently, "quite too charming and delightful." I had not counted on this sort of thing, and glanced for help to Edward, who, hands in pockets, looked grimly down his nose. He had taken his line, and meant to stick to it. Meantime, our friend had made an imaginary spyglass out of his fist, and was squinting through it at something I could not perceive. "What an exquisite bit!" he burst out. "15th century! No, yes, it is." I began to feel puzzled, not to say alarmed. It reminded me of the butcher in the Arabian Nights, whose common joints displayed on the shop front took to a startled public the appearance of dismembered humanity. This man seemed to see the strangest things in our dull, familiar surroundings. "Ah!" he broke out again, as we jogged on between the hedgerows. And that field, now, back by the down, with the rain cloud brooding over it, that's all David Cox, every bit of it." "That field belongs to Farmer Larkin," I explained politely, for, of course, he could not be expected to know. "I'll take you over to Farmer Cox's tomorrow, if he's a friend of yours, but there's nothing there to see." Edward, who was hanging suddenly behind, made a face at me as if to say, "What sort of lunatic have we got here?" "It has the true pastoral character, this country of yours," went on our enthusiast, "with just that added touch in cottage and farmstead, relics of a bygone art, which makes our English landscape so divine, so unique." Really, this grasshopper was becoming a burden. These familiar fields and farms, of which we knew every blade and stick, had done nothing that I knew of to be bespattered with adjectives in this way. I had never thought of them as divine, unique, or anything else. They just were. They were, well, just themselves, and there was an end to it. Despairingly, I jogged Edward in the ribs as a sign to start rational conversation, but he only grinned and continued obdurate. "You can see the house now," I remarked presently, "and that's Selina chasing the donkey in the paddock. Or is it the donkey chasing Selina? I can't quite make out. But It's them, anyhow." Needless to say, he exploded with a full charge of adjective. "Exquisite," he rapped out. "So mellow and harmonious, so entirely in keeping." I could see from Edward's face that he was thinking who ought to be in keeping. "Such possibilities of romance now in those old gables." "If you mean the garrets," I said, "there's a lot of old furniture in them, and one is generally full of apples, and the bats get in sometimes under the eaves and flop about till we go up with hairbrushes and things and drive them out. But there's nothing else in them that I know of." "Oh, but there must be more than bats," he cried. "Don't tell me there are no ghosts. I shall be deeply disappointed if there aren't any ghosts." I did not think it worth while to reply, feeling really unequal to this sort of conversation. Besides, we were nearing the house when my task would be ended. Aunt Eliza met us at the door, and the crossfire of adjectives that ensued, both of them talking at once as grown-up folk have a habit of doing, we too slipped round to the back of the house and speedily put several solid acres between us and civilization, for fear of being ordered in to tea in the drawing-room. By the time we returned, our new importation had gone up to dress for dinner, so till the morrow at least we were free of him. Meanwhile, the March wind, after dropping a while at sundown, had been steadily increasing in volume, and though I fell asleep at my usual hour, about midnight I was wakened by the stress and cry of it. In the bright moonlight, wind-swung branches tossed and swayed eerily across the blinds. There was rumbling in the chimneys, whistling in the keyholes, and everywhere a clamour and a call. Sleep was out of the question, and, sitting up in bed, I looked round. Edward sat up too. "I was wondering when you were going to wake," he said. "It's no good trying to sleep through this. I vote we get up and do something." "Oh, I'm game," I replied. "Let's play at being in a ship at sea." The plaint of the old house under the buffeting wind suggested this, naturally. "And we can be wrecked on an island or left on a raft, whichever you choose. But I like the island best myself, because there's more things on it." Edward, on reflection, negatived the idea. "It would make too much noise," he pointed out. "There's no fun playing at ships unless you can make a jolly good row." The door creaked, and a small figure in white slipped cautiously in. "Thought I heard you talking," said Charlotte. "We don't like it. We're afraid. Selina, too. She'll be here in a minute. She's putting on a new dressing-gown she's so proud of." His arms round his knees, Edward cogitated deeply until Selina appeared, barefooted and looking slim and tall in the new dressing-gown. Then, "Look here," he exclaimed. "Now we're all together, I vote we go and explore." "You're always wanting to explore," I said. "What's there to explore for in this house?" "Biscuits," said the inspired Edward. "All right, come on," chimed in Harold, sitting up suddenly. He'd been awake all the time, but had been shamming sleep lest he should be fagged to do something. It was indeed a fact, as Edward had remembered, that our thoughtless elders occasionally left biscuits out, the prize for the night-walking adventurer with nerves of steel. Edward tumbled out of bed, and, pulling a baggy old pair of knickerbockers over his bare shanks, then he girt himself with a belt into which he thrust on the one side a large wooden pistol, on the other an old single-stick, and finally he donned a big slouch hat, once an uncle's, that we used for playing Guy Fawkes and Charles II up a tree in. Whatever the audience, Edward, if possible, always dressed for his parts with care and conscientiousness, while Harold and I, true Elizabethans, cared little about the mounting of a piece, so long as the real dramatic heart of it beat sound. Our commander now enjoined us a silence deep as the grave, reminding us that Aunt Eliza usually slept with an open door, past which we had to file. "But we'll take the short cut through the blue room," said the wary Selina. "Of course," said Edward approvingly. "I forgot about that. Now then, you lead the way." The blue room had in prehistoric times been added to by taking in a superfluous passage, and so not only had the advantage of two doors, but enabled us to get to the head of the stairs without passing the chamber wherein our dragon aunt lay couched. It was rarely occupied, except when a casual uncle came down for the night. We entered in noiseless file, the room being plunged in darkness except for a bright strip of moonlight on the floor, across which we must pass for our exit. On this our leading lady chose to pause, seizing the opportunity to study the hang of a new dressing-gown. Greatly satisfied thereat, she proceeded, after the feminine fashion, to peacock and pose, pacing a minuet down the moonlit patch with an imaginary partner. This was too much for Edward's histrionic instincts, and after a moment's pause he drew his single stick and, with flourishes meet for the occasion, strode on to the stage. A struggle ensued on approved lines, at the end of which Selina was stabbed, slowly and with unction, and her corpse borne from the chamber by the ruthless cavalier. The rest of us rushed after in a clump, with capers and gesticulations of delight, the special charm of the performance lying in the necessity for its being carried out with the dumbest of dumb shows. Once out on the dark landing, the noise of the storm without told us that we had exaggerated the necessity for silence, so, grasping the tails of each other's nightgowns, even as Alpine climbers rope themselves together in perilous places, we fared stoutly down the staircase moraine, and across the grim glacier of the hall, to where a faint glimmer from the half-open door of the drawing-room beckoned us like friendly hostel lights. Entering, we found that our thriftless seniors had left the sound red heart of a fire, easily coaxed into a cheerful blaze, and biscuits, a plateful, smiling at us in an encouraging sort of way, together with the halves of a lemon, already once squeezed, but still suckable. The biscuits were righteously shared, the lemon segments passed from mouth to mouth, and as we squatted round the fire, its genial warmth consoling our unclad limbs, we realized that so many nocturnal perils had not been braved in vain. "It's a funny thing," said Edward as we chatted, "how I hate this room in the daytime. It always means having your face washed and your hair brushed and talking silly company talk, but tonight it's really quite jolly. Looks different somehow." "I never can make out," I said, "what people come here to tea for. They can have their own tea at home if they like. They're not poor people with jam and things, and drink out of their saucer and suck their fingers and enjoy themselves, but they come here for a long way off and sit up straight with their feet off the bars of their chairs and have one cup and talk the same sort of stuff every time." Selina sniffed disdainfully. "You don't know anything about it," she said. "In society you have to call on each other. It's the proper thing to do." "Pooh! You're not in society," said Edward politely, "and what's more, you never will be." "Yes, I shall, some day," retorted Selina, "but I shan't ask you to come and see me, so there." "Wouldn't come if you did," growled Edward. "Well, you won't get the chance," rejoined our sister, claiming her right of the last word. There was no heat about these little amenities, which made up, as we understood it, the art of polite conversation. "I don't like society people," put in Harold from the sofa, where he was sprawled at full length, a sight the daylight hours would have blushed to witness. "There were some of 'em here this afternoon when you two had gone off to the station. Oh, I found a dead mouse on the lawn, and I wanted to skin it, but I wasn't sure I knew how by myself, and they came out into the garden and patted my head. I wish people wouldn't do that. And one of 'em asked me to pick her a flower. Don't know why she couldn't pick it yourself, but I said, 'All right, I will if you hold me mouse.' She screamed and threw it away, and Augustus, that's the cat, got it and ran away with it. I believe it was really his mouse all the time, because he'd been looking about as if he'd lost something, so I wasn't angry with him, but what did she want to throw away my mouse for?" "You have to be careful with mice," reflected Edward. "They're such slippery things. Do you remember we were playing with a dead mouse once on the piano, and the mouse was Robinson Crusoe and the piano was the island, and somehow Crusoe slipped down inside the island into its works, and we couldn't get him out, though we tried rakes and all sorts of things till the tuner came, and that wasn't till a week after, and then—" Here Charlotte, who had been nodding solemnly, fell over into the fender, and we realized that the wind had dropped at last and the house was lapped in great stillness. Our vacant beds seemed to be calling to us imperiously, and we were all glad when Edward gave the signal for retreat. At the top of the staircase Harold unexpectedly turned mutinous, insisting on his right to slide down the banisters in a free country. Circumstances did not allow of argument. I suggested a frog's march instead, and frogs marched he accordingly was, the procession passing solemnly across the moonlit blue room, with Harold horizontally and limply submissive. Snug in bed at last, I was just slipping off into slumber when I heard Edward explode with chuckle and snort. "By Jove," he said, "I forgot all about it. The new tutor's sleeping in the blue room." "Lucky he didn't wake up and catch us," I grunted drowsily, and both of us, without another thought on the matter, sank into well-earned repose. Next morning we came down to breakfast, braced to grapple with fresh adversity, but were surprised to find our garrulous friend of the previous day—he was late in making his appearance—strangely silent and apparently preoccupied. Having polished off our porridge, we ran out to feed the rabbits, explaining to them that a beast of a tutor would prevent their enjoying so much of our society as formerly. On returning to the house at the fated hour appointed for study, we were thunderstruck to see the station cart disappearing down the drive, freighted with our new acquaintance. Aunt Eliza was brutally uncommunicative, but she was overheard to remark casually that she thought the man must be a lunatic. In this theory we were only too ready to concur, dismissing thereafter the whole matter from our minds. And some weeks later it happened that Uncle Thomas, while paying us a flying visit, produced from his pocket a copy of the latest weekly, Psyche, a journal of the unseen, and proceeded laboriously to rid himself of much incomprehensible humour, apparently at our expense. We bore it patiently, with the forced grin demanded by convention, anxious to get at the source of inspiration, which, it presently appeared, lay in a paragraph circumstantially describing our modest and humdrum habitation. "Case 3, it began. "The following particulars were communicated by a young member of the Society, of undoubted probity and earnestness, and are a chronicle of actual and recent experience." A fairly accurate description of the house followed, with details that were unmistakable, but in this there succeeded a flood of meaningless drivel about apparitions, nightly visitants, and the like, writ in a manner betokening a disordered mind, coupled with a feeble imagination. The fellow was not even original. All the old material was there: the storm at night, the haunted chamber, the white lady, the murder reenacted, and so on, already worn threadbare in many a Christmas number. No one was able to make head or tail of the stuff, or of its connection with our quiet mansion, and yet Edward, who had always expected the man, persisted in maintaining that our tutor of a brief span was, somehow or other, at the bottom of it. End of The Blue Room by Kenneth Grahame, read by Mike Harris. Part 1 by Irvin S. Cobb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Harris. When Judge Priest, in this particular morning, came puffing into his chambers at the courthouse, looking, with his broad beam and his costume of flappy, loose white ducks, a good deal like an old-fashioned full-rigger with all sails set, his black shadow, Jeff Poindexter, had already finished the job of putting the quarters to rights for the day. The cedar water bucket had been properly replenished. The jagged flange of a 15-cent chunk of ice protruded above the rim of the bucket, and alongside on the appointed nail hung the gourd dipper that the master always used. The floor had been swept, except, of course, in the corners and underneath things. There were evidences in its streaky scrolls of fine grit particles upon various flat surfaces that a dusting brush had been more or less sparingly employed. A spray of trumpet flowers plucked from the vine that grew outside the window had been draped over the framed steel engraving of President Davis and his cabinet upon the wall, and on the top of the big square desk in the middle of the room, where a small section of cleared green blotter space formed an oasis in a dry and arid desert of cluttered law journals and dusty documents, the morning's mail rested in a little heap. Having placed his old cotton umbrella in a corner, having removed his coat and hung it upon a peg behind the hall door, and having seen to it that a palm-leaf fan was in arm's reach should he require it, the judge, in his billowy white shirt, sat down at his desk and gave his attention to his letters. There was an invitation from the Highland B. Gracie camp of Confederate veterans of Edinburgh, asking him to deliver the chief oration at the annual reunion, to be held at Mineral Springs on the 12th day of the following month. An official notice from the clerk of the Court of Appeals concerning the affirmation of a judgment that had been handed down by Judge Priest at the preceding term of his own court, a bill for £5 of a special brand of smoking tobacco, a notice of a lodge meeting, altogether quite a sizable batch of mail. At the bottom of the pile he came upon a long envelope addressed to him by his title instead of by his name, bearing on its upper right-hand corner several foreign-looking stamps. They were British stamps, he saw on closer examination. To the best of his recollection, it had been quite a long time since Judge Priest had had a communication by post from overseas. He adjusted his steel-bowed spectacles, ripped the wrapper with care, and shook out the contents. There appeared to be several enclosures. In fact, there were several. A sheaf of printed forms, a document with seals attached, and a letter that covered 2 sheets of paper with typewritten lines. To the letter the recipient gave consideration first. Before he reached the end of the opening paragraph, he uttered a profound grunt of surprise. His reading of the rest was frequently punctuated by small exclamations, his face meantime puckering up in interested lines. At the conclusion, when he came to the signature, he indulged himself in a soft, low whistle. He read the letter all through again, and after he examined the forms and the documents which had accompanied it. Chuckling under his breath, he wriggled himself free from the snug embrace of his chair-arms, and waddled out of his own office and down the long, bare, empty hall to the office of Sheriff Giles Birdsong. Within, the competent functionary, Deputy Sheriff Breck Quarles, sat at ease in his shirt-sleeves, engaged with the smaller blade of his pocket-knife in performing upon his finger-nails an operation that combined the fine deftness of the manicure with the less delicate art of the farrier. At the sight of the judge in the open doorway, he hastily withdrew from a table-top where they rested a pair of long, thin legs, and rose. "Morning, Breck," said Judge Priest to the other's salutation. "No, thank you, son, I won't come in, but I've got a little job for you. I wished, if you ain't too busy, that you'd step down the street and see if you can find a peep O'Day for me, and fetch him back here with you. Won't take you long, will it?" "No, sir, not very." Mr. Quarles reached for his hat and snuggled his shoulder holster back inside his unbuttoned waistcoat. "He'll most likely be down around Gafford's stable. What's old Pete been doing, Judge? Getting himself in contempt of court or something?" He grinned, asking the question with the air of one making a little joke. "No," vouchsafed the judge, "he ain't done nothing, but he's about to have something of a highly unusual nature done to him. You just tell him I'm wishful to see him right away. That'll be sufficient, I reckon." Without making further explanation, Judge Priest returned to his chambers, and for the 3rd time read the letter from foreign parts. Court was not in session, and the hour was early, and the weather was hot. Nobody interrupted him. Perhaps 15 minutes passed. Mr. Quarles poked his head in the door. "I found him, sir," the deputy stated. "He's outside here in the hall." "Much obliged to you, son," said Judge Priest. "Send him on in now, will you, please?" The head was withdrawn. Its owner lingered out of sight of his honor, but within earshot. It was hard to figure the presiding judge of the 1st Judicial District of the State of Kentucky as having business with Peep O'Day, and though Mr. Quarles was no eavesdropper, still he felt a pardonable curiosity in whatsoever might transpire. As he feigned an absorbed interest in a tax notice, which was pasted on a blackboard just outside the office door, there entered the presence of the judge a man who seemingly was but a few years younger than the judge himself, a man who looked to be somewhere between 65 and 70. There is a look that you may have seen in the eyes of ownerless but well-intentioned dogs that, expecting kicks as their daily portion, are humbly grateful for kind words and stray bones. Dogs that are fairly yearning to be adopted by somebody, by anybody, being prepared to give to such a benefactor a most faithful, dog-like devotion in return. Well, this look, which is fairly common among masterless and homeless dogs, is rare among humans. Still, once in a while you do find it there, too. The man who now timidly shuffled himself across the threshold of Judge Priest's office had just such a look out of his eyes. He had a long, simple face, partly enclosed in grey whiskers. $4 would have been a sufficient price to pay for the garments he stood in, including the wrecked hat he held in his hands and the broken, misshapen shoes on his feet. A purchaser who gave more than $4 for the whole in its present state of decrepitude would have been but a poor hand at bargaining. The man who wore this outfit coughed in an embarrassed fashion and halted, fumbling his ruinous hat in his hands. "Howdy do," said Judge Priest heartily. "Come right in." The other diffidently advanced himself a yard or two.
"Excuse me, sir," he said apologetically, "but this here Breck Quarles, he come after me, and he said as how you wanted to see me. 'Twas him as brung me here, sir." Faintly underlying the drawl of the speaker was just a suspicion, a mere trace, as you might say, of a labial softness that belongs solely and exclusively to the children, in a diminishing degree to the grandchildren of native-born sons and daughters of a certain small green isle in the sea. It was not so much a suggestion of a brogue as it was the suggestion of the ghost of a brogue almost extinguished, almost obliterated, yet persisting through the generations, south of Ireland, struggling beneath south of Mason Dixon's line. "Yes," said the judge, "that's right. I do want to see you." The tone was one that he might employ in addressing a bashful child. "Now, you sit down there, and you just make yourself at home." The newcomer obeyed to the extent of perching himself on the extreme forward edge of a chair. His feet shuffled uneasily where they were drawn up against the cross-rung of the chair. The judge reared well back, studying his visitor over the tops of his glasses with rather a quizzical look. In one hand he balanced the large envelope which had come to him that morning. "Seems to me I heard somewheres years back that your regular Christian name was Paul. Is that right?" "Yeah." "Surely is, sir," assented the ragged man, surprised and plainly grateful that one holding a supremely high position in the community should vouchsafe to remember a fact relating to so inconsequential an atom as himself. "But I ain't heard it for so long, I come mighty nigh forgetting it sometimes myself. You see, Judge Priest, when I wasn't nothing but just a shaver, folks started in to call me Peep, on account of my last name being O'Day, I reckon. They've been calling me so ever since. First off, 'twas Little Peep, and then just plain Peep, and now it's got to be Old Peep. Yeah, but my real entitled name is Paul, just like you said, Judge. Paul Felix O'Day." "And wasn't your father's name Philip, and your mother's name Catherine Dwyer O'Day?" "To the best of my recollection, that's partly so, too, sir. They both of 'em up and died when I was a baby, long before I could remember anything at all. But they always told me my pa's name was Phil, or Philip. Only my ma's name wasn't wasn't what you just now called it, Judge. It was plain Kate." "Kate or Catherine? It makes no great difference," exclaimed Judge Priest. "I reckon the record is straight so far. And now think hard, and see if you can ever remember hearing of an uncle named Daniel O'Day, your father's brother." The answer was a shake of the tousled head. "I don't know nothing about my people. I only just know that they come over from some place with a funny name in the old country before I was born. The onlyest kin I ever had over here was that there no-count trifling nephew of mine, Perce Dwyer, him that used to hang out around this town. I reckon you call him to mind, Judge." The old judge nodded before continuing. "All the same, I reckon there ain't no manner of doubt but what you had an uncle of the name of Daniel. All the evidence would seem to pint that way. According to the proofs, this here Uncle Daniel of yours lived in a little town called Kilmare in Ireland." He glanced at one of the papers that lay on his desk, then added in a casual tone, "Tell me, Peep, what are you doing now for a living?" The object of this examination grinned a faint grin of extenuation. "Well, sir, I'm knocking about, doing the best I can, which ain't much. I help out round Gafford's liver stable, and Pete Gafford he lets me sleep in a little room behind the feed room, and his wife she gives me my victuals. Once in a while I get a chance to do odd jobs for folks around town, cutting weeds and splitting stove wood and packing in coal, such as that." "Not much money in that, is there?" "Well, no, sir, not much. Folks is more prone to offer me old clothes than they ought to pay me in cash. Still, I manage to get along. I don't live very fancy, but then I don't starve, and that's more'n some can say. Peep, what was the most money you ever had in your life at one time?" Peep scratched with a freckled hand at his thatch of faded whitish hair to stimulate recollection. "I reckon not more'n 6 bits at any one time, sir. Seems like I've sort of got the knack of living without money." "Well, Pete, such being the case, what would you say if I was to tell you that you're a rich man?" The answer came slowly. "I reckon, sir, if it didn't sound disrespectful, I'd say you was pranking with me. Making fun of me, sir? Judge Priest bent forward in his chair. I'm not pranking with you, son. It's my pleasant duty to inform you that at this moment you are the rightful owner of £8,000. Pounds of what, Judge? The tone expressed a heavy incredulity. Why, pounds in money. Outside in the hall, with one ear held conveniently near the crack of the door, Deputy Sheriff Quarles gave a violent start, and then at once was torn between a desire to stay and hear more and an urge to hurry forth and spread the unbelievable tidings. After the briefest of struggles, the latter inclination won. This news was too marvellously good to keep. Surely a harbinger and a herald were needed to spread it broadcast. Mr. Quarles tiptoed rapidly down the hall. When he reached the sidewalk, the volunteer bearer of a miraculous tale fairly ran. As for the man who sat facing the judge, he merely stared in a dull bewilderment. Judge, he said at length, £8,000 of money ought to make a powerful big pile, oughtn't it? It wouldn't weigh quite that much if you put it on the scales, explained His Honor painstakingly. I mean pounds sterling, English money. Near as I can figure offhand, it comes in our money to somewheres between $35,000 and $40,000, nearer 40 than 35, and it's yours, Pete, every red cent of it. Excuse me, sir, and not meaning to contradict you or nothing like that, but I reckon there must be some mistake. Why, Judge, I don't scoosely know anybody that's as wealthy as all that, let alone anybody that'd give me such a lot of money. Listen here, Pete. This here letter I'm holding in my hand came to me by today's mail, just a little spell ago. It's from Ireland, from that town of Kilmare where your people come from. It was sent to me by a firm of barristers in that town, lawyers, we'd call them. In this letter, they asked me to find you and to tell you what's happened. It seems, from what they write, that your uncle, by name Daniel O'Day, died not very long ago without issue, that is to say, without leaving any children of his own, and without making any will. It appears that he had some £8,000 saved up. Ever since he died, those lawyers and some other folks over there in Ireland have been trying to find out who that money should go to. They learnt in some way that your father and your mother settled in this town a mighty long time ago, and that they died here and left one son, which is you. All the rest of the family over there in Ireland have already died out, it seems. That naturally makes you the next of kin and the heir at law, which means that all your uncle's money comes direct to you. So, Pete, you're a wealthy man in your own name. That's the news I had to tell you. Allow me to congratulate you on your good fortune."
The beneficiary rose to his feet, seeming not to see the hand the old judge had extended across the desktop toward him. On his face, of a sudden, was a queer, eager look. It was as though he foresaw the coming true of long-cherished and heretofore unattainable visions. "Have you got it here, sir?" He glanced about him as though expecting to see a bulky bundle. Judge Priest smiled. "Oh, no, they didn't send it along with the letter. That wouldn't be regular. There's quite a lot of things to be done first. There'll be some proofs to be got up and sworn to before a man called a British consul, and likely there'll be a lot of papers that you'll have to sign, and then all the papers and the proofs and things will be sent across the ocean, and after some fees are paid out over there, then you'll get your inheritance." The rapt look faded from the strained face, leaving it downcast. I'm afeard, then, I won't be able to claim that there money," he said forlornly. "Why not?" "Because I don't know how to sign my own name. Raised the way I was and never got no book learning. I can't neither read nor write." Compassion shadowed the judge's chubby face, and compassion was in his voice as he made answer. "You don't need to worry about that part of it. You can make your mark, just a cross mark on the paper with witnesses present, sort of like this." He took up a pen and dipped it in the inkwell and illustrated his meaning. "Yes, sir, I'm glad it can be done that way. I always wished I knew how to write big print and spell my own name out. I asked a feller once to write my name out for me in plain letters on a piece of paper. I was aiming to learn to copy it off, but I showed it to one of the hands at the liver stable, and he busted out laughing, and then he come to find out
This here fellow had tricked me for to make a game of me. He hadn't wrote my name out at all. He'd written some dirty words instead. So after that, I give up trying to educate myself. Now, that was several years back, and I ain't tried since. Now, I reckon I'm too old to learn. I wonder if it'll be very long before that there money gets here, and I begin to have the spending of it. Making plans already? Oh, yes, sir, O'Day answered truthfully. I am. He was silent for a moment, his eyes on the floor. Then, timidly, he advanced the thought that had come to him. I reckon, sir, it wouldn't be no more than fair and proper if I divided my money with you to pay you back for all this trouble you're fixing to take on my account. Would half of it be enough? The other half ought to last me for what uses I'll make of it. I know you mean well, and I'm much obliged to you for your offer, stated Judge Priest, smiling a little. But it wouldn't be fitting or proper for me to touch a cent of your money. There'll be some court dues and some lawyers' fees and such to pay over there in Ireland, but after that's settled up, everything comes direct to you. It's going to be a pleasure to me to help you arrange these here details that you don't understand. A pleasure, and not a burden. He considered the figures before him. Now, here's another thing, Pete. Judge, it's hardly fitting for a man of substance to go on living the way you've had to live during your life. If you don't mind my offering you a little advice, I would suggest that you go right down to Felsberg Brothers when you leave here and get yourself fitted out with some suitable clothing. And you'd better go to Max Biederman's, too, and order a better pair of shoes for yourself than them you got on. Tell them I sent you, and that I guarantee the payment of your bills. Though I reckon they'll hardly be necessary. When the news of your good luck gets noised around, I misdoubt whether there's any firm in our entire city that wouldn't be glad to have you on their books for a steady customer. And also, if I was you, I'd arrange to get me regular board and lodging somewheres around town. You see, Pete, coming into a property entails considerable many responsibilities right from the start. Yes, sir, assented the legatee obediently. I'll do just as you say, Judge Priest, about the clothes and the shoes and all that, but if you don't mind, I'd like to go on living at Gafford's. Pete Gafford's been mighty good to me, him and his wife both, and I wouldn't like for him to think I was getting stuck up just 'cause I've had this here streak of luck come to me. Maybe, seeing as how things has changed with me, they'd be willing to take me in for a table boarder at their house. But I surely would hate to give up living in that there little room behind the feed room of the livery stable. I don't know as I could ever find any place that would seem as homelike to me as what it is. Well, suit yourself about that, said Judge Priest heartily. I don't know but what you've got the proper notion about it after all. Yes, sir. Them Gaffords have been pretty nigh the only real true friends I ever had that I could count on. He hesitated a moment. I reckon, sir, it'll be a right smart while, won't it, before that money gets here from all the way across the ocean? Why, yes, I imagine it will. Was you figuring on investing a little of it now? Yes, sir, I was. About how much did you think of spending for a beginning? O'Day squinted his eyes, his lips moving in silent calculation. Well, sir, he said it like I could use as much as a silver dollar, but of course, since... That sounds kind of moderate to me, broke in Judge Priest. He shoved a pudgy hand into a pocket of his white trousers. I reckon this detail can be arranged. Here, Pete. He extended his hand. Here's your dollar. Then, as the other drew back, stammering a refusal, he hastily added, No. Go ahead and take it. It's yours. I'm just advancing it to you out of what'll be coming to you shortly. I'll tell you what. Until such time as you're in a position to draw on your own funds, you just drop in here to see me when you're in need of cash, and I'll try to let you have what you require, in reason. I'll keep a proper reckoning of what you get, and you can pay me back just as soon as your inheritance is put into your hands. Oh, one thing more, he added, as the heir, having thanked him, was making his grateful adieu at the threshold. Now that you're wealthy, or about to be so, I kind of imagine quite a parcel of fellows will be suddenly discover themselves strangely and affectionately drawed towards you. You're liable to find out you've always had more true and devoted friends in this community than what you ever imagined to be the case before. Now, Friendship is a mighty fine thing, taking it by and large, but it can be overdone. It's barely possible that some of this here new crop of your well-wishers and admirers will be making little business propositions to you, desiring to have you go partners with them in business, or to sell you desirable pieces of real estate, or even to let you loan them various sums of money. I wouldn't be surprised what a number of such chances will be coming your way during the next few days. And from then on, if such should be the case, I would suggest to you that before committing yourself to anybody or anything, you tell them that I'm sort of acting as your unofficial advisor in money matters, and that they should come to me and outline their little schemes in person. Do you get my general drift? Yes, sir, said Pete. I won't forget. And thank you again, Judge, especially for letting me have this dollar ahead of time. He shambled out with the coin in his hand, and on his face was again the look of one who sees before him the immediate fulfillment of a delectable dream. With lines of sympathy and amusement cross-hatched at the outer corners of his eyelids, Judge Priest, rising and stepping to his door, watched the retreating figure of the town's newest and strangest capitalist disappear down the wide front steps of the courthouse. Presently he went back to his chair and sat down, tugging at his short chin-beard. I wonder now, said he, meditatively addressing the emptiness of the room, I wonder what a man 60-odd-year-old's going to do with the first whole dollar he ever had in his life. It was characteristic of our circuit judge that he should have voiced his curiosity aloud. Talking to himself when he was alone was one of his habits. Also, it was characteristic of him that he had refrained from betraying his inquisitiveness to his late caller. Similar motives of delicacy had kept him from following the other man to watch the sequence. However, at second hand, the details very shortly reached him. They were brought by no less a person than Deputy Sheriff Quarles, who, some 20 minutes or possibly half an hour later, obtruded himself upon Judge Priest's presence. Judge, began Mr. Quarles, you never in the world guess what old Peep O'Day done with the first piece of money he got his hands on out of that there 40,000 pounds of silver dollars he's coming in from his uncle's estate. The old man slanted a keen glance in Mr. Quarles' direction. Tell me, son, he asked softly, how did you come to hear the glad tidings so promptly? Me? Said Mr. Quarles innocently. Why, Judge Priest, the word's all over this part of town by this time. Why, I reckon 25-50 people must have been watching old Peep to see how he's going to act when he come out of this courthouse. Well, murmured the judge blandly. Good news travels almost as fast sometimes as what bad news does. Now, don't it, now? Well, son, I give up the riddle. Tell me just what your elderly friend did do with the first installment of his inheritance. Well, sir, he turned south here at the gate and went right down the street, a-looking neither to the right nor the left. He looked to me like a man in a trance, almost. He kept tight on through Legal Road till he comes to Franklin Street, and then he goes up Franklin to B. Weil & Sons confectionery store, and there he turns in. Well, I happened to be following along behind him with a few others, with several others, in fact, and we all sort of slowed up in passing and looked in at the door. And that's how I come to be in a position to see what happened. Now, old P.P. marches in just like I'm telling you. Just like I'm telling it to you, sir. And Mr. B. Weil comes to wait on him, and he starts in buying. He buys himself a 5-cent bag of gumdrops, and a 5-cent bag of jelly beans, and a 10-cent bag of mixed candies, kisses and candy mottos and such as them, you know, and a sack of fresh roasted peanuts, a big sack, it was a 15-cent size, and 2 prize boxes, and some ginger snaps, 10 cents worth, and a coconut, and half a dozen red bananas, and half a dozen more of the plain yellow ones. Altogether, I figure he spent an even $1. In fact, I seen him hand Mr. Weil $1, and I didn't see him get no change back out of it. Then he comes on out of the store, with all these things stuck in his pockets, and stacked up in his arms, till he looked sort of like some new kind of summertime Santa Claus. And he sets down on a goods box at the edge of the pavement, with his feet in the gutter, and starts in eating all them things. First he takes a bite off a yeller banana, and then off a red banana, and then a mouthful of peanuts, and then maybe some mixed candies, not saying a word to nobody. but just naturally eating his fool head off. A young chap that's clerking in Bagby's grocery next door steps up to him and speaks to him, meaning I suppose to ask him, is it true he's wealthy? And old Pete, he says to him, "Please don't come bothering me now, sonny. I'm busy catching up," he says, and keeps right on munching and chewing like all possessed. And that ain't all of it, neither, Judge. Not by a long shot, it ain't. Pretty soon old Pete, he looks around him at the little crowd that's gathered. He didn't seem to pay no heed to the grown-up people standing there, but sees a couple of boys about 10-year-old in the crowd, and he beckons to them to come to him, and he makes room for 'em alongside him on the box and divides up his knickknacks with 'em. When I left there, come bound back here, he had no less than 6 kids squatting around him, including one little nigger boy. And between 'em all, they'd just finished up the last of the bananas and peanuts, and the candy, and the ginger snaps, and was fixing to take turns drinking the milk out of the coconut. I suppose they got it all cracked out of the shell and ate up by now. By the coconut, I mean, Judge. You ought to step down into Franklin Street and take a look at the picture whilst there was still time. You never seen such a funny sight in all your days, I'll bet. "I reckon 'twould be too late to be starting now," said Judge Priest. "I'm right sorry I missed it." "Busy catching up, huh?" "Yes, I reckon he is. Tell me, son, what did you make out of the way Peep O'Day acted?" "Why, sir," stated Mr. Quarles, "to me mind, Judge, there ain't no manner of doubt but what prosperity has went to his head and turned it. He acted to me like a plumb distracted idiot. A grown man with 40,000 pounds of solid money setting on the side of a gutter eating gimcracks with a passel of dirty little boys. Can you figure it out any other way, Judge, except that his mind is gone?" "Well, I don't set myself up to be a specialist in mental disorders, son," said Judge Priestley softly. "But since you asked me the question, I should say, speaking offhand, that it looks to me more as if the heart was the organ that was mainly affected. And possibly," he added this last with a dry little smile, "and possibly, by now, the stomach also." Whether or not Mr. Quarles was correct in his psychopathic diagnosis, he certainly had been right when he told Judge Priest that the word was already over the business district. It had spread fast and was still spreading. It spread to beat the wireless, traveling as it did by that mouth-to-ear method of communication which is so amazingly swift and generally so tremendously incorrect. Persons who could not credit the tale at all nevertheless lost no time in giving it a yet wider circulation, so that, as though borne on the wind, it moved in every direction, like ripples on a pond, and with each time of retelling the size of the legacy grew. The daily Evening News, appearing on the streets at 5 p.m., confirmed the tale, though by its account the tune was reduced to a sum far below the gorgeously aggregated estimates of most of the earlier narrators. Between breakfast and supper time, Peep O'Day's position in the common estimation of his fellow citizens underwent a radical and revolutionary change. He ceased, automatically as it were, to be a town character. He became, by universal consent, a town notable, whose every act and every word would thereafter be subjected to close scrutiny and closer analysis. The next day the nation at large had opportunity to know of the great good fortune that had befallen Paul Felix O'Day, for the story had been wired to the city papers by the local correspondents of the same, and the press associations had picked up a stickful of the story and sped it broadcast over leased wires. Many who until that day had never heard of the fortunate man, or indeed of the place where he lived, at once manifested a concern in his well-being. Certain firms of investment brokers in New York and Chicago promptly added a new name to what vulgarly they called their sucker lists. Dealers in mining stocks, in oil stocks, and all kinds of attractive stocks showed interest. In circular form, samples of the most optimistic and alluring literature the world has ever known were consigned to the post, addressed to Mr. P.F. O'Day, such and such a town, such and such a state, care of general delivery. Various lonesome ladies in various lonesome places lost no time in sitting themselves down and inditing congratulatory letters. Object, matrimony. Some of these were single ladies, others had been widowed either by death or request. Various other persons of both sexes residing here, there, and elsewhere in our country suddenly remembered that they too were descended from the O'Days of Ireland, and wrote on forthwith to claim proud and fond relationship with the particular O'Day who had come into money. It was a remarkable circumstance which speedily developed that one man should have so many distant cousins scattered over the Union, and a thing equally noteworthy, that practically all these kinspeople, through no fault of their own, should at the present moment be in such straitened circumstances and in such dire need of temporary assistance of a financial nature. Ticker and printer's ink, operating in conjunction, certainly did their work mighty well. Even so, several days were to elapse before the news reached one who, of all those who read it, had most cause to feel a profound personal sensation in the intelligence. This delay, however, was nowise to be blamed upon the tardiness of the newspapers. It was occasioned by the fact that the person referred to was for the moment well out of contact with the active currents of world affairs, he being confined to a workhouse in Evansville, Indiana. As soon as he had rallied from the shock, this individual set about making plans to put himself in direct touch with the inheritor. He had ample time in which to frame and shape his campaign, inasmuch as there remained for him yet to serve nearly 8 long and painfully tedious weeks of a 3 months' vagrancy sentence. Unlike most of those now manifesting their interest, he did not write a letter, but he dreamed dreams that made him forget the annoyances of a ball and chain fast on his ankle, and piles of stubborn stones to be cracked up into fine bits with a heavy hammer. But we're getting ahead of our narrative, though. Days ahead of it. The chronological sequence of events properly dates from the morning following the morning when Peep O'Day, having been abruptly translated from the masses of the penniless to the classes of the wealthy, had forthwith embarked upon the gastronomic orgy so graphically detailed by Deputy Sheriff Quarles. On that next day, more eyes probably than had been trained in Peep O'Day's direction in all the unremarked and unremarkable days of his life put together were focused upon him. Persons who theretofore had regarded his existence, if indeed they gave it a thought, as one of the utterly trivial and inconsequential incidents of the cosmic scene, were moved to speak to him, to clasp his hand, and in numerous instances to express a hearty satisfaction over his altered circumstances. To all these, whether they were moved by mere neighbourly goodwill, or perchance were inspired by impulses of selfishness, the old man exhibited a mien of aloofness and embarrassment. This diffidence, or this suspicion, or this whatever it was, protected him from those who might entertain covetous and ulterior designs upon his inheritance, even better than though had he been brusque and rude, while those who sought to question him regarding his plans for the future drew from him only mumbled and evasive replies, which left them as deeply in the dark as they had been before. Altogether, in his intercourse with adults, he appeared shy and very ill at ease. It was noted, though, that early in the forenoon he attached to him perhaps half a dozen urchins, of whom the oldest could scarcely have been more than 12 or 13 years of age, and that these youngsters remained his companions throughout the day. Likewise, the events of that day were such as to confirm a majority of the observers in practically the same belief that had been voiced of Mr. Quarles, namely, that whatever scanty brains Peep O'Day may have ever had were now completely addled by the stroke of luck that had befallen him. In fairness to all, to O'Day and to the town critics who sat in judgment upon his behaviour, it should be stated that his conduct at the very outset was not entirely devoid of evidence of sanity. With his troop of ragged juveniles trailing behind him, he first visited Felsberg Brothers' Emporium to exchange his old and disreputable costume for a wardrobe that, in accordance with Judge Priest's recommendation, he had ordered on the afternoon previous, and which had since been undergoing certain necessary alterations. With his meagre frame encased in new black woolens, and wearing, as an incongruous added touch, the most brilliant of neckties, a necktie of the shade of a pomegranate blossom, he presently issued from Felsberg Brothers and entered Mr. Biederman's shoe store, 2 doors below. Here Mr. Biederman fitted him with shoes, and in addition noted down a further order, which the purchaser did not give until after he had conferred earnestly with the members of his youthful entourage. These, watching this scene from a distance, saw, and perhaps marvelled at the sight, that already, between these small boys on the one part, and this old man on the other, a perfect understanding appeared to have been established. After leaving Biederman's and tagged by his small escorts, O'Day went straight to the courthouse, and upon knocking at the door was admitted to Judge Priest's private chambers, the boys meantime waiting outside in the hall. When he came forth, he showed them something he held in his hand and told them something, whereupon all of them burst into excited and joyous whoops. It was at that point that O'Day, by the common verdict of most grown-up onlookers, began to betray the vagaries of a disordered intellect. Not that his reason had not been under suspicion already as a result of his freakish excess in the matter of B. Weil and Sons wares on the preceding day, but the relapse that now followed, as nearly everyone agreed, was even more pronounced, even more symptomatic than the earlier attack of aberration. In brief, this is what had happened. To begin with Mr. Virgil Overall, who dealt in lands and houses and sold insurance of all the commoner varieties on the side, had stalked O'Day to this point and was lying in wait for him as he came out of the courthouse into the public square, being anxious to describe to him some especially desirable bargains in both improved and unimproved realty. Also, Mr. Overall was prepared to book him for life, accident, and health policies on the spot. So pleased was Mr. Overall at having distanced his professional rivals in the hunt that he dribbled at the mouth. But the warmth of his disappointment and indignation dried up the salivary fonts instantly when the prospective patron declined to listen to him at all, and, breaking free from Mr. Overall's detaining clasp, hurried on into Legal Row with his small convoys trotting along ahead and alongside him. At the door of the Blue Goose Saloon and Short Order Restaurant, its proprietor, by name Link Iserman, was lurking, as it were, in ambush. He hailed the approaching O'Day most cordially. He inquired in a warm voice regarding O'Day's health, and then, with a rare burst of generosity, he invited, nay, urged O'Day to step inside and have something on the house. Wines, ales, liquors, or cigars, it was all one to Mr. Iserman. The other merely shook his head, and, without a word of thanks for the offer, passed on as though bent upon an important mission. Mark how the proofs were accumulating. The man had disdained the company of men of approximately his own age or thereabout. He had refused an opportunity to partake of refreshment suitable to his years. And now he stepped into the Bon Ton toy store and bought for cash, most inconceivable of acquisitions, a little wagon that was painted bright red and bore on its sides in curlicued letters the name Comet. His next stop was at Bishop and Bryan's grocery, where, with the aid of his youthful compatriots, he first discriminatingly selected, and then purchased on credit, and finally loaded into the wagon such purchases as a dozen bottles of soda pop assorted flavors, cheese, crackers, soda and animal, sponge cakes with weatherproof pink icing on them, fruits of the season, cove oysters, a bottle of pepper sauce, and a quantity of the extra-large-sized bright green cucumber pickles known to the trade as the fancy jumbo brand Prime Selected. Presently the astonishing spectacle was presented of two small boys, with string bridles on their arms, drawing the wagon through the town and out of it into the country, with Peep O'Day in the role of teamster walking alongside the laden wagon. He was holding the lines in his hands and shouting orders at his team, who showed a colty inclination to shy at objects, to kick up their heels without provocation, and at intervals to try to run away. 8 or 10 small boys, for by now the troop had grown in number and in volume of noise, trailed along, keeping step with their elderly patron, and advising him shrilly regarding the management of his refractory span. As it turned out, the destination of this preposterous procession was Bradshaw's Grove, where the entire party spent the day picnicking in the woods and, as reported by several reliable witnesses, playing games. It was not so strange that holidaying boys should play games. The amazing feature of the performance was that Peep O'Day, a man old enough to be grandfather to any of them, played with them, being by turns an Indian chief, a robber baron, and the driver of a stage-coach attacked by wild western desperadoes. When he returned to town at dusk, drawing his little red wagon behind him, his new suit was rumpled into many wrinkles and marked by dust and grass stains. His flame-coloured tie was twisted under one ear, his new straw hat was mashed quite out of shape, and in his eyes was a light that sundry citizens on meeting him could only interpret for sparks struck from inner fires of madness. End of Boys Will Be Boys, Part 1, by Irvin S. Cobb. Read by Mike Harris.
Part 2 by Irvin S. Cobb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Harris.
Days that came after this, on through the midsummer, were, with variations, but repetitions of the day I have just described. Each morning, Peep-O Day would go to either the courthouse or Judge Priest's home, to turn over to the judge the unopened mail which had been delivered to him at Gafford's stables. Then he would secure from the judge a loan of money against his inheritance. Generally, the amount of his daily borrowing was $1. Rarely was it so much as $2, and only once was it more than $2. By nightfall, the sum would have been expended upon perfectly useless and absolutely childish devices. It might be that he would buy toy pistols and paper caps for himself and his following of urchins, or that his whim would lead him to expend all the money in tin flutes. In one case, the group he so incongruously headed would be for that one day a gang of make-believe banditti. In another, they would constitute themselves a fife and drum corps, with barrel-tops for the drums, and would march through the streets where scandalized adults stood in their tracks to watch them go by, they all the while making weird sounds, which with them passed for music. Or again, the available cash resources would be invested in provender. And then there would be an outing in the woods. Under Peep-O Day's captaincy, his chosen band of youngsters picked dewberries. They went swimming together in Guthrie's gravel pit out by the old fairgrounds, where his spare naked shanks contrasted strongly with their plump freckled legs, as all of them splashed through the shallows, making for deep water. Under his leadership they stole watermelons from Mr. Dick Bell's patch, afterward eating their spoils in thickets of grapevines along the banks of Perkins Creek. It was felt that mental befuddlement and mortal folly could reach no greater heights, or no lower depths, than on a certain hour of a certain day along toward the end of August, when O'Day came forth from his quarters in Gafford's stables, wearing a pair of boots that Mr. Biederman's establishment had turned out to his order and his measure. Not such boots as a sensible man might be expected to wear, but boots that were exaggerated and monstrous counterfeits of the red-topped, scroll-fronted, brass-toed, stub-heeled, squeaky-soled booties that small boys of an earlier generation possessed. Very proudly and seemingly unconscious of, or at least oblivious to, the derisive remarks that the appearance of these new belongings drew from many persons, the owner went clumping about in them with the rumply legs of his trousers tucked down in them, and ballooning up and out over the tops in folds which overlapped from his knee-joints halfway down his attenuated calves. As Deputy Sheriff Quarles said, the combination was a sight fit to make a horse laugh. It may be that small boys have a lesser sense of humour than horses have, for certainly the boys who were the old man's invariable shadows did not laugh at him, or at his boots either. Between the whiskered senior and his small comrades there existed a freemasonry that made them all sense a thing beyond the ken of most of their elders. Perhaps this was because the elders, being blind in their superior wisdom, saw neither this thing nor the communion that flourished. They saw only the farcical joke. But his Honour, Judge Priest, to cite a conspicuous exception, seemed not to see the lamentable comedy of it. Indeed, it seemed to some almost as if Judge Priest were aiding and abetting the befogged O'Day in his demented enterprises, his peculiar excursions and his weird purchases. If he did not actually encourage him in these constant exhibitions of witlessness, certainly there were no evidences available to show that he sought to dissuade O'Day from his strange course. At the end of a fortnight, one citizen in whom patience had ceased to be a virtue, and to whose nature long continued silence on any public topic was intolerable, felt it his duty to speak to the judge upon the subject. This gentleman, his name was S.P. Escott, held with many that, for the good name of the community, steps should be taken to abate the infantile, futile activities of the besotted legatee. Afterward, Mr. Escott, giving a partial account of a conversation with Judge Priest to certain of his friends, showed unfeigned annoyance at the outcome. "I claim that the old man's not fitting to be running a court any longer," he stated bitterly. "He's too old and peevish, that's what ails him. For one, I'm certain not never going to vote for him again. Why, it's getting to be as much as a man's life's worth to stop that there spiteful old crank in the street and put a civil question to him. That's what's the matter." "All right. What happened, S.P.?" inquired someone. Why, here's what happened," explained the aggrieved Mr. Escott. "I hadn't any more than started in to tell him the whole town was talking about the way that daffy old Peep O'Day was carrying on, and that something had ought to be done about it. And didn't he think it was beholden on him as a circuit judge to do something right away, such as having O'Day tuck up and tried for a lunatic? And that I, for one, was ready and willing to testify to the crazy things I'd seen done with my own eyes, when he cut in on me and just as good as told me to my own face that if I'd quit tending to other people's business, I'd maybe have more business of my own to tend to. Think of that, gentlemen. A circuit court judge bemeaning a citizen and a taxpayer." He checked himself briefly. "Anyway, a citizen, that-a-way. It shows he can't be rational his own self. Personally, I claim old Priest is failing mentally. He must be. And if anybody can be found to run agin him at the next election, you gentlemen just watch and see who gets my vote." Having uttered this threat with deep and significant emphasis, Mr. Escott, still muttering, turned and entered the front gate of his boarding-house. Well, it was not exactly his boarding-house. His wife ran it, but Mr. Escott lived there and voted from there. But the apogee of Peep O'Day's carnival of weird vagaries of deportment came at the end of 2 months. 2 months in which each day the man furnished cumulative and piled-up material for derisive and jocular comment on the part of a very considerable proportion of his fellow townsmen. 3 occurrences of a widely dissimilar nature, yet all closely interrelated to the main issue, marked the climax of the man's new role in his new career. The first of these was the arrival of his legacy. The second was a one-ring circus, and the third and last was a nephew. In the form of sundry bills of exchange, the estate left by the late Daniel O'Day of the town of Kilmare in the island of Ireland was on a certain afternoon delivered over into Judge Priest's hands, and by him in turn handed to the rightful owner, after which sundry indebtednesses, representing the total of the old judge's day-to-day cash advances to O'Day, were liquidated. The ceremony of deducting this sum took place at the Planters' Bank, whither the two had journeyed in company from the courthouse, having, with the aid of the paying teller, instructed O'Day in the technical details requisite to the drawing of personal checks. Judge Priest went home and had his bag packed, and left for Reelfoot Lake to spend a week fishing. As a consequence, he missed the remaining 2 events following immediately thereafter. The circus was no great shakes of a circus, in no grand, glittering, gorgeous, glorious pageant of education and entertainment, travelling on its own special trains. No vast tented city of world's wonders and world's champions, heralded for weeks and weeks in advance of its coming by dead walls emblazoned with the finest examples of the lithographer's art, and by half-page advertisements in the daily evening news. On the contrary, it was a shabby little wagon show, which, coming overland on short notice, rolled into town under horse-power, and set up its ragged and dusty canvases on the vacant lot across from Yeiser's drugstore. Compared with the street parade of any of its great and famous rivals, the street parade of this circus was a meagre and disappointing thing. Why, there was only one elephant, a dwarfish and debilitated-looking creature, worn mangy and slick on its various angles, like the cover of an old-fashioned haircloth trunk. And obviously most of the closed cages were weather-beaten stake wagons in disguise. Nevertheless, there was a sizable turnout of people for the afternoon performance. After all, a circus was a circus. Moreover, this particular circus was marked at the afternoon performance by happenings of a nature most decidedly unusual. At 1 o'clock the doors were opened. At 1:10 the eyes of the proprietor were made glad, and his heart was uplifted within him by the sight of a strange procession drawing nearer and nearer across the scuffed turf of the common, and heading in the direction of the red ticket wagon. At the head of the procession marched Peep O'Day, only of course the proprietor didn't know it was Peep O'Day, a queer figure in his rumpled black clothes and his red-topped brass-toed boots, and with one hand holding fast to the string of a captive toy balloon. Behind him, in an uneven jostling formation, followed many small boys and some small girls. A census of the ranks would have developed that here were included practically all the juvenile white population who otherwise, through a lack of funds, would have been denied the opportunity to patronize this circuit, or, in fact, any circus. Each member of the joyous company was likewise the bearer of a toy balloon, red, yellow, blue, green, or purple, as the case might be. Over the line of heads the taut, rubbery globes rode on their tethers, nodding and twisting like so many big, iridescent bubbles. And half a block away, at the edge of the lot, a balloon vendor whose entire stock had been disposed of in one splendid transaction, now stood, empty-handed but full-pocketed, marvelling at the stroke of luck that enabled him to take an afternoon off and rest his voice. Out of a seemingly bottomless exchequer, Peep O'Day brought tickets of admission for all. But this was only the beginning. Once inside the tent, he procured accommodations in the reserved seat section for himself and those who accompanied him. From such superior points of vantage the whole crew of them witnessed the performance, from the thrilling grand entry with spangled ladies and gentlemen riding 2 by 2 on broad-backed steeds, to the tumbling about introducing the full strength of the company, which of course came at the end. They munched fresh roasted peanuts and balls of sugar-coated popcorn, slightly rancid, until they munched no longer with zest but merely mechanically. They drank pink lemonade to an extent that threatened absolute depletion of the fluid contents of both barrels on the refreshment stand out in the menagerie tent. They whooped their unbridled approval when the wild Indian chief, after shooting down a stuffed coon with a bow and arrow from somewhere up near the top of the centre pole, while balancing himself jauntily erect upon the haunches of a coursing white charger, suddenly flung off his feathered headdress, his wig, and his fringed leather garments, and revealed himself in pink fleshings as the principal bareback rider. They screamed in a chorus of delight when the funny old clown, who had been forcibly deprived of 3 tin flutes in rapid succession, now produced yet a 4th from the seemingly inexhaustible depths of his baggy white pants, a flute with a string and a bent pin attached to it, and, secretly affixing the pin in the tail of the cross ringmaster's coat, was thereafter enabled to toot sharp, shrill blasts at frequent intervals, much to the chagrin of the ringmaster, who seemed utterly unable to discover the whereabouts of the instrument dangling behind him. But no one among them whooped louder or laughed longer than their elderly and bewhiskered friend, who sat among them paying the bills. As his guests they stayed for the concert, and following this they patronized the side-show in a body. They had been almost the first upon the scene. Assuredly they were the last of the audience to quit it. Indeed, before they tailed their confrère away from the spot, the sun was nearly down, and at scores of supper tables all over town the tale of poor old Peep O'Day's latest exhibition of freakishness was being retailed, with elaborations, to interested auditors. Estimates of the sum probably expended by him in this crowning extravagance ranged well up into the hundreds of dollars. As for the object of these speculations, he was destined not to eat any supper at all that night. Something happened that so upset him as to make him forget the meal altogether. It began to happen when he reached the modest home of P. Gafford, adjoining the Gafford stables, on Locust Street, and found sitting on the lowermost step of the porch a young man of untidy and unshaved aspect, who hailed him affectionately as Uncle Paul, and who showed deep annoyance and acute distress upon being rebuffed with chill words. It's possible that the strain of serving a 3-month sentence on the technical charge of vagrancy in a workhouse somewhere in Indiana had affected the young man's nerves. His ankle bones still ached where the ball and chain had been hitched. On his palms the blisters induced by the incongenial use of a sledgehammer on a rock pile had hardly as yet turned to calluses. So it's only fair to presume that his nervous system felt the strain of his recent confining experiences also. Almost tearfully he pleaded with Peep O'Day to remember the ties of blood that bound them. Repeatedly he pointed out that he was the only known kinsman of the other in all the world, and, of course, therefore, had more reason than any other living being to expect kindness and generosity at his uncle's hands. He spoke socialistically of the advisability of an equal division. Failing to make any impression here, he mentioned the subject of a loan, at first hopefully, but finally despairingly. When he was done, Peep O'Day, in a perfectly colourless and unsympathetic voice, bade him good-bye. Not good night, but good-bye. And going inside the house, he closed the door behind him, leaving his newly returned relative outside and quite alone. At this the young man uttered violent language, but since there was nobody present to hear him, it is likely he found small satisfaction in his profanity, rich though it may have been in metaphor and variety. So presently he betook himself off, going straight to the office in Legal Row of H.B. Sublette, attorney at law. From the circumstance that he found Mr. Sublette in, though it was long past that gentleman's office hours, and moreover found Mr. Sublette waiting in an expectant and attentive attitude, it might have been adduced by one skilled in the trick of putting two and two together that the pair of them had reached a prior understanding some time during the day, and that the visit of the young man to the Gafford home and his speeches there had all been parts of a scheme planned out at a prior operation. Be this as it may, so soon as Mr. Sublette had heard his caller's version of the meeting upon the porch, he lost no time in taking certain legal steps. That very night, on behalf of his client, denominated in the documents as Percival Dwyer, Esquire, he prepared a petition addressed to the Circuit Judge of the district, setting forth that inasmuch as Paul Felix O'Day had by divers acts shown himself to be of unsound mind, now therefore came his nephew and next of kin, praying that a committee or curator be appointed to take over the estate of the said Paul Felix O'Day, and administer the same in accordance with the orders of the court, until such time as the said Paul Felix O'Day should recover his reason, or should pass from this life, and so forth and so on, not to mention whereas is in great number, and aforesaids abounding through the text in the utmost profusion. On the following morning the papers were filed with Circuit Clerk Millam. That vigilant barrister, Mr. Sublette, brought them in person to the courthouse before 9 o'clock, he having the interests of his client at heart, and perhaps also visions of a large contingent fee in his mind. No retainer had been paid. The state of Mr. Dwyer's finances, or rather the absence of any finances, had precluded the performance of that customary detail, but to Mr. Sublette's experienced mind the prospects of future increment seemed large. Accordingly he was all for prompt action. Formally he said he wished to go on record as demanding for his principal a speedy hearing of the issue, with a view to preventing the defendant named in the pleadings from dissipating any more of the estate lately bequeathed to him, and now fully in his possession, or words to that effect. Mr. Millam felt justified in getting into communication with Judge Priest over the long-distance phone, and the judge, cutting short his vacation and leaving uncaught vast numbers of bass of perch in Reelfoot Lake, came home, arriving late that night. Next morning, having issued divers orders in connection with the impending litigation, he sent a messenger to find Peep O'Day, and to direct O'Day to come to the courthouse for a personal interview. Shortly thereafter, a scene that had occurred some 2 months earlier, with his Honour's private chamber for a setting, was substantially duplicated. There was the same cast of two, the same stage properties, the same atmosphere of untidy tidiness, and, as before, the dialogue was in Judge Priest's hands. He led, and his fellow character followed his leads. "Pete," he was saying, "you understand, don't you, that this here fragrant nephew of yours that's turned up from nowheres in particular is fixing to get ready to try to prove that you are feeble-minded? Oh, and on top of that, he's going to ask that a committee be appointed for you. In other words, that somebody or other shall be named by the court, meaning me, to take charge of your property and control the spending of it from now on." "Yes, sir," stated O'Day. "Pete Gafford, he sat down with me and made it all clear to me yesterday evening, after they'd done served the papers on me." "All right, then. Now, I'm going to fix the hearing for tomorrow morning at 10. The other side is asking for a quick decision, and I rather figure that they're entitled to it. Is that agreeable to you?" "Whatever you say, Judge." "Well, have you retained a lawyer to represent your interests in court? That's the main question that I sent for you to ask you." "Do I need a lawyer, Judge?" "Well, there have been times when I regarded lawyers as being superfluous," stated Judge Priest dryly. "Still, in most cases, litigants do have 'em round when the case is being heard." "Well, "I don't know as I need any lawyer to help me say what I've got to say," said O'Day. "Judge, you ain't never asked me no questions about the way I've been carrying on since I come into this here money. But I reckon maybe this is as good a time as any to tell you just why I've been acting the way I've done. You see, sir—" "Hold on," broke in Judge Priest. "Up to now, as my friend, it would have been perfectly proper for you to give me your confidences if you was minded so to do. But now I reckon you'd better not. You see, I'm the judge that's got to decide whether you are a responsible person, whether you're mentally capable of handling your own financial affairs, or whether you ain't. So you'd better wait and make your statement in your own behalf to me whilst I'm sitting on the bench. I'll see that you get an opportunity to do so, and I'll listen to it, and I'll give it all the consideration it's deserving of. And, on second thought, perhaps it would only be a waste of time and money for you to go hiring a lawyer, especially to represent you. Under the law, it's my duty, in such a case as here one is, to appoint a member of the bar to serve during the proceedings as your guardian ad litem. You don't need to be startled," he added, as O'Day flinched at the sound in his ears of these strange and fearsome words. "A guardian ad litem is simply a lawyer that tends to your affairs till the case is settled one way or the other. If you had a dozen lawyers, I'd have to appoint them just the same, so you don't need to worry about that part of it. Oh, that's all. You can go now if you want to. Only if I was you, I wouldn't draw out any more money from the bank twixt now and the time when I make my decision." All things considered, it was an unusual assemblage that Judge Priest regarded over the top rims of his glasses, as he sat facing it in his broad armchair, with the flat top of the bench intervening between him and the gathering. Not often, even in the case of exciting murder trials, had the old courtroom held a larger crowd. Certainly never had it held so many boys. Boys, and boys exclusively, filled the back rows of benches downstairs. More boys packed the narrow shelf-like balcony that spanned the chamber across its far end. Mainly small boys, barefooted, sunburned, freckle-faced, shock-headed boys. And for boys, they were strangely silent and strangely attentive. The petitioner sat with his counsel, Mr. Sublette. The petitioner had been newly shaved, and for some mysterious source had been equipped with a neat wardrobe. Plainly he was endeavouring to wear a look of virtue, which was a difficult undertaking, as you would understand had you known the petitioner. The defending party to the action was seated across the room, touching elbows with old Colonel Farrell, dean of the local bar and its most florid orator. "The court will designate Colonel Horatio Farrell as guardian ad litem for the defendant during these proceedings," Judge Priest had stated a few minutes earlier, using the formal and grammatical language he reserved exclusively for his court room. At once old Colonel Farrell had hitched his chair up alongside O'Day, had asked him several questions in a tone inaudible to those about them, had listened to the whispered answers of O'Day, and then had nodded his huge curly white dome of a head, as though amply satisfied with the responses. Let us skip the preliminaries. True, they seemed to interest the audience. Here, though, they would be tedious reading. Likewise, in touching upon the opening and outlining address of Attorney-at-Law Sublette, let us, for the sake of time and space, be very much briefer than Mr. Sublette was. For our present purposes, I deem it sufficient to say that in all his professional career, Mr. Sublette was never more eloquent, never more forceful, never more vehement in his allegations, and never more convinced, as he himself stated not once but repeatedly, of his ability to prove the facts he alleged by competent and unbiased testimony. These facts, he pointed out, were common knowledge in the community. Nevertheless, he stood prepared to buttress them with the evidence of reputable witnesses given under oath. Mr. Sublette, having unwound at length, now wound up. He sat down, perspiring freely, and through the perspiration radiating confidence in his contentions, confidence in the result, and, most of all, unbounded confidence in Mr. Sublette. Now Colonel Farrell was standing up to address the court, under the cloak of a theatrical presence and a large orotund manner, and behind a Ciceronian command of sonorous language. The colonel carried concealed a shrewd old brain. It was as though a skilled marksman lurked in ambush amid a tangle of luxuriant foliage. In this particular instance, moreover, it is barely possible that the colonel was acting on a cue privily conveyed to him before the court opened. "May it please your Honor," he began, "I have just conferred with the defendant here, and acting in the capacity of his guardian ad litem, I have advised him to waive an opening address by counsel. Indeed, the defendant has no counsel. Furthermore, the defendant, also acting upon my advice, will present no witnesses in his own behalf, but, with your Honor's permission, the defendant will now make a personal statement, and thereafter he will rest content, leaving the final arbitration of the issue to your Honor's discretion." "I object," exclaimed Mr. Sublet briskly. "On what ground does the learned counsel object?" "On the grounds that since the mental competence of this man is concerned, since it is our contention that he is patently and plainly a victim of senility, an individual prematurely in his dotage, any utterances by him will be of no value whatsoever in aiding the conscience and intelligence of the court to arrive at a fair and just conclusion regarding the defendant's mental condition." Mr. Sublet excelled in the use of big words. There was no doubt about that. "The objection is overruled," said Judge Priest. He nodded in the direction of O'Day and Colonel Farrell. "The court will hear the defendant. He is not to be interrupted while making his statement. The defendant may proceed." Without further urging, O'Day stood up, a tall, slab-sided rack of a man, with his long arms dangling at his side, half facing Judge Priest and half facing his nephew and his nephew's lawyer. Without hesitation, he began to speak, and this is what he said. "There's maybe some here as knows about how I was raised and fetched up. My pa and my ma died when I was just only a baby, so I was brung up out here at the old county poorhouse as a pauper. I can't remember the time when I didn't have to work for my board and keep, and work hard. While other boys were going to school and playing hooky and going in washing in the creek and playing games and all such as that, I had to work. I never done no playing round in my whole life, not till here just recently anyway. But I always craved to play round some. I didn't never say nothing about it to nobody after I growed up, because I figured it out that they wouldn't understand and maybe they'd laugh at me. But all these years, ever since I left that there poorhouse, I've had a hankering here inside of me," and he lifted one hand and touched his breast. "I've had a hankering to be a boy, and do all the things a boy does, to do the things I was chiseled out of doing whilst I was of a suitable age to be doing them. I call to mind that I used to dream in my sleep about doing them, but the dream never come true, not till just here lately. It didn't have no chance to come true, not till then. So when this money come to me so sudden and unbeknownst, like, I said to myself that I was going to make that there dream come true, and I started out for to do it, and I done it, and I reckon that's the cause of my being here today, accused of being feeble-minded. But even so, I don't regret it none. If it was all to do over again, I'd do it just the very same way. Well, I never knowed what it was till here 2 months or so ago to have my fill of bananas and candy and ginger snaps and all such knick-knacks as them. All my life I've been craving secretly to own a pair of red-topped boots with brass toes on them, like I used to see other boys wearing in the winter time when I was out yonder at that poorhouse, wearing an old pair of somebody else's cast-off shoes. Maybe a man's shoes with rags wrapped around my feet to keep the snow from coming through the cracks in them, and to keep them from slipping right spang off my feet. I got 3 toes frostbit once during a cold spell wearing them kind of shoes. But here the other week I found myself able to buy me some red-top boots with brass toes on them, so I had 'em made to order, and I'm wearing 'em now. I wear 'em regular, even if it is summertime. I take a heap of pleasure out of 'em. And also, all my life long, I've been wanting to go to a circus. But not till 3 days ago I didn't never get no chance to go to one. Now that gentleman yonder, Mr. Sublet, he lowed just that I was leading a lot of little boys in this here town into bad habits. He said that I was learning them nobody knowed what devilment. And he spoke of my having egged him on to steal watermelons from Mr. Bell's watermelon patch out there 3 miles from town on the Marshallville gravel road. You all heard what he just now said about that. I didn't mean no offense, and I beg his pardon for contradicting him right out before everybody here in the big courthouse. But, mister, you're wrong. I didn't lead these here boys astray that I've been running around with. They're mighty nice, clean boys, all of 'em. Some of 'em are mighty near as poor as what I used to be, but there ain't no real harm in any of 'em. We get along together just fine, me and them, and without no preaching nor nothing like that. I've done my best these weeks. We've been frolicking and projecting round together to keep 'em from growing up to do mean things. I use chawing tobacco myself, but I've told 'em I don't know how many times that if they chaw it'll stunt 'em in their growth, and I've got several of 'em that was smoking cigarettes on the slide promised me they'd quit. So I don't figure as I've done them boys any real harm by going round with 'em, and I believe if you was to ask 'em, they'd all tell you the same. So now about them watermelons. Since this gentleman has brung them watermelons up, I'm going to tell you the whole truth about that, too. He cast a quick, furtive look, almost a guilty look, toward the rear of the courthouse before he went on. Them watermelons wasn't really stole at all. I seen Mr. Dick beforehand and arranged with him to pay him in full for whatever damage might be done. But, you see, I knowed watermelons taste sweeter to a boy if he thought he'd hooked him out of a patch. So I never let on to my little partners yonder that I'd the same as paid Mr. Bell in advance for the melons we snuck out of his patch and out in the woods. They've all been thinking up till now that we really hooked them watermelons, but if that was wrong, I'm sorry for it. Mr. Sublet, you just now said that I was frittering away my property on vain foolishment. I think them's was the words you said, frittering and vain foolishment. Well, maybe you're right, sir, about the frittering part. But if spending money in a certain way gives a man as much pleasure as it's given me these last 4 months, if the money is his'n by rights, I figure it can't be so very foolish, though it may appear so to some. Excusing these here clothes I got on, and these here boots, which I ain't paid for yet, is charging up to me on Feldberg Brothers books and Mr. M. Biederman's books. I didn't spend only $1 a day, or maybe $2, and once $3 in a single day out of what was coming to me. Now, the judge here, he let me have that out of his own pocket, and I paid him back. And that was all I did spend till here 3 days ago when their circus come to town. I reckon I did spend right smart then. But money had come from the old country only the day before, so I went to the bank and they writ out one of them pieces of paper which is called a check, and I signed it with my mark, and they give me the money I wanted, and even $200, and part of that there money I used to pay for circus tickets for all the little boys and little girls I could find in this town that couldn't have got to the circus no other way. Some of them are sitting back there behind you all now. Some of the boys, I mean. I don't see none of the little girls. There was several of them told me at the time that they hadn't never seen a circus, not in their whole lives. For that matter, I hadn't either, but I didn't want no poor child in this town to grow up to be as old as I am without having been to at least one circus. So I'd taken 'em all in and paid all the bills, and when night come there wasn't but about $9 left out of the whole 200 that I'd started out with in the morning. But I don't begrudge spending it. It looked to me like it was money well invested. They all seemed to enjoy it, and I know I done so. There may be bigger circuses than what that one was, but I don't see how a circus could have been any better than this here one I'm telling you about. If it was 10 times as big, I don't regret the investment, and I don't aim to lie about it now. Mr. Sublet, I'd do the same thing over again if the chance should come, lawsuit or no law-wit. If you should win this here case, maybe I wouldn't have no second chance. If some gentleman is appointed as a committee to handle my money, it's likely he wouldn't look at the thing the same way I do. And it's likely he wouldn't let me have so much money all in one lump to spend taking a passel of little shavers that ain't no kin to me, to the circus, and to the sideshow, besides letting them stay for the grand concert or after show and all. But I've done it once, and I've got it to remember about and think about in my own mind as long as I live. I'm about finished now. There's just one thing more I'd like to say, and that is this. Mr. Sublet, now, he said a minute or so ago that I was in my second childhood. Meaning no offense, sir, but you was wrong there, too. The way I look at it, a man can't be in his second childhood without he's had his first childhood, and I was cheated plumb out of mine. I'm more than 60 years old, as near as I can figure, but I'm trying to be a boy before it's too late.
He paused a minute and looked around him. The way I look at it, Judge Priest, son, y'all, every man that grows up, no matter how old he may get to be, is entitled to have been a boy once in his life. I reckon that's all. He sat down and dropped his eyes upon the floor, as though ashamed that his temerity should have carried him so far. There was a strange little hush filling the courthouse. It was Judge Priest who broke it. "The court," he said, "has by the words just spoken by this man been sufficiently advised as to the sanity of the man himself. The court cares to hear nothing more from either side on this subject. The petition is dismissed." Very probably these last words may have been as much Greek to the juvenile members of the audience, possibly, though they were made aware of the meaning of them by the look upon the face of Nephew Percival Dwyer, and the look upon the face of Nephew Percival Dwyer's attorney. At any rate, his Honour hardly had uttered the last syllable of his decision before, from the rear of the courthouse and from the gallery above, there arose a shrill, vehement, sincere sound of yelling, exultant, triumphant, and deafening. It continued for upward of a minute before the small disturbers remembered where they were and reduced themselves to a state of comparative quiet. For reasons best known to himself, Judge Priest, who ordinarily stickled for order and decorum in his courtroom, made no effort to quell the outburst or have it quelled, not even when a considerable number of the adults present joined in it, having first cleared their throats of a slight huskiness that had come upon them severally and generally. Presently the judge rapped for quiet, and got it. It was apparent that he had more to say, and all there hearkened to hear what it might be. "I have just this to add," quoth his Honour. "It is the official judgment of this court that the late defendant, being entirely sane, is competent to manage his own affairs after his own preferences, and it is the private opinion of this court that not only is the late defendant sane, but he is the sanest man in this entire jurisdiction. Mr. Clerk, this court stands adjourned." Coming down the 3 short steps from the raised platform of the bench, Judge Priest beckoned to Sheriff Giles Birdsong, who, at the tail of the departing crowd, was shepherding its last exuberant members through the doorway. "Giles," said Judge Priest in an undertone when the worthy sheriff had drawn near, "the circuit clerk tells me that there's an indictment for malicious mischief agin this here Perce Dwyer knocking round among the records somewheres. An indictment the grand jury returned several sessions back, but which was never pressed, owing to the sudden departure from our midst of the person in question. I wonder if it would be too much trouble for you to sort of drap a hint in the ear of the young man or his lawyer that the said indictment is apt to be revived, and that the said Dwyer is liable to be tucked into custody by you and lodged in the county jail sometime during the ensuing 48 hours, without he should see his way clear during the meantime to get clean out of the city, county, and state. Now, would that be possible?" "What? Trouble? No, sir. It won't be no trouble to me at all," said Mr. Birdsong promptly. "Why, it'll be more of a pleasure, Judge." And so it was. Except for one small added and purely incidental circumstance, our narrative is ended. That same afternoon, Judge Priest sat on the front porch of his old white house out on Clay Street, waiting for Jeff Poindexter to summon him to supper. Peep O'Day opened the front gate and come up the gravelled walk between the twin rows of silver-leaf poplars. The judge, rising to greet his visitor, met him at the top step. "Come in," bade the judge heartily, "and sit down a spell and rest your face and hands." "No, sir, much obliged, but I ain't got only a minute to stay," said O'Day. "I just come out here, sir, to thank you for what you done today on my account in the big courthouse, and to make you a little kind of a present." "It's all right to thank me," said Judge Priest, "but I couldn't accept any reward for rendering a decision in accordance with the plain fact." "'Tain't no gift of money, or nothing like that," O'Day hastened to explain. Really, sir, it don't amount to nothing at all, scusedly. But a little while ago I happened to be in Mr. B. Weil and Son's store doing a little trading, and I run across a new kind of knick-knack, which it seemed like to me it was about the best thing I ever tasted in my whole life. So on the chance, sir, that you might have a sweet tooth too, I taken the liberty of bringing you a sack of 'em, and here they are, sir, 3 flavors, strawberry, lemon, and vanilla."
Suddenly overcome with confusion, he dislodged a large-sized paper bag from his side-coat pocket and thrust it into Judge Priest's hands. Then, backing away, he turned and clumped down the gravel path in great and embarrassed haste. Judge Priest opened the bag and peered down into it. It contained a sticky, sugary dozen of flattened confections, each moulded round a short length of wooden splinter. These syrupy articles, which have since come into quite general use, are known, I believe, as all-day suckers. When Judge Priest looked up again, Peep O'Day was outside the gate, clumping down the uneven sidewalk of Clay Street with long strides of his booted legs. Half a dozen small boys, who, it was evident, had remained hidden during the ceremony of presentation, now mysteriously appeared and were accompanying the departing donor, half trotting to keep up with him. End of Boys Will Be Boys, Part 2, by Irvin S. Cobb. Read by Mike Harris. Child, by Thomas Burke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Harris. It is a tale of love and lovers that they tell in the low-lit causeway that slinks from West India Dock Road to the dark waste of waters beyond. In Pennyfields, too, you may hear it, and I do not doubt that it is told in the far-away Taiping in Singapore, in Tokyo and Shanghai, and those other gay-lamped haunts of wonder whither the wandering people of Limehouse go, and whence they return so casually. It's a tale for tears, and should you hear it in the lilied tongue of the yellowed people, it would awaken in you all your pity. In our bald speech it must unhappily lose its essential fragrance, and that quality that will lift an affair of squalor into the loftier spheres of passion and imagination, beauty and sorrow. It will sound unconvincing, a little, you know, the kind of thing that is best forgotten, perhaps. But listen. It is Battling Burrows, the lightning welterweight of Shadwell, the box of tricks, the tetrarch of the ring, who enters first. Battling Burrows, the pride of Ratcliffe, Poplar, and Limehouse, and the despair of his manager and backers. For he loved wine, woman, and song, and the boxing world held that he couldn't last long on that. There was any amount of money in him for his parasites if only the damned women could be cut out. But again and again would he disappear from his training quarters on the eve of a big fight, to consort with Molly and Dolly and to drink other things than barley water and lemon juice. Wherefore Chuck Lightfoot, his manager, forced him to fight on any and every occasion while he was good and a money-maker, for at any moment the collapse might come, and Chuck would be called upon by his creditors to strip off that shirt, in quotes, which at every contest he had laid upon his man. Battling was of a type that is too common in the eastern districts of London, a type that upsets all accepted classifications. He wouldn't be classed. He was a curious mixture of athleticism and degeneracy. He could run like a deer, leap like a greyhound, fight like a machine, and drink like a suction hose. He was a bully. He had the courage of the high hero. He was an open-air sport. He had the vices of a French decadent. It was one of his love adventures that properly began this tale, for the girl had come to Battling one night with a recital of terrible happenings, of an angered parent, of a slammed door. In her arms was a bundle of white rags. Now Battling, like so many sensualists, was also a sentimentalist. He took that bundle of white rags, he paid the girl money to get into the country, and the bundle of white rags had existed in and about his domicile in Pekin Street, Limehouse, for some 11 years. Her position was nondescript. To the casual observer it would seem that she was Battling's relief punching ball, an unpleasant post for any human creature to occupy, especially if you are a little girl of 12, and the place be the one-room household of the lightning welterweight. When Battling was cross with his manager, well, it is indefensible to strike your manager or to throw chairs at him if he's a good manager. But to use a dog whip on a small child is permissible, and quite as satisfying, at least. He found it so. On these occasions, then, when very cross with his sparring partners, or overflushed with victory and juice of the grape, he would flog Lucy. But he was reputed to be, by the boys, a good fellow. He only whipped the child when he was drunk, and he was only drunk for 8 months of the year. For just over 12 years this bruised little body had crept about Poplar and Limehouse. Always the white face was scarred with red or black furrowed with tears. Always in her steps and in her look was expectation of dread things. Night after night her sleep was broken by the cheerful battling's brute voice and violent hands. And terrible were the lessons which life taught her in those few years. Yet for all the starved face and the transfixed air there was a lurking beauty about her, a something that called you in the soft curve of her cheek, that cried for kisses and was fed with blows, and in the splendid mournfulness that grew in eyes and lips. The brown hair chimed against the pale face like the rounding of a verse. The blue cotton frock and the broken shoes could not break the loveliness of her slender figure, or the shy grace of her movements as she flitted about the squalid alleys of the docks. Though in all that region of wasted life and toil and decay there was not one that noticed her, until... Now there lived in Chinatown, in one lousy room over Mr. Tai Fu's store in Pennyfields, a wandering yellow man named Cheng Huan. Cheng Huan was a poet. He did not realize it. He had never been able to understand why he was unpopular, and he died without knowing. But a poet he was, tinged with the materialism of his race, and in his poor listening heart strange echoes would awake, of which he himself was barely conscious. He regarded things differently from other sailors. He felt things more passionately, and things which they felt not at all. So he lived alone instead of at one of the lodging-houses. Every evening he would sit at his window and watch the street. Then, a little later, he'd take a jolt of opium at the place at the corner of Formosa Street. He had come to London by devious ways. He had loafed on the Bund at Shanghai. The fateful intervention of a crimp had landed him on a boat. He got to Cardiff and sojourned in its Chinatown. Thence to Liverpool, to Glasgow. Thence by a ticket from the Asiatics Aid Society to Limehouse, where he remained for 2 reasons: because it cost him nothing to live there, and because he was too lazy to find a boat to take him back to Shanghai. So he would lounge and smoke cheap cigarettes and sit at his window, from which point he had many times observed the lyrical Lucy. He noticed her casually. Another day he observed her not casually. Later he looked long at her. Later still he began to watch for her, and for that strangely provocative something about the toss of her head and the hang of the little blue skirt as it coyly kissed her knee. Then that beauty which all Limehouse had missed smote Cheng. Straight to his heart it went, and cried itself into his very blood. Thereafter the spirit of poetry broke her blossoms all about his odorous chamber. Nothing was the same. Pennyfields became a happy lanterned street, and the monotonous fiddle in the house opposite was the music of his father's. Bits of old song floated through his mind, little sweet verses of Le Tai Pu, murmuring of plum blossom, rice field, and stream. Day by day he would moon at his window or shuffle about the streets, lighting to a flame when Lucy would pass, and gravely return his quiet regard. And night after night, too, he would dream of a pale, lily-lovely child. And now the Fates moved swiftly various pieces on their sinister board, and all that followed happened with a speed and precision that showed direction from higher ways. It was Wednesday night in Limehouse, and for once clear of mist. Out of the coloured darkness of the causeway stole the muffled wail of reed instruments, and though every window was closely shuttered, between the joints shot jets of light and stealthy voices, and you could hear the whisper of slippered feet, and the stuttering steps, and the saddest. It was to the café in the middle of the causeway, lit by the pallid blue light that is the symbol of China throughout the world, that Cheng Huan came, to take a dish of noodles and some tea. Thence he moved to another house whose stairs ran straight to the street, and above whose doorway a lamp glowed like an evil eye. At this establishment he mostly took his pipe of chandu, and a brief chat with the keeper of the house, for, although not popular and very silent, he liked sometimes to be in the presence of his compatriots. Like a figure of a shadowgraph he slid through the doors and up the stairs. The chamber he entered was a bit of the Orient squatting at the portals of the West. It was a well-kept place wherein one might play a game of fan-tan, or take a shot or so of Li Yun, or purchase other varieties of Oriental delight. It was sunk in a purple dusk, though here and there a lantern strung the glooms. Low couches lay around the walls, and strange men decorated them. Chinese, Japs, Malays, Lascars, with one or two white girls, and sleek, noiseless attendants swam from couch to couch. Away in the far corner sprawled a lank figure in brown shirting, its nerveless fingers curled about the stem of a spent pipe. On one of the lounges a scorbutic nigger sat with a Jewess from Shadwell. Squatting on a table in the centre beneath one of the lanterns was a musician with a reed, blinking upon the company like a sly cat, and making his melody of 6 repeated notes. The atmosphere churned. The dirt of years, tobacco of many growings, opium, betel-nut, and moist flesh allied themselves in one grand assault against the nostrils. As Ching brooded on his insect-ridden cushion, of a sudden the lantern above the musician was caught by the ribbon of his reed. It danced and flung a hazy radiance on a divan in the shadow. He saw, started, half rose. His heart galloped, and the blood pounded in his quiet veins. Then he dropped again, crouched, and stared. O lily flowers and plum blossoms! O silver streams and dim-starred skies! O wine and roses, song and laughter! For there, kneeling on a mass of rugs, mazed and big-eyed but understanding, was Lucy, his little maid. Through the dusk she must have felt his intent gaze upon her, for he crouched there, fascinated, staring into the now obscured corner where she knelt. But the sickness which momentarily gripped him on finding in this place the snowy-breasted Pearl passed, and gave place to great joy. She was here. He would talk with her. Little English he had, but simple words, those with few gutturals, he had managed to pick up. So he rose, the masterful lover, and with feline movements crossed the nightmare chamber to claim his own. If he wondered how Lucy came to be in this bagnio, the explanation is simple. Battling was in training. He had flogged her that day before starting work. He had then had a few brandies, not many, some 18 or 19, and had locked the door of his room and taken the key. Lucy was therefore homeless, and a girl somewhat older than Lucy, so old and so wise as girls are in that region, saw in her a possible source of revenue. So there they were, and to them appeared Cheng. From what horrors he saved her that night cannot be told, for her ways were too audaciously childish to hold her long from harm in such a place. What he brought to her was love and death, for he sat by her. He looked at her, reverently yet passionately. He touched her, wistfully yet eagerly. He locked a finger in her wondrous hair. She did not start away. She did tremble. She knew well what she had to be afraid of in that place, but she was not afraid of Cheng. She pierced the mephitic gloom and scanned his face. No, she was not afraid. His yellow hands, his yellow face, his smooth black hair. Well, he was the first thing that had ever spoken soft words to her, the first thing that had ever laid a hand upon her that was not brutal, the first thing that had deferred in manner towards her as though she, too, had a right to live. She knew his words were sweet, though she did not understand them. Nor can they be set down. Half that he spoke was in village Chinese, the rest in a mangling of English which no distorted spelling could possibly reproduce. But he drew her back against the cushions and asked her name, and inquired of her age. She told him, and she told him her age. And he had had then 2 beautiful words which came easily to his tongue. He repeated them again and again. Lucia, little Lucia, 12, 12. Musical phrases they were, dropping from his lips, and to the child who heard her name pronounced so lovingly, they were the lost heights of melody. She clung to him and he to her. She held his strong arm in both of hers as they crouched on the divan and nestled her cheek against his coat. Well, he took her home to his wretched room. Little Lucia, come home, Lucia. His heart was on fire. As they slipped out of the noisomeness into the night air and crossed the West India Dock Road into Pennyfields, they passed unnoticed. It was late for one thing, and for another, well, nobody cared particularly. His blood rang with soft music and the solemnity of drums, for surely he had found now what for many years he had sought, his world's one flower. Wanderer he was from Tuan Tsen to Shanghai, Shanghai to Glasgow, Cardiff, Liverpool, London. He had dreamed often of the women of his native land. Perchance one of them should be his flower. Women indeed there had been. Swatow, he had recollections of certain rose-winged hours in coast cities. At many places to which chance had led him a little bird had perched itself upon his heart, but so lightly and for so brief a while as hardly to be felt. But now he had found her in this alabaster Cockney child, so that he was glad and had great joy of himself and the blue and silver night and the harsh flares of the poplar hippodrome. You will observe that he had claimed her, but had not asked himself whether she were of an age for love. The white perfection of the child had captivated every sense. It may be that he forgot that he was in London and not in Tuan Tsen. It may be that he did not care. Of that nothing can be told. All that is known is that his love was a pure and holy thing. Of that we may be sure, for his worst enemies have said it. Slowly, softly, they mounted the stairs to his room, and with almost an obeisance he entered and drew her in. A bank of cloud raced to the east, and a full moon thrust a sharp sword of light upon them. Silence lay over all Pennyfields. With a bird-like movement she looked up at him, her face alight, her tiny hands upon his coat, clinging, wondering, trusting. He took her hand and kissed it, repeated the kiss upon her cheek and lip and little bosom, twirling his fingers in her hair, docilely, and echoing the smile of his lemon lips in a way that thrilled him almost to laughter. She returned his kisses impetuously, gladly. He clasped the nestling to him, bruised, tearful, with the love of life almost thrashed out of her. She had fluttered to him out of the evil night. "Oh, little Lucia!" And he put soft hands upon her and smoothed her and crooned over her many gracious things in his flowered speech. So they stood in the moonlight while she told him the story of her father, of her beatings and starvings and unhappiness. "Oh, little Lucia, white blossom, 12 years old." As he spoke, the clock above the Millwall docks shot 12 crashing notes across the night. When the last echo died he moved to a cupboard, and from it he drew a strange thing. Formless masses of blue and gold, magical things of silk, and a vessel that was surely Aladdin's lamp, and a box of spices. He took these robes, and with tender, reverent fingers removed from his white blossom the besmirched rags that covered her, and robed her again, and led her then to the heap of stuff that was his bed, and bestowed her safely. For himself he squatted on the floor before her, holding one grubby little hand. There he crouched all night under the lyric moon, sleepless, watchful, and sweet content was his. He had fallen into an uncomfortable posture, and his muscles ached intolerably, but she slept, and he dared not move nor release her hand lest he should awaken her. Weary and trustful she slept, knowing that the yellow man was kind, and that she might sleep with no fear of a steel hand smashing the delicate structure of her dreams. In the morning, when she woke, still wearing her blue and yellow silk, she gave a cry of amazement. Chink had been about. Many times had he glided up and down the 2 flights of stairs, and now at last his room was prepared for his princess. It was swept and garnished, and was an apartment worthy of a maid who is loved by a poet-prince. There was a bead curtain, there were muslins of pink and white, there were 4 bowls of flowers, clean, clear flowers, to gladden the white blossom and set off her sharp beauty, and there was a bowl of water, and a sweet lotion for the bruise on her cheek. When she had risen, her prince ministered to her with rice and egg and tea. Cleansed and robed and calm, she sat before him, perched on the edge of many cushions as on a throne, with all the grace of the child princess in the story. She was a poem. The beauty hidden by neglect and fatigue shone out now more clearly and vividly, and from the head, sunning over with curls, to the small white feet, now bathed and sandaled, she seemed the living interpretation of a Chinese lyric. And she was his. Her sweet self and her prattle and her bird-like ways were all his own. Oh, beautifully they loved. For 2 days he held her. Soft caresses from his yellow hands and long devout kisses were all their demonstration. Each night he would tend her as might mother to child, and each night he watched and sometimes slumbered at the foot of her couch. But now there were those that ran to battling at his training quarters across the river, with the news that his child had gone with a Chink, a yellow man, and battling was angry. He discovered parental rights. He discovered indignation. A yellow man after his kid. He'd learn him. Battling did not like men who were not born in the same great country as himself. Particularly he disliked yellow men. His birth and education in Shadwell had taught him that of all creeping things that creep upon the earth, the most insidious is the Oriental in the West. And a yellow man and a child, it was, as you might say, so kind of, well, wasn't it? He bellowed that it was unnatural. The yeller man would go through it. Yeller, it was his supreme condemnation, his final epithet for all conduct of which he disapproved. There was no doubt that he was extremely annoyed. He went to the Blue Lantern in what was once Ratcliffe Highway and thumped the bar, and made all his world agree with him. And when they agreed with him he got angrier still, so that when a few hours later he climbed through the ropes of the Netherlands to meet Bud Tuffet for 10 rounds, it was Bud's fight all the time, and to that bright boy's astonishment he was the victor on points at the end of the 10. Battling slouched out of the ring, still more determined to let the Chink have it where the chicken had the axe. He left the house with 2 pals and a black man and a number of really inspired curses from his manager. On the evening of the 3rd day, then, Shaggs slipped sleepily down the stairs to procure more flowers and more rice. The genial Ho Ling, who keeps the Canton store, held him in talk some little time, and he was gone from his room perhaps half an hour. Then he glided back and climbed with happy feet the 40 steps to his Temple of Wonder. With a push of a finger he opened the door, and the blood froze on his cheeks. The flowers fell from him. The temple was empty and desolate. White Blossom was gone. The muslin hangings were torn down and trampled underfoot. The flowers had been flung from their bowls about the floor, and the bowls lay in 50 fragments. The joss was smashed. The cupboard had been opened. Rice was scattered here and there. The little straight bed had been jumped upon by brute feet. Everything that could be smashed or violated had been so treated, and, horror of all, the blue and yellow silk robe had been rent in pieces, tied in grotesque knots, and slung derisively about the table legs. I pray devoutly that you may never suffer what Chang Huan suffered in that moment. The pangs of death with no dying, the sickness of the soul which longs to escape and cannot, the imprisoned animal within the breast which struggles madly for a voice and finds none, all the agonies of all the ages, the agonies of every abandoned lover and lost woman past and to come, all these things were his in that moment. Then he found voice and gave a great cry, and men from below came up to him, and they told him how the man who boxed had been there with a black man, and how he had torn the robes from his child and dragged her down the stairs by her hair, and how he had shouted aloud for Chang and had vowed to return and deal separately with him. Now a terrible dignity came to Chang, and the soul of his great fathers swept over him. He closed the door against them and fell prostrate over what had been the resting place of White Blossom. Those without heard strange sounds of an animal in its last pains, and it was even so. Chang was dying. The sacrament of his high and holy passion had been profaned. The last sanctuary of the Oriental, his sole dignity, had been assaulted. The love robes had been torn to ribbons, the veil of his temple cut down. Life was no longer possible, and life without his little lady, his White Blossom, was no longer desirable. Prostrate he lay for the space of some 5 minutes. Then, in his face all the pride of accepted destiny, he arose. He drew together the little bed. With reverent hands he took the pieces of blue and yellow silk, kissing them and fondling them and placing them about the pillow. Silently he gathered up the flowers and the broken earthenware and burnt some prayer papers and prepared himself for death. Now it is the custom among those of the sect of Chang that the dying shall present love gifts to their enemies, and when he had set all in order, he gathered his brown canvas coat about him, stole from the house, and set out to find Battling Burrows, bearing under the coat his love gift to Battling. White Blossom he had no hope of finding. He had heard of Burrows many times, and he judged that, now that she was taken from him, never again would he hold those hands or touch that laughing hair. Nor, if he did, could it change things from what they were. Nothing that was not a dog could live in the face of this sacrilege. As he came before the house in Pekin Street where Battling lived, he murmured gracious prayers. Fortunately, it was a night of thick river mist, and through the enveloping velvet none could observe or challenge him. The main door was open, as are all doors in this district. He writhed across the step and through to the back room, where again the door yielded to a touch. Darkness. Darkness and silence and a sense of frightful things. He peered through it. Then he fumbled under his jacket, found a match, struck it. An inch of candle stood on the mantel-shelf. He lit it. He looked round. No sign of Burrows, but almost before he looked he knew what awaited him. But the sense of finality had kindly stunned him. He could suffer nothing more. On the table lay a dog-whip. In the corner a belt had been flung. Half across the greasy couch lay White Blossom. A few rags of clothing were about her pale, slim body. Her hair hung limp as her limbs. Her eyes were closed. As Cheng drew near her and saw the savage red rails that ran across and across the beloved body, he could not scream. He could not think. He dropped beside the couch. He laid gentle hands upon her and called soft names. She was warm to the touch. The pulse was still. Softly, oh so softly, he bent over the little frame that had enclosed his friend's spirit, and his light kisses fell all about her. Then, with the undirected movements of a sleepwalker, he bestowed the rags decently about her, clasped her in strong arms, and crept silently into the night. From Pekin Street to Pennyfields it's but a turn or two, and again he passed unobserved as he bore his tired bird back to her nest. He laid her upon the bed and covered the lily limbs with the blue and yellow silks, and strewed upon her a few of the trampled flowers. Then, with more kisses and prayers, he crouched beside her. So, in the ghastly Limehouse morning, they were found, the dead child and the Chink, kneeling beside her, with a sharp knife gripped in a vice-like hand, its blade far between his ribs. Meantime, having vented his wrath on his prodigal daughter, Battling, still cross, had returned to the Blue Lantern, and there he stayed with a brandy tumbler in his fist, forgetful of an appointment at Premierland, whereby he should have been in the ring at 10 o'clock sharp. For the space of an hour Chuck Lightfoot was going blasphemously to and fro in Poplar, seeking Battling and not finding him, and murmuring in tearful tones, "Battling, you damn man blasted Battling, where are ye?" His opponent was in his corner sure enough, but there was no fight, for Battling lurched from the Blue Lantern to Pekin Street. He lurched into his happy home, and he cursed Lucy and called for her, and finding no matches he lurched to where he knew the couch should be and flopped heavily down. Now, it is a peculiarity of the reptile tribe that its members are impatient of being flopped on without warning. So when Battling flopped, 18 inches of writhing gristle upreared itself on the couch and got home on him, as Bud Tuffet had done the night before, one to the ear, one to the throat, and another to the forearm. Battling went down and out, and he too was found in the morning, with Cheng Huan's love gift coiled about his neck. End of The Chink and the Child, by Thomas Burke, read by Mike Harris.
Young Gussie, by P.G. Wodehouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Extricating Young Gussie, by P.G. Wodehouse. Read by Don W. Jenkins. She sprang it on me before breakfast. There, in 7 words, you have a complete character sketch of my Aunt Agatha. I could go on indefinitely about brutality and lack of consideration. I merely say that she routed me out of bed to listen to her painful story somewhere in the small hours. It can't have been 11:30 when Jeeves, my man, woke me out of the dreamless and broke the news. "Mrs. Gregg sent to see you, sir." I thought she must be walking in her sleep, but I crawled out of bed and got into a dressing gown. I knew Aunt Agatha well enough to know that if she had come to see me, she was going to see me. That's the sort of woman she is. She was sitting bolt upright in a chair, staring into space. When I came in, she looked at me with that darn critical way that always makes me feel as if I had gelatin where my spine ought to be. Aunt Agatha is one of those strong-minded women. I should think Queen Elizabeth must have been something like her. She bosses her husband, Spencer Gregson, a battered little chappie, on the Stock Exchange. She bosses my cousin, Gussie Mannering Phipps. She bosses her sister-in-law, Gussie's mother. And worst of all, she bosses me. She has an eye like a man eating fish, and she has got moral suasion down to a fine point. I dare say there are fellows in the world, men of blood and iron, don't you know, and all that sort of thing, whom she couldn't intimidate. But if you're a chappie like me, fond of a quiet life, you simply curl into a ball when you see her coming and hope for the best. My experience is that when Aunt Agatha wants you to do a thing, you do it, or else you find yourself wondering why those fellows in the olden days made such a fuss when they had trouble with the Spanish Inquisition. "Hello, Aunt Agatha," I said. "Bertie," she said, "you look a sight. You look perfectly dissipated." I was feeling like a badly wrapped brown paper parcel. I'm never at my best in the early morning. I said so. "Early morning? I had breakfast 3 hours ago, and have been walking in the park ever since, trying to compose my thoughts." If ever I breakfasted at 8:30, I should walk on the embankment, trying to end it all in a watery grave. "I am extremely worried, Bertie. That is why I have come to you." And then I saw she was going to start something, and I bleated weakly to Jeeves to bring me tea. But she had begun before I could get it. "What are your immediate plans, Bertie?" "Well, I rather thought of tottering out for a bite of lunch later on, and then possibly staggering round to the club, and after that, if I felt strong enough, I might trickle off to Walton Heath for a round of golf." "I am not interested in your totterings and tricklings. I mean, have you any important engagements in the next week or so?" I scented danger. "Rather," I said. "Heaps. Millions. Booked solid." "What are they?" I don't quite know." "I thought as much. You have no engagements. Very well, then. I want you to start immediately for America." "America?" Do not lose sight of the fact that all this was taking place on an empty stomach shortly after the rising of the lark. "Yes, America. I suppose even you have heard of America?" "But why America?" "Because that is where your cousin Gussie is. He is in New York, and I can't get at him." "What's Gussie been doing?" "Gussie is making a perfect idiot of himself." To one who knew young Gussie as well as I did, the words opened up a wide field for speculation. "In what way?" "He has lost his head over a creature." On past performances this rang true. Ever since he arrived at man's estate, Gussie had been losing his head over creatures. He's that sort of chap. But as the creatures never seemed to lose their heads over him, it had never amounted to much. "I imagine you know perfectly well why Gussie went to America, Bertie. You know how wickedly extravagant your Uncle Cuthbert was." She alluded to Gussie's governor, the late head of the family, and I am bound to say she spoke the truth. Nobody was fonder of old Uncle Cuthbert than I was, but everybody knows that, where money was concerned, he was the most complete chump in the annals of the nation. He had an expensive thirst. He never backed a horse that didn't get housemaid's knee in the middle of the race. He had a system of beating the bank at Monte Carlo which used to make the administration hang out the bunting and ring the joy bells when he was sighted in the offing. Take him for all in all, dear old Uncle Cuthbert was as willing a spender as ever called the family lawyer a blood-sucking vampire because he wouldn't let Uncle Cuthbert cut down the timber to raise another 1,000. He left your Uncle Julia very little money for a woman in her position. Beechwood requires a great deal of keeping up, and poor dear Spencer, though he does his best to help, has not unlimited resources. It was cleverly understood why Gussie went to America. He is not clever, but he is very good-looking, and, though he has no title, the Mannering Phippses are one of the best and oldest families in England. He had some excellent letters of introduction, and when he wrote home to say that he had met the most charming and beautiful girl in the world, I felt quite happy. He continued to rave on about her for several mails, and then this morning a letter has come from him in which he says, quite casually, as a sort of afterthought, that he knows we are broad-minded enough not to think any the worse of her because she is on the vaudeville stage. Oh, I say. It was like a thunderbolt. The girl's name, it seems, is Ray Dennison, and according to Gussie, she does something which he describes as a single on the big time. What this degraded performance may be, I have not the least notion. As a further recommendation, he states that she lifted them out of their seats at Mosenstein's last week. Who she may be, and how or why, and who or what Mr. Mosenstein may be, I cannot tell you. By Jove, I said, it's like a sort of thingamabob, isn't it? A sort of fate, what? I fail to understand you. Well, Aunt Julia, you know, don't you know, heredity and so forth. What's bred in the bone will come out in the wash and all that kind of thing, you know. Don't be absurd, Bertie. That was all very well, but it was a coincidence for all that. Nobody ever mentions it, and the family have been trying to forget it for 25 years, but it's a known fact that my Aunt Julia, Gussie's mother, was a vaudeville artist once, and a very good one, too, I'm told. She was playing in pantomime at Drury Lane when Uncle Cuthbert saw her first. It was before my time, of course, and long before I was old enough to take notice, the family had made the best of it. And Aunt Agatha had pulled up her socks and put in a lot of educative work, and with a microscope you couldn't tell Aunt Julia from a genuine dyed-in-the-wool aristocrat. Women adapt themselves so quickly. I have a pal who married Daisy Trimble of the Gaiety, and when I meet her now I feel like walking out of her presence backwards. But there the thing was, and you couldn't get away from it. Gussie had vaudeville blood in him, and it looked as if he were reverting to type, or whatever they call it. By Jove, I said, for I'm interested in this heredity stuff, perhaps the thing is going to be a regular family tradition, like you read about in books, a sort of curse of the Mannering Phippses, as it were. Perhaps each head of the family's going to marry into vaudeville for ever and ever. Undo the what-do-you-call-it generation, don't you know. Please do not be quite idiotic, Bertie. There is one head of the family who is certainly not going to do it, and that is Gussie. And you are going to America to stop him. Yes, but why me? Why you? You are too vexing, Bertie. Have you no sort of feeling for the family? You are too lazy to try to be a credit to yourself, but at least you can exert yourself to prevent Gussie's disgracing us. You are going to America because you are Gussie's cousin, because you have always been his closest friend, because you are the only one of the family who has absolutely nothing to occupy his time except golf and nightclubs. I play a lot of auction. And, as you say, idiotic gambling in low dens. If you require another reason, you are going because I ask you as a personal favor. What she meant was that if I refused, she would exert the full bent of her natural genius to make life a Hades for me. She held me with her glittering eye. I have never met anyone who can give a better imitation of the ancient mariner. So you will start at once, won't you, Bertie? I didn't hesitate. Rather, I said. Of course I will. Jeeves came in with the tea. Jeeves, I said, we start for America on Saturday. Very good, sir, he said. Which suit will you wear? New York is a large city conveniently situated on the edge of America, so that you step off the liner right onto it without an effort. You can't lose your way. You go out of a barn and down some stairs, and there you are, right in among it. The only possible objection any reasonable chappie could find to the place is that they loose you into it from the boat at such an ungodly hour. I left Jeeves to get my baggage safely past an aggregation of suspicious-minded pirates who were digging for buried treasures among my new shirts, and drove to Gussie's hotel, where I requested the squad of gentlemanly clerks behind the desk to produce him. That's where I got my first shock. He wasn't there. I pleaded with them to think again, and they thought again, but it was no good. No Augustus Mannering Phipps on the premises. I admit I was hard hit. There I was alone in a strange city and no signs of Gussie. What was the next step? I am never one of the master minds in the early morning. The old bean doesn't somehow seem to get into its stride till pretty late in the p.m.s, and I couldn't think what to do. However, some instinct took me through a door at the back of the lobby, and I found myself in a large room with an enormous picture stretching across the whole of one wall, and under the picture a counter, and behind the counter divers chappies in white serving drinks. They have barmen, don't you know, in New York, not barmaids. Rum idea. I put myself unreservedly into the hands of one of the white chappies. He was a friendly soul, and I told him the whole state of affairs. I asked him what he thought would meet the case. He said that in a situation of that sort he usually prescribed a lightning whizzer, an invention of his own. He said this was what rabbits trained on when they were matched against grizzly bears, and there was only one instance on record of the bear having lasted 3 rounds. So I tried a couple, and by Jove, the man was perfectly right. As I drained the second, a great load seemed to fall from my heart, and I went out in quite a braced way to have a look at the city. I was surprised to find the streets quite full. People were bustling along as if it were some reasonable hour and not the grey dawn. In the tramcars they were absolutely standing on each other's necks. Going to business or something, I take it. Wonderful Johnnies. The odd part of it was that after the first shock of seeing all this frightful energy, the thing didn't seem so strange. I've spoken to fellows since who have been to New York, and they tell me they found it just the same. Apparently there's something in the air, either the ozone or the phosphates or something, which makes you sit up and take notice. A kind of zip, as it were. A sort of bally freedom, if you know what I mean, that gets into your blood and bucks you up and makes you feel that God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. And you don't care if you've got odd socks on. I can't express it better than by saying that the thought uppermost in my mind, as I walked about the place they call Times Square, was that there were 3,000 miles of deep water between me and my Aunt Agatha. It's a funny thing about looking for things. If you hunt for a needle in a haystack, you don't find it. If you don't give a darn whether you ever see the needle or not, it runs into you the first time you lean against the stack. By the time I had strolled up and down once or twice, seeing the sights and letting the white chappie's corrective permeate my system, I was feeling that I wouldn't care if Gussie and I never met again, and I'm dashed if I didn't suddenly catch sight of the old lad as large as life, just turning in a doorway down the street. I called after him, but he didn't hear me. So I legged it in pursuit and caught him going into an office on the first floor. The name on the door was Abe Riesbitter, vaudeville agent, and from the other side of the door came the sound of many voices. He turned and stared at me. "Bertie, what on earth are you doing? Where have you sprung from? When did you arrive?" "Landed this morning. I went round to your hotel, but they said you weren't there. They had never heard of you." "I've changed my name. I call myself George Wilson." "Why on earth?" "Well, you try calling yourself Augustus Mannering Phipps over here and see how it strikes you. You feel a perfect ass. I don't know what it is about America, but the broad fact is that it's not a place where you can call yourself Augustus Mannering Phipps. And there's another reason. I'll tell you later. Bertie, I've fallen in love with the dearest girl in the world." The poor old nut looked at me in such a deuced cat-like way, standing with his mouth open, waiting to be congratulated, that I simply hadn't the heart to tell him that I knew all about that already, and had come over to the country for the express purpose of laying him a stymie. So I congratulated him. "Thanks awfully, old man," he said. "It's a bit premature, but I fancy it's going to be all right. Come along in here, and I'll tell you about it." "What do you want in this place? It looks a rummy spot." "Oh, it's part of the story. I'll tell you the whole thing." We opened the door marked "Waiting Room." I never saw such a crowded place in my life. The room was packed till the walls bulged. Gussie explained. "Pros," he said. "Music hall artistes, you know, waiting to see old Abe Riesbitter. This is September the 1st, vaudeville's opening day. The early fall," said Gussie, who is a bit of a poet in his way, "is vaudeville's springtime. All over the country, as August wanes, sparkling comediennes burst into bloom. The sap stirs in the veins of tramp cyclists, and last year's contortionists, waking from their summer sleep, tie themselves tentatively into knots. What I mean is, this is the beginning of the new season, and everybody's out hunting for bookings." "But what do you want here?" "Oh, I've just got to see Abe about something. If you see a fat man with about 57 chins come out of that door there, grab him, for that'll be Abe. He's one of those fellows who advertise each step up they take in the world by growing another chin. I'm told that way back in the 90s he only had 2. If you do grab Abe, remember that he knows me as George Wilson." "You said that you were going to explain that George Wilson business to me, Gussie, old man." "Well, it's this way." At this juncture, dear old Gussie broke off short, rose from his seat, and sprang with indescribable vim at an extraordinarily stout chappie who had suddenly appeared. There was the deuce of a rush for him, but Gussie got away to a good start, and the rest of the singers, dancers, jugglers, acrobats, and refined sketch teams seemed to recognize that he had won the trick, for they ebbed back into their places again, and Gussie and I went into the inner room. Mr. Riesbitter lit a cigar and looked at us solemnly over his zareba of chins. "Now let me tell you something," he said to Gussie. "You listen to me." Gussie registered respectful attention. Mr. Riesbitter mused for a moment and shelled the cuspidor with indirect fire over the edge of the desk. "Listen to me," he said again. "I seen you rehearse as I promised Miss Dennison I would. You ain't bad for an amateur. You got a lot to learn, but it's in you. What it comes to is that I can fix you up in the 4 a day if you'll take 35 per. I can't do better than that, and I wouldn't have done it if that little lady hadn't have kept after me. Take it or leave it. What do you say?" "I'll take it," said Gussie huskily. "Thank you." In the passage outside, Gussie gurgled with joy and slapped me on the back. "Bertie, old man, it's all right. I'm the happiest man in New York." "Now what?" "Well, you see, as I was telling you when Abe came in, Ray's father used to be in the profession. He was before our time, but I remember hearing about him. Joe Danby. He used to be well known in London before he came over to America. Well, he's a fine old boy, but as obstinate as a mule, and he didn't like the idea of Ray marrying me because I wasn't in the profession. Wouldn't hear of it. Well, you remember at Oxford I could always sing a song pretty well, so Ray got a hold of old Riesbitter and made him promise to come and hear me rehearse and get me bookings if he liked my work. She stands high with him. She coached me for weeks, the darling, and now, as you heard him say, he's booked me in the small time at $35 a week." I steadied myself against the wall. The effects of the restoratives supplied by my pal at the hotel bar were beginning to work off, and I felt a little weak. Through a sort of mist I seemed to have a vision of Aunt Agatha hearing that the head of the Mannering Phippses was about to appear on the vaudeville stage. Aunt Agatha's worship of the family name amounts to an obsession. The Mannering Phippses were an old established clan when William the Conqueror was a small boy going around with bare legs and a catapult. For centuries they have called kings by their first names and helped dukes with their weekly rent. And there's practically nothing a Mannering Phipps can do that doesn't blot his escutcheon. So what Aunt Agatha would say, beyond saying that it was all my fault when she learned the horrid news, it was beyond me to imagine. "Come back to the hotel, Gussie," I said. "There's a sportsman there who mixes things he calls lightning whizzers. Something tells me I need one now. And excuse me for 1 minute, Gussie. I want to send a cable." It was clear to me now that Aunt Agatha had picked the wrong man for this job of disentangling Gussie from the clutches of the American vaudeville profession. What I needed was reinforcements. For a moment I thought of cabling Aunt Agatha to come over, but reason told me that this would be overdoing it. I wanted assistance, but not so badly as that. I hit what seemed to me the happy mean. I cabled to Gussie's mother and made it urgent. "What were you cabling about?" asked Gussie later. "Oh, just to say I had arrived safely and all sort of tosh," I answered. Gussie opened his vaudeville career on the following Monday at a rummy sort of place uptown where they had moving pictures some of the time, and in between 1 or 2 vaudeville acts. It had taken a lot of careful handling to bring him up to scratch. He seemed to take my sympathy and assistance for granted, and I couldn't let him down. My only hope, which grew as I listened to him rehearsing, was that he would be such a frightful frost at his first appearance that he would never dare to perform again. And, as that would automatically squash the marriage, it seemed best to me to let the thing go on. He wasn't taking any chances. On the Saturday and Sunday we practically lived in a beastly little music room at the offices of the publishers whose songs he proposed to use. A little chappie with a hooked nose sucked a cigarette and played the piano all day. Nothing could tire that lad. He seemed to take a personal interest in the thing. Gussie would clear his throat and begin. There's a great big choo-choo waiting at the depot. The chappie, playing chords. Is that so? What's it waiting for? Gussie, rather rattled at the interruption. Waiting for me. The chappie, surprised. For you? Gussie, sticking to it. Waiting for me. The chappie, skeptically. You don't say. Gussie, for I'm off to Tennessee. The chappie, conceding a point. Now, I live at Yonkers. He did this all through the song. At first, poor old Gussie asked him to stop, but the chappie said, no, it was always done. It helped to get pep into the thing. He appealed to me whether the thing didn't want a bit of pep, and I said it wanted all the pep it could get. And the chappie said to Gussie, there you are. So Gussie had to stand it. The other song that he intended to sing was one of those moon songs. He told me in a hushed voice that he was using it because it was one of the songs that the girl Ray sang when lifting them out of their seats at Mosenstein's and elsewhere. The fact seemed to give it sacred associations for him. You will scarcely believe me, but the management expected Gussie to show up and start performing at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I told him they couldn't be serious, as they must know that he would be rolling out for a bit of lunch at that hour. But Gussie said this was the usual thing in the 4 a day, and he didn't suppose he would ever get any lunch again until he landed on the big time. I was just condoling with him when I found that he was taking it for granted that I should be there at the 1 o'clock too. My idea had been that I should look in at night, when, if he survived, he would be coming up for the 4th time. But I've never deserted a pal in distress, so I said good-bye to the little lunch I'd been planning at a rather decent tavern I'd discovered on Fifth Avenue and trailed along. They were showing pictures when I reached my seat. It was one of those Western films where the cowboy jumps on his horse and rides across country at 150 miles an hour to escape the sheriff, not knowing, poor chump, that he might just as well stay where he is, the sheriff having a horse of his own which can do 300 miles an hour without coughing. I was just going to close my eyes and try to forget till I put Gussie's name up, when I discovered that I was sitting next to a deucedly pretty girl. No, let me be honest. When I went in, I had seen that there was a deucedly pretty girl sitting in that particular seat, so I had taken the next one. What happened now was that I began, as it were, to drink her in. I wished they would turn the lights up so I could see her better. She was rather small, with great big eyes and a ripping smile. It was a shame to let all that run to seed, so to speak, in semi-darkness. Suddenly the lights did go up, and the orchestra began to play a tune which, though I hadn't much of an ear for music, seemed somehow familiar. The next instant out pranced old Gussie from the wings in a purple frock coat and a brown top hat, grinned feebly at the audience, tripped over his feet, blushed, and began to sing the Tennessee song. It was rotten. The poor nut had got stage fright so badly that it practically eliminated his voice. He sounded like some far-off echo of the past yodeling through a woolen blanket. For the first time since I had heard that he was about to go into vaudeville, I felt a faint hope creeping over me. I was sorry for the wretched chap, of course, but there was no denying that the thing had its bright side. No management on earth would go on paying $35 a week for this sort of performance. This was going to be Gussie's first and only. He would have to leave the profession. The old boy would say, "Unhand my daughter," and, with decent luck, I saw myself leading Gussie on to the next England-bound liner and handing him over intact to Aunt Agatha. He got through the song somehow and limped off amidst roars of silence from the audience. There was a brief respite, and then out he came again. He sang this time as if nobody loved him. As a song, it was not a very pathetic song, being all about coons spooning in June under the moon, and so on and so forth, but Gussie handled it in such a sad, crushed way that there was genuine anguish in every line. By the time he reached the refrain, I was nearly in tears. It seemed such a rotten sort of world with all that kind of thing going on in it. He started the refrain, and then the most frightful thing happened. The girl next to me got up in her seat, chucked her head back, and began to sing too. I say too, but it wasn't really too, because her first note stopped Gussie dead, as if he had been poleaxed. I never felt so bally conspicuous in my life. I huddled down in my seat and wished I could turn my collar up. Everybody seemed to be looking at me. In the midst of my agony, I caught sight of Gussie. A complete change had taken place in the old lad. He was looking most frightfully bucked. I must say that the girl was singing most awfully well, and it seemed to act on Gussie like a tonic. When she came to the end of the refrain, he took it up, and they sang it together, and the end of it was that he went off the popular hero. The audience yelled for more, and were only quieted when they turned down the lights and put on a film. When I had recovered, I tottered round to see Gussie. I found him sitting on a box behind the stage, looking like one who had seen visions. "Isn't she a wonder, Bertie?" he said devotedly. "I hadn't a notion she was going to be there. She's playing at the auditorium this week, and she can only just have had time to get back to her matinee. She risked being late just to come and see me through. She's my good angel, Bertie. She saved me. If she hadn't helped me out, I don't know what would have happened. I was so nervous I didn't know what I was doing. Now that I've got through the first show, I shall be all right." I was glad I had sent the cable to his mother. I was going to need her. The thing had got beyond me. During the next week I saw a lot of old Gussie and was introduced to the girl. I also met her father, a formidable old boy with quick eyebrows and a sort of determined expression. On the following Wednesday, Aunt Julia arrived. Mrs. Mannering Phipps, my Aunt Julia, is, I think, the most dignified person I know. She lacks Aunt Agatha's punch, but in a quiet way she has always contrived to make me feel from boyhood up that I was a poor worm. Not that she harries me like Aunt Agatha. The difference between the two is that Aunt Agatha conveys the impression that she considers me personally responsible for all the sin and sorrow in the world, while Aunt Julia's manner seems to suggest that I am more to be pitied than censured. If it wasn't that the thing was a matter of historical fact, I should be inclined to believe that Aunt Julia had never been on the vaudeville stage. She is like a stage duchess. She always seemed to me to be in a perpetual state of being about to desire the butler to instruct the head footman to serve lunch in the blue room overlooking the west terrace. She exudes dignity. Yet 25 years ago, so I've been told by old boys who were lads about town in those days, she was knocking them cold at the Tivoli on a double act called Fun in a Tea Shop, in which she wore tights and sang a song with a chorus that began Rumpty-diddly-umpty-ay. There are some things a chappie's mind absolutely refuses to picture, and Aunt Julia singing Rumpty-diddly-umpty-ay is one of them. She got straight to the point within 5 minutes of our meeting. "What is this about Gussie? Why did you cable for me, Bertie?" "It's rather a long story," I said, "and complicated. If you don't mind, I'll let you have it in a series of motion pictures. Suppose we look in at the auditorium for a few minutes." The girl, Ray, had been re-engaged for a second week at the auditorium, owing to the big success of her first week. Her act consisted of 3 songs. She did herself well in the matter of costume and scenery. She had a ripping voice. She looked most awfully pretty, and altogether the act was, broadly speaking, a pippin. Aunt Julia didn't speak until we were in our seats. Then she gave a sort of sigh. "It's 25 years since I was in a music hall." She didn't say any more, but sat there with her eyes glued on the stage. After about half an hour, the Johnnies who worked the card index system at the side of the stage put up the name of Ray Dennison, and there was a good deal of applause. "Watch this act, Aunt Julia," I said. She didn't seem to hear me. 25 years. What did you say, Bertie? "Watch this act and tell me what you think of it." "Who is it?" "Ray." "Oh!" "Exhibit A," I said. "The girl Gussie's engaged to." The girl did her act, and the house rose at her. They didn't want to let her go. She had to come back again and again. When she had finally disappeared, I turned to Aunt Julia. "Well," I said. "I like her work. She's an artist." "We will now, if you don't mind, step a goodish way uptown." And we took the subway to where Gussie, the human film, was earning his 35 per. As luck would have it, we hadn't been in the place 10 minutes when out he came. "Exhibit B," I said. "Gussie." I don't quite know what I had expected her to do, but I certainly didn't expect her to sit there without a word. She did not move a muscle, but just stared at Gussie as he drooled on about the moon. I was sorry for the woman, but it must have been a shock for her to see her only son in a mauve frock coat and a brown top hat, but I thought it best to let her get a stranglehold on the intricacies of the situation as quickly as possible. If I had tried to explain the affair without the aid of illustrations, I should have talked all day and left her muddled up as to who was going to marry whom and why. I was astonished at the improvement in dear old Gussie. He had got back his voice and was putting the stuff over well. It reminded me of the night at Oxford when, then but a lad of 18, he sang "Let's All Go Down to the Strand" after a bump supper, standing the while up to his knees in the college fountain. He was putting just the same zip into the thing now. When he had gone off, Aunt Julia sat perfectly still for a long time, and then she turned to me. Her eyes shone queerly. "What does this mean, Bertie?" She spoke quietly, but her voice shook a bit. "Gussie went into the business," I said, "because the girl's father wouldn't let him marry her unless he did. If you feel up to it, perhaps you wouldn't mind tottering around to 133rd Street and having a chat with him. He's an old boy with eyebrows, and he's Exhibit C on my list. When I put you in touch with him, I rather fancy my share of the business is concluded, and it's up to you." The Danbys lived in one of those big apartments uptown which look as if they cost the earth and really cost about half as much as a hall room down in the 40s. We were shown into the sitting room, and presently old Danby came in. "Good afternoon, Mr. Danby," I began. I had got as far as that when there was a kind of gasping cry at my elbow. "Joe!" cried Aunt Julia, and staggered against the sofa. For a moment old Danby stared at her, and then his mouth fell open and his eyebrows shot up like rockets. "Julie!" And then they had got hold of each other's hands and were shaking them till I wondered their arms didn't come unscrewed. I'm not equal to this sort of thing at such short notice. The change in Aunt Julia made me feel quite dizzy. She had shed her grande dame manner completely and was blushing and smiling. I didn't like to say such things of any aunt of mine, or I would go further and put it on record that she was giggling. And old Danby, who usually looked like a cross between a Roman emperor and Napoleon Bonaparte in a bad temper, was behaving like a small boy. "Joe! Julie! Dear old Joe! Fancy meeting you again! Wherever have you come from, Julie?" Well, I didn't know what it was all about, but I felt a bit out of it. I butted in. "Aunt Julia wants to have a talk with you, Mr. Danby." "I knew you in a second, Joe." "It's 25 years since I saw you, kid, and you don't look a day older." "Oh, Joe, I'm an old woman." "What are you doing over here? I suppose," old Danby's cheerfulness waned a trifle, "I suppose your husband is with you?" "My husband died a long, long while ago, Joe." Old Danby shook his head. "You never ought to have married out of the profession, Julie. I'm not saying a word against the late, I can't remember his name, never could. But you shouldn't have done it, an artist like you. Shall I ever forget the way you used to knock them with rump-diddly-umpty, eh?" "Ah, how wonderful you were in that act, Joe." Aunt Julia sighed. "Do you remember the backfall you used to do down the steps? I always have said that you did the best backfall in the profession." "I couldn't do it now." "Do you remember how we put it across at the Canterbury, Joe? Think of it, the Canterbury's a moving picture house now, and the old mogul runs French revues." "I'm glad I'm not there to see them." "Joe, tell me, why did you leave England?" "Well, I wanted a change. No, I'll tell you the truth, kid. I wanted you, Julie. You went off and married that, whatever that stage door Johnny's name was, and it broke me all up." Aunt Julia was staring at him. She is what they call a well-preserved woman. It's easy to see that 25 years ago she must have been something quite extraordinary to look at. Even now she's almost beautiful. She has very large brown eyes, a mass of soft grey hair, and the complexion of a girl of 17. "Joe, you aren't going to tell me you were fond of me yourself?" "Of course I was fond of you. Why did I let you have all the fat in Fun in a Tea Shop? Why did I hang about upstage while you sang Rumpty-diddly-umpty-ay? Do you remember my giving you a bag of buns when we were on the road at Bristol?" "Yes, but—" "Do you remember my giving you the ham sandwiches at Portsmouth?" "Joe." "Do you remember my giving you a seed cake at Birmingham? What did you think all that meant, if not that I loved you? Why, I was working up by degrees to telling you straight out when you suddenly went off and married that cane-sucking dude. That's why I wouldn't let my daughter marry this young chap, Wilson, unless he went into the profession. She's an artist." "She certainly is, Joe." "You've seen her? Where?" "At the auditorium just now. But, Joe, you mustn't stand in the way of her marrying the man she's in love with. He's an artist, too. In the small time. You were in the small time once, Joe. You mustn't look down on him because he's a beginner. I know how you feel that your daughter is marrying beneath her, but how on earth do you know anything about young Wilson? He's my son. Your son? Yes, Joe, and I've just been watching him work. Oh, Joe, you can't think how proud I was of him. He's got it in him. It's fate. He's my son, and he's in the profession. Joe, you don't know what I've been through for his sake. They made a lady of me. I've never worked so hard in my life as I did to become a real lady. They kept telling me I had got to put it across no matter what it cost so that he wouldn't be ashamed of me. The study was something terrible. I had to watch myself every minute for years, and I never knew when I might fluff my lines or fall down on some bit of business. But I did it because I didn't want him to be ashamed of me, though all the time I was just aching to be back where I belonged. Old Danby made a jump at her and took her by the shoulders. "Come back where you belong, Julie," he cried. "Your husband's dead, your son's a pro. Come back. It's 25 years ago, but I haven't changed. I want you still. I've always wanted you. You've got to come back, kid, where you belong." Aunt Julia gave a sort of gulp and looked at him. "Joe," she said in a kind of whisper. "You're here, kid," said old Danby huskily. "You've got to come back. 25 years. You've come back and you're going to stay." She pitched forward into his arms and he caught her. "Oh, Joe, Joe, Joe," she said. "Hold me. Don't let me go. Take care of me." And I edged for the door and slipped from the room. I felt weak. The old bean will stand a certain amount, but this was too much. I groped my way out into the street and wailed for a taxi. Gussie called on me at the hotel that night. He curveted into the room as if he had bought it and the rest of the city. "Bertie," he said, "I feel as if I were dreaming." "I wish I could feel like that, old chap," I said, and I took another glance at the cable that had arrived a half hour ago from Aunt Agatha. I had been looking at it at intervals ever since. "Ray and I got back to her flat this evening. Who do you think was there? The mater. She was sitting hand in hand with old Danby." "Yes?" "He was sitting hand in hand with her." "Really?" "They're going to be married." "Exactly." "Ray and I are going to be married." "I suppose so." "Bertie, old man, I feel immense. I look round me, and everything seems to be absolutely corking. The change in the mater is marvellous. She is 25 years younger. She and old Danby are talking of reviving Fun in a Tea Shop and going out on the road with it. I got up. "Gussie, old top," I said, "leave me for a while. I would be alone. I think I've got brain fever or something." "Sorry, old man. Perhaps New York doesn't agree with you. When do you expect to go back to England?" I looked again at Aunt Agatha's cable. "With luck," I said, "in about 10 years." When he was gone, I took up the cable and read it again. "What is happening?" it read. "Shall I come over?" I sucked a pencil for a while, and then I wrote the reply. It was not an easy cable to word, but I managed it. "No," I wrote. "Stay where you are. Profession overcrowded." End of Extricating Young Gussie by P.G. Wodehouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. And the Fairy by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Hobo and the Fairy by Jack London. Read by Don W. Jenkins. He lay on his back. So heavy was his sleep that the stamp of hooves and cries of the drivers from the bridge that crossed the creek did not rouse him. Wagon after wagon, loaded high with grapes, passed the bridge on the way up the valley to the winery, and the coming of each wagon was like the explosion of sound and commotion in the lazy quiet of the afternoon. But the man was undisturbed. His head had slipped from the folded newspaper, and the straggling, unkempt hair was matted with the foxtails and burrs of the dry grass on which it lay. He was not a pretty sight. His mouth was open, disclosing a gap in the upper row where several teeth at some time had been knocked out. He breathed stertorously, at times grunting and moaning with the pain of his sleep. Also he was very restless, tossing his arms about, making jerky, half-convulsive movements, and at times rolling his head from side to side in the burrs. This restlessness seemed occasioned partly by some internal discomfort, and partly by the sun that streamed down on his face, and by the flies that buzzed and lighted and crawled upon the nose and cheeks and eyelids. There was no other place for them to crawl, for the rest of the face was covered with matted beard, slightly grizzled, but greatly dirt-stained and weather-discolored. The cheekbones were blotched with the blood congested by the debauch that was evidently being slept off. This, too, accounted for the persistence with which the flies clustered around the mouth, lured by the alcohol-laden exhalations. He was a powerfully built man, thick-necked, broad-shouldered, with sinewy wrists and toil-distorted hands. Yet the distortion was not due to recent toil, nor were the calluses other than ancient that showed under the dirt of one palm upturned. From time to time, this hand clenched tightly and spasmodically into a fist, large, heavy-boned, and wicked-looking. The man lay in the dry grass of a tiny glade that ran down to the tree-fringed bank of the stream. On either side of the glade was a fence, of the old stake and rider type, though little of it was to be seen, so thickly was it overgrown by wild blackberry bushes, scrubby oaks, and young madrono trees. In the rear, a gate through a low paling fence led to a snug, squat bungalow built in the California Spanish style, and seeming to have been compounded directly from the landscape of which it was so justly a part. Neat and trim and modestly sweet was the bungalow, redolent of comfort and repose, telling with quiet certitude of someone that knew and that had sought and found. Through the gate and into the glade came as dainty a little maiden as ever stepped out of an illustration made especially to show how dainty little maidens may be. 8 years she may have been, and possibly a trifle more or less. Her little waist and little black-stockinged calves showed how delicately fragile she was, but the fragility was of mold only. There was no hint of anemia in the clear, healthy complexion, nor in the quick, tripping step. She was a little delicious blonde, with hair spun of gossamer gold, and wide blue eyes that were but slightly veiled by the long lashes. Her expression was of sweetness and happiness. It belonged by right to any face that sheltered in the bungalow. She carried a child's parasol, which she was careful not to tear against the scrubby branches and bramble bushes as she sought for wild poppies along the edge of the fence. They were late poppies, a third generation, which had been unable to resist the call of the warm October sun. Having gathered along one fence, she turned to cross to the opposite fence. Midway in the glade she came upon the tramp. Her startle was merely a startle. There was no fear in it. She stood and looked long and curiously at the forbidding spectacle, and was about to turn back, when the sleeper moved restlessly and rolled his hand among the burrs. She noted the sun on his face, and the buzzing flies. Her face grew solicitous, and for a moment she debated with herself. Then she tiptoed to his side, interposed the parasol between him and the sun, and brushed away the flies. After a time, for greater ease, she sat down beside him. An hour passed, during which she occasionally shifted the parasol from one tired hand to the other. At first the sleeper had been restless, but, shielded from the flies in the sun, his breathing became gentler, and his movements ceased. Several times, however, he really frightened her. The first was the worst, coming abruptly and without warning. "Christ! How deep! How deep!" the man murmured from some profound of dream. The parasol was agitated, but the girl controlled herself and continued her self-appointed ministrations. Another time it was a gritting of teeth as of some intolerable agony. So terribly did the teeth crunch and grind together that it seemed they must crush into fragments. A little later he suddenly stiffened out, the hands clenched and the face set with the savage resolution of the dream. The eyelids trembled from the shock of the fantasy, seemed about to open but did not. Instead, the lips muttered, "No, no, and once more no, I won't peach." The lips paused, then went on. "You might as well tie me up, Warden, and cut me to pieces. That's all you can get out of me, blood. That's all any of you uns has ever got out of me in this hole." After this outburst the man slept gently on, while the little girl still held the parasol aloft and looked down with a great wonder at the frowsy, unkempt creature, trying to reconcile it with the little part of life that she knew. To her ears came the cries of men, the stamp of hoofs on the bridge, and the creak and groan of wagons heavy laden. It was a breathless California Indian summer day. Light fleeces of cloud drifted in the azure sky, but to the west heavy cloud banks threatened with rain. A bee droned lazily by. From further thickets came the calls of quail, and from the fields the songs of meadowlarks. And oblivious to it all slept Ross Shanklin. Ross Shanklin, the tramp and outcast, ex-convict 4379, the bitter and unbreakable one who had defied all keepers and survived all brutalities. Texas-born, of the old pioneer stock that was always tough and stubborn, he had been unfortunate. At 17 years of age he had been apprehended for horse-stealing. Also, he had been convicted of stealing 7 horses which he had not stolen, and he had been sentenced to 14 years of imprisonment. This was severe under any circumstances, but with him it had been especially severe, because there had been no prior convictions against him. The sentiment of the people who believed him guilty had been that 2 years was adequate punishment for the youth, but the county attorney, paid according to the convictions he secured, had made 7 charges against him and earned 7 fees, which goes to show that the county attorney valued 12 years of Ross Shanklin's life at less than a few dollars. Young Ross Shanklin had toiled terribly in jail. He had escaped more than once, and he had been caught and sent back to toil in other and various jails. He had been triced up and lashed till he fainted, had been revived and lashed again. He had been in the dungeon 90 days at a time. He had experienced the torment of the straitjacket. He knew what the hummingbird was. He had been farmed out as a chattel by the state to the contractors. He had been trailed through swamps by bloodhounds. Twice he had been shot. For 6 years on end he had cut 1.5 cords of wood each day in a convict lumber camp. Sick or well, he had cut that 1.5 cords or paid for it under whiplash, knotted and pickled. And Ross Shanklin had not sweetened under the treatment. He had sneered and raved and defied. He had seen convicts, after the guards had manhandled them, crippled in body for life, left to maunder in mind to the end of their days. He had seen convicts, even his own cellmate, goaded to murder by their keepers, go to the gallows, reviling God. He had been in a break in which 11 of his kind were shot down. He had been through a mutiny, where, in the prison yard, with Gatling guns trained upon them, 300 convicts had been disciplined with pick-handles wielded by brawny guards. He had known every infamy of human cruelty, and through it all he had never been broken. He had resented and fought to the last, until, embittered and bestial, the day came when he was discharged. $5 were given to him in payment for the years of his labor and the flower of his manhood. And he had worked little in the years that followed. Work he hated and despised. He tramped, begged and stole, lied or threatened as the case might warrant, and drank to besottedness whenever he got the chance. The little girl was looking at him when he awoke. Like a wild animal, all of him was awake the instant he opened his eyes. The first he saw was the parasol, strangely obtruded between him and the sky. He did not start or move, though his whole body seemed slightly to tense. His eyes followed down the parasol handle to the tight-clutched little fingers and along the arm to the child's face. Straight and unblinking he looked into her eyes, and she, returning the look, was chilled and frightened by his glittering eyes, cold and harsh, withal bloodshot, and with no hint in them of the warm humanness she had been accustomed to see and feel in human eyes. They were the true prison eyes, the eyes of a man who had learned to talk little, who had forgotten almost how to talk. "Hello," he said finally, making no effort to change his position. "What game are you up to?" His voice was gruff and husky, and at first it had been harsh, but it had softened queerly in a feeble attempt at forgotten kindliness. "How do you do?" she said. "I'm not playing. The sun was on your face, and Mamma says one oughtn't to sleep in the sun." The sweet clearness of her child's voice was pleasant to him, and he wondered why he had never noticed it in children's voices before. He sat up slowly and stared at her. He felt that he ought to say something, but speech with him was a reluctant thing. "I hope you slept well," she said gravely. "I sure did," he answered, never taking his eyes from her, amazed at the fairness and delicacy of her. "How long was you holding that contraption up over me?" "Oh," she debated with herself, "a long, long time. I thought you would never wake up." "And I thought you was a fairy when I first seen you." He felt elated at his contribution to the conversation. "No, not a fairy," she smiled. He thrilled in a strange, numb way at the immaculate whiteness of her small, even teeth. "I was just the Good Samaritan," she added. "I reckon I never heard of that party." He was cudgelling his brains to keep the conversation going. Never having been at close quarters with a child since he was man-grown, he found it difficult. "What a funny man not to know about the Good Samaritan. Don't you remember? A certain man went down to Jericho—" "I reckon I been there," he interrupted. "I knew you were a traveler," she cried, clapping her hands. "Maybe you saw the exact spot." "What spot?" "Why, where he fell among thieves and was left half dead, and then the Good Samaritan went to him and bound up his wounds and poured in oil and wine. Was that olive oil, do you think?" He shook his head slowly. "I reckon you got me there. Olive oil is something the Dagoes cooks with. I never heard of it for busted heads." She considered his statement for a moment. "Well," she announced, "we use olive oil in our cooking, so we must be Dagoes. I never knew what they were before. I thought it was slang." "And the Samaritan dumped oil on his head," the tramp muttered reminiscently. "Seems to me I recollect a sky pilot saying something about that old gent. Do you know, I've been looking for him off and on all my life and never scared up hide nor hair of him. They ain't no more Samaritans." "Wasn't I one?" she asked quickly. He looked at her steadily, with a great curiosity and wonder. Her ear, by a movement exposed to the sun, was transparent. It seemed he could almost see through it. He was amazed at the delicacy of her coloring, at the blue of her eyes, at the dazzle of the sun-touched golden hair, and he was astounded by her fragility. It came to him that she was easily broken. His eye went quickly from his huge gnarled paw to her tiny hand, in which it seemed to him he could almost see the blood circulate. He knew the power in his muscles, and he knew the tricks and turns by which men use their bodies to ill-treat men. In fact, he knew little else, and his mind for the time ran in its customary channel. It was his way of measuring the beautiful strangeness of her. He calculated a grip, and not a strong one, that could grind her little fingers to pulp. He thought of fist blows he had given to men's heads and received on his own head, and he felt that the least of them could shatter hers like an egg-shell. He scanned her little shoulders and slim waist, and knew in all certitude that with his two hands he could rend her to pieces. "Wasn't I one?" she insisted again. He came back to himself with a shock, or away from himself as the case happened. He was loath that the conversation should cease. "What?" he answered. "Oh, yes, you bet you was a Samaritan, even if you didn't have no olive oil." He remembered what his mind had been dwelling on and asked, "But ain't you afraid? Of me?" he added lamely. She laughed merrily. "Ha! Mamma says never to be afraid of anything. She says that if you're good and you think good of other people, they'll be good too." "And you was thinking good of me when you kept the sun off?" he marveled. "But it's hard to think good of bees and nasty crawly things," she confessed. "But there's men that is nasty and crawly things," he argued. "Mama says no. She says there's good in everyone." "I bet you she locks the house up tight at night, just the same," he proclaimed triumphantly. "But she doesn't. Mama isn't afraid of anything. That's why she lets me play out here alone when I want. Why, we had a robber once. Mama got right up and found him. And what do you think? He was only a poor, hungry man. And she got him plenty to eat from the pantry, and afterward she got him work to do." Ross Shanklin was stunned. The vista shown him of human nature was unthinkable. It had been his lot to live in a world of suspicion and hatred, of evil believing and evil doing. It had been his experience slouching along village streets at nightfall to see little children screaming with fear run from him to their mothers. He had even seen grown women shrink aside from him as he passed along the sidewalk. He was aroused by the girl clapping her hands as she cried out, "I know what you are! You're an open-air crank. That's why you were sleeping here in the grass." He felt a grim desire to laugh, but repressed it. "And that's what tramps are, open-air cranks," she continued. "I often wondered. Mama believes in the open air. I sleep on the porch at night. So does she. This is our land. You must have climbed the fence. Mama lets me when I put on my climbers. They're bloomers, you know. But you ought to be told something. A person doesn't know when they snore because they're asleep, but you do worse than that. You grit your teeth. That's bad. Whenever you are going to sleep, you must think to yourself, 'I won't grit my teeth, I won't grit my teeth,' over and over, just like that, and by you'll get out of the habit. All bad things are habits, so are all good things. And it depends on us what kind our habits are going to be. I used to pucker my eyebrows, wrinkle them all up, but Mama said I must overcome that habit. She said that when my eyebrows were wrinkled, it was an advertisement that my brain was wrinkled inside, and that it wasn't good to have wrinkles in the brain. And then she smoothed my eyebrows with her hand and said I must always think smooth, smooth inside, and smooth outside. And you know, it was easy. I haven't wrinkled my brows for ever so long. I've heard about filling teeth by thinking, but I don't believe that. Neither does Mama." She paused, rather out of breath, nor did he speak. Her flow of talk had been too much for him. Also, sleeping drunkenly with open mouth had made him very thirsty. But rather than lose one precious moment, he endured the torment of his scorching throat and mouth. He licked his dry lips and struggled for speech. "What's your name?" he managed at last. "Joan." She looked her own question at him, and it was not necessary to voice it. "Mine is Ross Shanklin," he volunteered, for the first time in forgotten years, giving his real name. "I suppose you've traveled a lot?" "I sure have, but not as much as I might have wanted to." "Papa always wanted to travel, but he was too busy at the office. He never could get much time. He went to Europe once with Mama. That was before I was born. It takes money to travel." Ross Shanklin did not know whether to agree with this statement or not. "But it doesn't cost tramps much for expenses." She took the thought away from him. "Is that why you tramp?" He nodded and licked his lips. "Mama says it's too bad that men must tramp to look for work, but there's lots of work now in the country. All the farmers in the valley are trying to get men. Have you been working?" He shook his head, angry with himself that he should feel shame at the confession when his savage reasoning told him he was right in despising work. But this was followed by another thought. This beautiful little creature was some man's child. She was one of the rewards of work. "I wish I had a little girl like you," he blurted out, stirred by a sudden consciousness of passion for paternity. "I'd work my hands off. I'd do anything." She considered his case with fitting gravity. "Then you aren't married?" "Nobody would have me." "Yes, they would, if—" She did not turn up her nose, but she favored his dirt and rags with a look of disapprobation he could not mistake. "Go on," he half shouted. "Shoot it into me. If I was washed, if I wore good clothes, if I was respectable, if I had a job and worked regular, if I wasn't what I am." To each statement she nodded. "Well, I ain't that kind," he rushed on. "I'm no good. I'm a tramp. I don't want to work, that's what, and I like dirt." Her face was eloquent with reproach as she said, "Then you were only making believe when you wished you had a little girl like me?" This left him speechless, for he knew in all the depths of his newfound passion that that was just what he did want. With steady tact, noting his discomfort, she sought to change the subject. "What do you think of God?" she asked. "I ain't never met him. What do you think about him?" His reply was evidently angry, and she was frank in her disapproval. "You are very strange," she said. "You get angry so easily. I never saw anybody before that got angry about God or work or being clean." "He never done anything for me," he muttered resentfully. He cast back in quick review of the long years of toil in the convict camps and mines. "And work never done anything for me neither." An embarrassing silence fell. He looked at her, numb and hungry with the stir of the father love, sorry for his ill temper, puzzling his brain for something to say. She was looking off and away at the clouds, and he devoured her with his eyes. He reached out stealthily and rested one grimy hand on the very edge of her little dress. It seemed to him that she was the most wonderful thing in the world. The quail still called from the coverts, and the harvest sounds seemed abruptly to become very loud. A great loneliness oppressed him. I'm no good," he murmured huskily and repentantly. But beyond a glance from her blue eyes she took no notice. The silence was more embarrassing than ever. He felt that he could give the world just to touch with his lips that hem of her dress where his hand rested. But he was afraid of frightening her. He fought to find something to say, licking his parched lips and vainly attempting to articulate something, anything. "This ain't Sonoma Valley," he declared finally. "This is fairyland, and you're a fairy. Maybe I'm asleep and dreaming. I don't know. You and me don't know how to talk together because, you see, you're a fairy and don't know nothing but good things, and I'm a man from the bad, wicked world." Having achieved this much, he was left gasping for ideas like a stranded fish. "And you're going to tell me about that bad, wicked world," she cried, clapping her hands. "I'm just dying to know." He looked at her, startled, remembering the wreckage of womanhood he had encountered on the sunken ways of life. She was no fairy. She was flesh and blood, and the possibilities of wreckage were in her as they had been in him even when he lay at his mother's breast, and there was in her eagerness to know. "Nope," he said lightly. "This man from the bad, wicked world ain't going to tell you nothing of the kind. He's going to tell you of the good things in that world. He's going to tell you how he loved hosses when he was a shaver, and about the first hoss he straddled, and the first hoss he owned. Hosses ain't like men. They're better. They're clean all the way through and back again. And, little fairy, I want to tell you one thing. There sure ain't nothing in the world like when you're setting a tired horse at the end of the day, and you just speak, and that tired animal lifts under you willing and hustles along. Hosses, they're my long suit. I sure dote on hosses. Yep, I used to be a cowboy once." She clapped her hands in the way that tore so delightfully to his heart, and her eyes were dancing as she exclaimed, "A Texas cowboy! I always wanted to see one. I heard Papa say once that cowboys are bow-legged. Are you?" "I sure was a Texas cowboy," he answered. "But it was a long time ago, and I'm sure bow-legged. You see, you can't ride much when you're young and soft without getting the legs bent some. Why, I was only a 3-year-old when I begun. He was a 3-year-old, too, fresh broken. I led him up alongside the fence, dumbed to the top rail, and dropped on. He was a pinto, and a real devil at bucking, but I could do anything with him. I reckon he knowed I was only a little shaver. Some hosses knows lots more'n you think." For half an hour Ross Shanklin rambled on with his horse reminiscences, never unconscious for a moment of the supreme joy that was his through the touch of his hand on the hem of her dress. The sun dropped slowly into the cloud bank. The quail called more insistently, and empty wagon after empty wagon rumbled back across the bridge. Then came a woman's voice. "Joan, Joan," it called. "Where are you, dear?" The little girl answered, and Ross Shanklin saw a woman clad in a soft, clinging gown come through the gate from the bungalow. She was a slender, graceful woman, and to his charmed eyes she seemed rather to float along than walk like ordinary flesh and blood. "What have you been doing all afternoon?" the woman asked as she came up. "Talking, Mama," the little girl replied. "I've had a very interesting time." Ross Shanklin scrambled to his feet and stood watchfully and awkwardly. The little girl took the mother's hand, and she in turn looked at him frankly and pleasantly, with a recognition of his humanness that was a new thing to him. In his mind ran the thought, "The woman who ain't afraid." Not a hint was there of the timidity he was accustomed to seeing in the woman's eyes, and he was quite aware, and never more so, of his bleary-eyed, forbidding appearance. "How do you do?" she greeted him sweetly and naturally. "How do you do, ma'am?" he responded, unpleasantly conscious of the huskiness and rawness of his voice. "And did you have an interesting time, too?" she smiled. "Yes, ma'am, I sure did. I was just telling your little girl about hosses." "He was a cowboy once, Mama," she cried. The mother smiled her acknowledgment to him, and looked fondly down at the little girl. The thought that came to Ross Shanklin's mind was the awfulness of the crime if anyone should harm either of the wonderful pair. This was followed by the wish that some terrible danger should threaten, so that he could fight, as well as he knew how, with all his strength and life, to defend them. "You'll have to come along, dear," the mother said. "It's growing late." She looked at Ross Shanklin hesitantly. "Would you care to have something to eat?" "No, ma'am. Thanking you kindly just the same. I ain't hungry." "Then say good-bye, Joan," she counseled. "Good-bye." The little girl held out her hand, and her eyes lighted roguishly. "Good-bye, Mr. Man from the bad, wicked world." To him the touch of her hand as she pressed it in his was the capstone of the whole adventure. "Good-bye, little fairy," he mumbled. "I reckon I got to be pullin' along." But he did not pull along. He stood staring after his vision until it vanished through the gate. The day seemed suddenly empty. He looked about him irresolutely, then climbed the fence, crossed the bridge, and slouched along the road. He was in a dream. He did not note his feet nor the way they led him. At times he stumbled in the dust-filled ruts. A mile further on, he aroused at the crossroads. Before him stood the saloon. He came to a stop and stared at it, licking his lips. He sank his hand into his pants pocket and fumbled a solitary dime. "God," he murmured, "God." Then, with dragging, reluctant feet, went on along the road. He came to a big farm. He knew it must be big because of the bigness of the house and the size and number of the barns and outbuildings. On the porch, in shirt-sleeves, smoking a cigar, keen-eyed and middle-aged, was the farmer. "What's the chance for a job?" Ross Shanklin asked. The keen eyes scarcely glanced at him. $1 a day in grub," was the answer. Ross Shanklin swallowed and braced himself. "I'll pick grapes all right, or anything, but what's the chance for a steady job? You've got a big ranch here. I know hosses. I was born on one. I can drive team, ride, plow, brake, do anything that anybody ever done with hosses." The other looked him over with an appraising, incredulous eye. "You don't look it," was the judgment. "I know I don't. Give me a chance, that's all. I'll prove it." The farmer considered, casting an anxious glance at the cloud bank into which the sun had sunk. "I'm short a teamster, and I'll give you the chance to make good. Go and get supper with the hands." Ross Shanklin's voice was very husky, and he spoke with an effort. "All right, I'll make good. Where can I get a drink of water and wash up?" End of The Hobo and the Fairy by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
By Richard Garnett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Gregg, Margarite. Madame Lucifer by Richard Garnett. Lucifer sat playing chess with man for his soul. The game was evidently going ill for man. He had but pawns left, few and struggling. Lucifer had rooks, knights, and, of course, bishops. It was but natural under such circumstances that man should be in no great hurry to move. Lucifer grew impatient. "It is a pity," said he at last, "that we did not fix some period within which the player must move or resign." "Oh, Lucifer," returned the young man in heart-rending accents, "it is not the impending loss of my soul that thus unmans me, but the loss of my betrothed. When I think of the grief of the Lady Adeliza, the paragon of terrestrial loveliness—" Tears choked his utterance. Lucifer was touched. "Is the Lady Adeliza's loveliness in sooth so transcendent?" he inquired. "She is a rose, a lily, a diamond, a morning star." "If that is the case," rejoined Lucifer, "thou mayest reassure thyself. The Lady Adeliza shall not want for consolation. I will assume thy shape and woo her in thy stead." The young man hardly seemed to receive all the comfort from this promise which Lucifer no doubt designed. He made a desperate move. In an instant the devil checkmated him, and he disappeared. "Upon my word, if I had known what a business this was going to be, I don't think I should have gone in for it," soliloquized the devil, as, wearing his captive's semblance and installed in his apartments, he surveyed the effects to which he now had to administer. They included coats, shirts, collars, neckties, foils, cigars, and the like, ad libitum, and very little else except 3 challenges, 10 writs, and 74 unpaid bills, elegantly disposed around the looking-glass. To the poor youth's praise be it said, there were no billets due, except from the Lady Adeliza herself. Noting the address of these carefully, the devil sallied forth, and nothing but his ignorance of the topography of the hotel, which made him take the back stairs, saved him from the clutches of 2 bailiffs lurking on the principal staircase. Leaping into a cab, he thus escaped a perfumer and a bootmaker, and shortly found himself at the Lady Adeliza's feet. The truth had not been half told him. Such beauty, such wit, such correctness of principle! Lucifer went forth from her presence a lovesick fiend. Not Merlin's mother had produced half the impression upon him, and Adeliza, on her part, had never found her lover 1/100th part so interesting as he seemed that morning. Lucifer proceeded at once to the city, where, assuming his proper shape for the occasion, he negotiated a loan without the smallest difficulty. All debts were promptly discharged, and Adeliza was astonished at the splendor and variety of the presents she was constantly receiving. Lucifer had all but brought her to name the day when he was informed that a gentleman of clerical appearance desired to wait upon him. "Wants money for a new church or mission, I suppose," said he. "Show him up." But when the visitor was ushered in, Lucifer found with some discomposure that he was no earthly clergyman, but a celestial saint. A saint, too, with whom Lucifer had never been able to get on. He had served in the army while on earth, and his address was curt, precise, and peremptory. "I have called," he said, "to notify you to my appointment as Inspector of Devils." "What?" exclaimed Lucifer in consternation. "To the post of my old friend Michael?" "Too old," said the saint laconically. "Millions of years older than the world. About your age, I think." Lucifer winced, remembering the particular business he was then about. The saint continued: "I am a new broom, and am expected to sweep clean. I warn you that I mean to be strict, and there is one little matter which I must set right immediately. You are going to marry that poor young fellow's betrothed, are you? Now, You know you cannot take his wife unless you give him yours." "Oh, my dear friend," exclaimed Lucifer, "what an inexpressibly blissful prospect you do open unto me!" "I don't know that," said the saint. "I must remind you that the dominion of the infernal regions is unalterably attached to the person of the present queen thereof. If you part with her, you immediately lose all your authority and possessions. I don't care a brass button which you do, but you must understand that you cannot eat your cake and have it too. Good morning." Who shall describe the conflict in Lucifer's bosom? If any stronger passion existed therein at that moment than attachment to Adeliza, it was aversion to his consort, and the two combined were well nigh irresistible. But to disenthrone himself, to descend to the condition of a poor devil! Feeling himself incapable of coming to a decision, he sent for Belial, unfolded the matter, and requested his advice. "What a shame that our new inspector will not let you marry Adeliza," lamented his counselor. "If you did, my private opinion is that 48 hours afterward you would care just as much for her as you do now for Madame Lucifer, neither more nor less. Are your intentions really honorable?" "Yes," replied Lucifer. "It is to be a Lucifer match." "The more fool you," rejoined Belial. "If you tempted her to commit a sin, she would be yours without any conditions at all." "Oh, Belial," said Lucifer, "I cannot bring myself to be a tempter of so much innocence and loveliness." And he meant what he said. "Well, then, let me try," proposed Belial. "You?" replied Lucifer contemptuously. "Do you imagine that Adeliza would look at you?" "Why not?" asked Belial, surveying himself complacently in the glass. He was humpbacked, squinting, and lame, and his horns stood up under his wig. The discussion ended in a wager, after which there was no retreat for Lucifer. The infernal Lachimo was introduced to Adeliza as a distinguished foreigner, and was soon prosecuting his suit with all the success which Lucifer had predicted. One thing protected while it baffled him: the entire inability of Adeliza to understand what he meant. At length he was constrained to make the matter clear by producing an enormous treasure which he offered Adeliza in exchange for the abandonment of her lover. The tempest of indignation which ensued would have swept away any ordinary demon, but Belial listened unmoved. When Adeliza had exhausted herself, he smilingly rallied her upon her affection for an unworthy lover, of whose infidelity he undertook to give her proof. Frantic with jealousy, Adeliza consented, and in a trice found herself in the infernal regions. Adeliza's arrival in Pandemonium, as Belial had planned, occurred immediately after the receipt of a message from Lucifer, in whose bosom love had finally gained the victory, and who had telegraphed his abdication and resignation of Madame Lucifer to Adeliza's betrothed. The poor young man had just been hauled up from the lower depths, and was beset by legions of demons obsequiously pressing all manner of treasures upon his acceptance. He started, helpless and bewildered, unable to realize his position in the smallest degree. In the background, grave and serious demons, the princes of the infernal realm, discussed the new departure, and consulted especially how to break it to Madame Lucifer, a commission of which no one seemed ambitious. "Stay where you are," whispered Belial to Adeliza. "Stir not. You shall put his constancy to the proof within 5 minutes." Not all the hustling, mowing, and gibbering of the fiends would, under ordinary circumstances, have kept Adeliza from her lover's side. But what is all hell to jealousy? In even less time than he had promised, Belial returned, accompanied by Madame Lucifer. This lady's black robe, dripping with blood, contrasted agreeably with her complexion of sulphurous yellow. The absence of hair was compensated by the exceptional length of her nails. She was 1,000,000,000 years old, and but for her remarkable muscular vigor, looked every one of them. The rage into which Belial's communication had thrown her was something indescribable, but as her eye fell on the handsome youth, a different order of thoughts seemed to take possession of her mind. "Let the monster go!" she exclaimed. "Who cares? Come, my love, ascend the throne with me, and share the empire and the treasures of thy fond Luciferetta." "If you don't, back you go," interjected Belial. What might have been the young man's decision if Madame Lucifer had borne more resemblance to Madame Vulcan, it would be wholly impertinent to inquire, for the question never arose. "Take me away!" he screamed. "Take me away! Anywhere! Anywhere out of her reach! Oh, Adeliza!" With a bound, Adeliza stood by his side. She was darting a triumphant glance at the discomfited queen of hell, when suddenly her expression changed and she screamed loudly. Two adorers stood before her, alike in every lineament and every detail of costume, utterly indistinguishable even by the eye of love. Lucifer, in fact, hastening to throw himself at Adeliza's feet and pray her to defer his bliss no longer, had been thunderstruck by the tidings of her elopement with Belial. Fearing to lose his wife and his dominions along with his sweetheart, he had sped to the nether regions with such expedition that he had had no time to change his costume. Hence the equivocation which confronted Adeliza, but at the same time preserved her from being torn to pieces by the no less mystified Madame Lucifer. Perceiving the state of the case, Lucifer, with true gentlemanly feeling, resumed his proper semblance, and Madame Lucifer's talons were immediately inserted into his whiskers. "My dear, my love," he gasped, as audibly as she would let him, "is this the way it welcomes its own Lucy Pussy?" "Who is that person?" demanded Madame Lucifer. "I don't know her," screamed the wretched Lucifer. "I never saw her before. Take her away. Shut her up in the deepest dungeon." "Not if I know it," sharply replied Madame Lucifer. "You can't bear to part with her, can you? You would intrigue with her under my nose, would you? Take that, and that! Turn them both out, I say! Turn them both out!" "Certainly, my dearest love, most certainly," responded Lucifer. "Oh, sire!" cried Moloch and Beelzebub together. "For heaven's sake, let your majesty consider what he is doing. The inspector—" "Bother the inspector!" screeched Lucifer. "D'ye think I'm not 1,000 times more afraid of your mistress than all of the saints in the calendar? There," addressing Adeliza and her betrothed, "be off. You'll find all debts paid, and a nice balance at the bank. Out! Run!" They did not wait to be told twice. Earth yawned. The gates of Tartarus stood wide. They found themselves on the side of a steep mountain, down which they scoured madly, hand linked in hand. But fast as they ran, it was long ere they ceased to hear the tongue of Madame Lucifer. End of Madame Lucifer by Richard Garnett.
By Frank R. Stockton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The pretty little theatre, attached to the building of the Unicorn Club, had been hired for a certain January afternoon by Mr. Herbert Loring, who wished to give therein a somewhat novel performance, to which he had invited a small audience consisting entirely of friends and acquaintances. Loring was a handsome fellow, about 30 years old, who had travelled far and studied much. He had recently made a long sojourn in the Far East, and his friends had been invited to the theatre to see some of the wonderful things he had brought from that country of wonders. As Loring was a clubman, and belonged to a family of good social standing, his circle of acquaintances was large, and in this circle a good many unpleasant remarks had been made regarding the proposed entertainment. Made, of course, by the people who had not been invited to be present. Some of the gossip on the subject had reached Loring, who did not hesitate to say that he could not talk to a crowd, and that he did not care to show the curious things he had collected to people who would not thoroughly appreciate them. He had been very particular in regard to his invitations, At 3 o'clock on the appointed afternoon, nearly all the people who had been invited to the Unicorn Theatre were in their seats. No one had stayed away, except for some very good reason, for it was well known that if Herbert Loring offered to show anything, it was worth seeing. About 40 people were present, who sat talking to one another or admiring the decoration of the theatre. As Loring stood upon the stage, where he was entirely alone, his exhibition requiring no assistance, he gazed through a loophole in the curtain upon a very interesting array of faces. There were the faces of many men and women of society, of students, of workers in various fields of thought, and even of idlers in all fields of thought. But there was not one which indicated a frivolous or listless disposition. The owners of those faces had come to see something, and they wished to see it. For a quarter of an hour after the time announced for the opening of the exhibition, Loring peered through the hole in the curtain, and then, although all the people he had expected had not arrived, he felt it would not do for him to wait any longer. The audience was composed of well-bred and courteous men and women, but, despite their polite self-restraint, Loring could see that some of them were getting tired of waiting. So, very reluctantly, and feeling that any further delay was impossible, he raised the curtain and came forward on the stage. Briefly, he announced that the exhibition would open with some fireworks he had brought from Korea. It was plain to see that the statement that fireworks were about to be set off on a theatre stage by an amateur had rather startled some of the audience, and Loring hastened to explain that these were not real fireworks, but that they were contrivances made of coloured glass, which were illuminated by the powerful lens of a lantern, which was placed out of sight. And while the apparent pyrotechnic display would resemble fireworks of strange and grotesque designs, it would be absolutely without danger. He brought out some little bunches of bits of coloured glass, hung them at some distance apart on a wire which was stretched across the stage just high enough for him to reach it, and then lighted his lantern, which he placed in one of the wings, lowered all the lights in the theatre, and began his exhibition. As Loring turned his lantern on one of the clusters of glass lenses, strips and points, and, unseen himself, caused them to move by means of long cords attached, the effects were beautiful and marvellous. Little wheels of coloured fire rapidly revolved. Miniature rockets appeared to rise a few feet and to explode in the air. And while all the ordinary forms of fireworks were produced on a diminutive scale, there were some effects that were entirely novel to the audience. As the light was turned successively upon one and another of the clusters of glass, sometimes it would flash along the whole line so rapidly that all the various combinations of colour and motion seemed to be combined in one, and then for a time each particular set of fireworks would blaze, sparkle, and coruscate by itself, scattering particles of coloured light as if they had been real sparks of fire. This curious and beautiful exhibition of miniature pyrotechnics was extremely interesting to the audience, who gazed upward with rapt and eager attention at the line of wheels, stars, and revolving spheres. So far as interest gave evidence of satisfaction, there was never a better satisfied audience. At first there had been some hushed murmurs of pleasure, but very soon the attention of every one seemed so engrossed by the dazzling display that they simply gazed in silence. For 20 minutes or longer the glittering show went on, and not a sign of weariness or inattention was made by any one of the assembled company. Then gradually the colours of the little fireworks faded, the stars and wheels revolved more slowly, the lights in the body of the theatre were gradually raised, and the stage curtain went softly down. Anxiously, and a little pale, Herbert Loring peered through the loophole in the curtain. It was not easy to judge of the effects of his exhibition, and he did not know whether or not it had been a success. There was no applause, but, on the other hand, there was no signs that anyone resented the exhibition as a childish display of coloured lights. It was impossible to look upon that audience without believing that they had been thoroughly interested in what they had seen, and that they expected to see more. For 2 or 3 minutes Loring gazed through his loophole, and then, still with some doubt in his heart, but with a little more colour in his cheeks, he prepared for the second part of his performance. At this moment there entered the theatre, at the very back of the house, a young lady. She was handsome and well dressed, and as she opened the door, Loring had employed no ushers or other assistants in this little social performance. She paused for a moment and looked into the theatre, and then noiselessly stepped to a chair in the back row and sat down. This was Edith Starr, who, a month before, had been betrothed to Herbert Loring. Edith and her mother had been invited to this performance, and front seats had been reserved for them, for each guest had received a numbered card. But Miss Starr had a headache, and could not go out that afternoon, and for a time her daughter had thought that she, too, must give up the pleasure Loring had promised her, and stay with her mother. But when the elder lady dropped into a quiet sleep, Edith thought that, late as it was, she would go by herself, and see what she could of the performance. She was quite certain that if her presence were known to Loring, he would stop whatever he was doing until she had been provided with a seat which he thought suitable for her, for he had made a point of her being properly seated when he gave the invitations. Therefore, being equally desirous of not disturbing the performance, and of not being herself conspicuous, she sat behind two rather large men where she could see the stage perfectly well, but where she herself would not be likely to be seen. In a few moments the curtain rose, and Loring came forward, carrying a small, light table, which he placed near the front of the stage, and for a moment stood quietly by it. Edith noticed upon his face the expression of uncertainty and anxiety which had not yet left it. Standing by the side of the table, and speaking very slowly, but so clearly that his words could be heard distinctly in all parts of the room, he began some introductory remarks regarding the second part of his performance. The extraordinary, and I may say marvellous, thing which I am about to show you, he said, is known amongst East Indian magicians as the magic egg. The exhibition is a very uncommon one, and has seldom been seen by Americans or Europeans, and it was by a piece of rare good fortune that I became possessed of the appliances necessary for this exhibition. They are, indeed, very few and simple, but never before, to the best of my knowledge and belief, have they been seen outside of India. I will now get the little box which contains the articles necessary for this magical performance, and I will say that if I had time to tell you of the strange and amazing adventure which resulted in my possession of this box, I am sure you would be as much interested in that as I expect you to be in the contents of the box. But in order that none of you may think this is an ordinary trick, executed by means of concealed traps or doors, I wish you to take particular notice of this table, which is, as you see, a plain, unpainted pine table, with nothing but a flat top and 4 straight legs at the corners. You can see under and around it, and it gives no opportunity to conceal anything. Then, standing for a few moments, as if he had something else to say, he turned and stepped towards one of the wings. Edith was troubled as she looked at her lover during these remarks. Her interest was great, greater indeed than that of the people about her, but it was not a pleasant interest. As Loring stopped speaking and looked about him, there was a momentary flush on his face. She knew this was caused by excitement, and she was pale from the same cause. Very soon Loring came forward and stood by the table. "Here is the box," he said, "of which I spoke, and as I hold it up, I think you can all see it. It is not large, being certainly not more than 12 inches in length and 2 deep, but it contains some very wonderful things. The outside of this box is covered with delicate engraving and carving which you cannot see, and these marks and lines have, I think, some magical meaning, but I do not know what it is. I will now open the box and show you what is inside. The first thing I take out is this little stick, not thicker than a lead pencil, but somewhat longer, as you see. This is a magical wand, and is covered with inscriptions of the same character as those on the outside of the box. The next thing is this little red bag, well filled, as you see, which I shall put on the table, for I shall not yet need it. Now I take out a piece of cloth, which is folded into a very small compass, but as I unfold it, you will perceive that it is more than a foot square and is covered with embroidery. All those strange lines and figures in gold and red, which you can plainly see on the cloth as I hold it up, are also characters in the same magic language as those on the box and wand. I will now spread the cloth on the table, and then take out the only remaining thing in the box. And this is nothing in the world but an egg. A simple, ordinary hen's egg, as you will see as I hold it up. It may be a trifle larger than an ordinary egg, but then, after all, it is nothing but a common egg, that is, in appearance. In reality, it is a good deal more. Now I will begin the performance. And, as he stood by the back of the table, over which he had been slightly bending, and threw his eyes over the audience, his voice was stronger, and his face had lost all its pallor. He was evidently warming up with his subject. "I now take up this wand," he said, "which, while I hold it, gives me power to produce the phenomena which you are about to behold. You may not all believe that there is any magic whatever about this little performance, and that it is all a bit of machinery. But whatever you may think about it, you shall see what you shall see. Now with this wand I gently touch this egg, which is lying on the square of cloth. I do not believe you can see what has happened to this egg, but I will tell you. There is a little line, like hair, entirely around it. Now that line has become a crack. Now you can see it, I know. It grows wider and wider. Look! The shell of the egg is separating in the middle. The whole egg slightly moves. Do you notice that? Not able to stand, but alive. Alive! You can all perceive that it is alive. Now you can see that it is standing on its feet. Feebly enough, but still standing. Behold! It takes a few steps. You cannot doubt that it is alive, and came out of that egg. It is beginning to walk about over the cloth. Do you notice that it is picking the embroidery? Now, little chick, I will give you something to eat. This little red bag contains grain, a magical grain, with which I shall feed the chicken. You must excuse my awkwardness in opening the bag, as I still hold the wand, but this little stick I must not drop. See, little chick, there are some grains. They look like rice, but in fact I have no idea what they are. But he knows. He knows. Look at him. See how he picks it up. There. He has swallowed 1, 2, 3. That'll do, little chick, for a first meal. The grain seems to have strengthened him already, for see how lively he is, and how his yellow down stands out on him so puffy and warm. You are looking for some more grain, are you? Well, you cannot have it just yet, and keep away from those pieces of eggshell, which, by the way, I will put back into the box. Now, sir, try to avoid the edge of the table, and, to quiet you, I will give you a little tap on the back with my wand. Now then, please observe closely. The down, which just now covered him, has almost gone. He is really a good deal bigger, and ever so much uglier. See the little pin feathers sticking out over him. Some spots here and there are almost bare, but he is ever so much more active. Ha! Listen to that! He is so strong that you can hear his beak as he pecks at the table. He is actually growing bigger and bigger before our very eyes. See that funny little tail, how it begins to stick up, and quills are showing at the end of his wings. Another tap, and a few more grains. Careful, sir, don't tear the cloth. See how rapidly he grows. He is fairly covered with feathers, red and black, with a tip of yellow in front. You could hardly get that fellow into an ostrich egg. Now then, what do you think of him? He is big enough for a broiler, though I don't think anyone would want to take him for that purpose. Some more grain, and another tap from my wand. See, he does not mind the little stick, for he has been used to it from his very birth. Now then, he is what you would call a good half-grown chick. Rather more than half-grown, I should say. Do you notice his tail? There is no mistaking him for a pullet. The long feathers are beginning to curl over already. He must have a little more grain. Look out, sir, or you will be off the table. Come back here. This table is too small for him, but if he were on the floor, you could not see him so well. Another tap. Now see that comb on the top of his head. You scarcely noticed it before, and now it is bright red. And see his spurs beginning to show, on good thick legs too. There is a fine young fellow for you. Look how he jerks his head from side to side, like the young prince of a poultry yard, as he well deserves to be." The attentive interest which had at first characterized the audience now changed to excited admiration and amazement. Some leaned forward with mouths wide open. Others stood up so that they could see better. Ejaculations of astonishment and wonder were heard on every side, and a more thoroughly fascinated and absorbed audience was never seen. "Now, my friends," Loring continued, "I will give this handsome fowl another tap. Behold the result, a noble, full-grown cock. Behold his spurs, they are nearly an inch long. See, there is a comb for you. And what a magnificent tail of green and black, contrasting so finely with the deep red of the rest of his body. Well, sir, you are truly too big for this table. As I cannot give you more room, I will set you up higher. Move over a little, and I will set this chair on the table. There, upon the seat, that's right, but don't stop. There is the back, which is higher yet. Up with you! Ha! There, he nearly upset the chair, but I will hold it. See, he has turned around. Now then, look at him. See his wings as he flaps them. He could fly with such wings. Look at him. See that swelling breast. Ha ha! Listen, did you ever hear a crow like that? It fairly rings through the house. Yes, I knew it. There is another." At this point, the people in the house were in a state of wild excitement. Nearly all of them were on their feet, and they were in such a condition of frantic enthusiasm that Loring was afraid some of them might make a run for the stage. "Come, sir!" cried Loring, now almost shouting. "That will do. You've shown us the strength of your lungs. Jump down on the seat of the chair, now on the table. There, I will take away the chair, and you can stand for a moment on the table, and let our friends look at you, but only for a moment. Take that tap on your back. Now, do you see any difference? Perhaps you may not, but I do. Yes, I believe you all do. He is not the big fellow he was a minute ago. He is really smaller, only a fine cockerel, a nice tail that, but with none of the noble sweep that it had a minute ago. No, don't try to get off the table. You can't escape my wand. Another tap. Behold a half-grown chicken, good to eat, but with not a crow in him. Hungry, are you? But you need not pick at the table that way. You get no more grain, but only this little tap. Ha ha! What are you coming to? There is a chicken barely feathered enough for us to tell what colour he is going to be. Another tap will take still more of the conceit out of him. Look at him. There are his pin feathers and his bare spots. Don't try to get away. I can easily tap you again. Now then, here is a lovely little chick, fluffy with yellow down. He is active enough, but I shall quiet him. One tap. And now what do you see? A poor, feeble chicken, scarcely able to stand, with his down all packed close to him, as if he had been out in the rain. Nah, little chick, I will take the two halves of the eggshell from which you came, and put them on each side of you. Come, now, get in. I close them up. You are lost to view. There is nothing to be seen but a crack around the shell. Now it has gone. There, my friends, as I hold it on high, behold the magic egg, exactly as it was when I first took it out of the box, into which I will place it again, with the cloth and the wand and the little red bag, and shut it up with a snap. I will let you take one more look at this box before I put it away behind the scenes. Are you satisfied with what I have shown you? Do you think it is really as wonderful as you supposed it would be?" At these words, the whole audience burst into riotous applause, during which Loring disappeared, but he was back in a moment. "Thank you!" he cried, bowing low, and waving his arms before him in the manner of an Eastern magician making a salaam. From side to side he turned, bowed and thanking, and then, with a hearty "Goodbye to you! Goodbye to you all!" he stepped back and let down the curtain. For some moments the audience remained in their seats, as if they were expecting something more, and then they rose quietly and began to disperse. Most of them were acquainted with one another, and there was a good deal of greeting and talking as they went out of the theatre. When Loring was sure the last person had departed, he turned down the lights, locked the door, and gave the key to the steward of the club. He walked to his home a happy man. His exhibition had been a perfect success, with not a break or a flaw in it from beginning to end. I feel, thought the young man as he strode along, as if I could fly to the top of that steeple and flap and crow until all the world heard me. That evening, as was his daily custom, Herbert Loring called upon Miss Starr. He found the young lady in the library. "I came in here," she said, "because I have a good deal to talk to you about, and I do not want interruptions." With this arrangement the young man expressed his entire satisfaction, and immediately began to inquire the cause of her absence from his exhibition in the afternoon. "But I was there," said Edith. "You did not see me, but I was there. Mother had a headache, and I went by myself." "You were there?" exclaimed Loring, almost starting from his chair. I don't understand. You were not in your seat." "No," answered Edith. "I was on the very back row of seats. You could not see me, and I did not wish you to see me." "Edith!" exclaimed Loring, rising to his feet and leaning over the library table which was between them. "When did you come? How much of the performance did you see?" "I was late," she said. "I did not arrive until after the fireworks, or whatever they were." For a moment Loring was silent, as if he did not understand the situation. "Fireworks," he said. "How did you know there had been fireworks?" I heard the people talking of them as they left the theatre," she answered. "And what did they say?" he inquired quickly. "They seemed to like them very well," she replied, "but I do not think they were quite satisfied. From what I heard some persons say, I inferred that they thought it was not very much of a show to which you had invited them." Again Loring stood in thought, looking down at the table. But before he could speak again, Edith sprang to her feet. "Herbert Loring!" she cried. "What does all this mean? I was there during the whole of the exhibition of what you called the magic egg. I saw all those people wild with excitement at the wonderful sight of the chicken that came out of the egg and grew to full size, and then dwindled down again and went back into the egg. And, Herbert, there was no egg, and there was no little box, and there was no wand, and no embroidered cloth, and there was no red bag, nor any little chick, and there was no full-grown fowl, and there was no chair that you put on the table. There was nothing, absolutely nothing but you and that table. Even the table was not what you said it was. It was not an unpainted pine table with 4 straight legs. It was a table of dark, polished wood, and it stood on a single post with feet. There was nothing there that you said was there. Everything was a sham and a delusion. Every word you spoke was untrue. And yet everybody in that theatre, excepting you and me, saw all the things that you said were on the stage. I know they saw them all, for I was with the people, and heard them and saw them, and at times I fairly felt the thrill of enthusiasm which possessed them, as they glared at the miracles and wonders you said were happening." Loring smiled. "Sit down, my dear Edith," he said. "You are excited, and there is not the slightest cause for it. I will explain the whole affair to you. It is simple enough. You know that study is the great object of my life. I study all sorts of things, and just now I am greatly interested in hypnotism. The subject has become fascinating to me. I have made a great many successful trials of my power, and the affair of this afternoon was nothing but a trial of my powers on a more extensive scale than anything I have yet attempted. I wanted to see if it were possible for me to hypnotize a considerable number of people without anyone suspecting what I intended to do. The result was a success. I hypnotized all those people by means of the first part of my performance, which consisted of some combinations of coloured glass with lights thrown upon them. They revolved and looked like fireworks, and were strung on a wire high up on the stage. I kept up the glittering and dazzling show, which was well worth seeing, I can assure you, until the people had been straining their eyes upward for almost half an hour. And this sort of thing, I will tell you if you do not know it, is one of the methods of producing hypnotic sleep. There was no one present who was not an impressionable subject, for I was very careful in sending out my invitations, and when I became almost certain that my audience was thoroughly hypnotized, I stopped the show and began the real exhibition, which was not really for their benefit, but for mine. Oh, of course, I was dreadfully anxious for fear I had not succeeded entirely, and that there might be at least one person who had not succumbed to the hypnotic influences, and so I tested the matter by bringing out that table and telling them it was something it was not. If I had had any reason for supposing that some of the audience saw the table as it really was, I had an explanation ready, and I could have retired from my position without anyone supposing that I had intended making hypnotic experiments. The rest of the exhibition would have been some things that anyone could see, and as soon as possible I would have released from their spell those who were hypnotized. But when I became positively assured that everyone saw a light pine table with 4 straight legs, I confidently went on with the performances of the magic egg. Edith Starr was still standing by the library table. She had not heeded Loring's advice to sit down, and she was trembling with emotion. "Herbert Loring," she said, "you invited my mother and me to that exhibition. You gave us tickets for front seats, where we would be certain to be hypnotized if your experiment succeeded, and you would have made us see that false show, which faded from those people's minds as soon as they recovered from the spell, for, as they went away, they were talking only of the fireworks, and not one of them mentioned a magic egg, or a chicken, or anything of the kind. Answer me this. Did you not intend that I should come and be put under that spell?" Loring smiled. "Yes," he said, "of course I did. But then your case would have been different from that of the other spectators. I should have explained the whole thing to you, and I am sure we would have had a great deal of pleasure, and profit too, in discussing your experiences. The subject is extremely—" "Explain to me," she cried. "You would not have dared to do it. I do not know how brave you may be, but I know you would not have had the courage to come here and tell me you had taken away my reason and my judgment as you took them away from all those people, and that you had made me a mere tool of your will, glaring and panting with excitement at the wonderful things you told me to see where nothing existed. I have nothing to say about the others. They can speak for themselves if they ever come to know what you did to them. I speak for myself. I stood up with the rest of the people. I gazed with all my power, and over again I asked myself if it could be possible that anything was the matter with my eyes or my brain, and if I could be the only person there who could not see the marvellous spectacle that you were describing. But now I know that nothing was real, not even the little pine table, not even the man." "Not even me?" exclaimed Loring. "Surely I was real enough." "On that stage, yes," she said, "but you there proved you were not the Herbert Loring to whom I promised myself. He was an unreal being. If he had existed, he would not have been a man who would have brought me to that public place, all ignorant of his intentions, to cloud my perceptions, to subject my intellect to his own, and make me believe a lie. If a man should treat me that way once, he would treat me so at other times, and in other ways, if he had the chance. You have treated me in the past as today you treated those people who glared at the magic egg. In the days gone by you made me see an unreal man, but you will never do it again. Goodbye." "Edith!" cried Loring. "You don't—" But she had disappeared through a side door, and he never spoke to her again. Walking home through the dimly lighted streets, Loring involuntarily spoke aloud. "And this," he said, "is what came out of the magic egg." The End of The Magic Egg by Frank R. Stockton. Recorded by Adam Whybray.
P.G. Wodehouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mixer by P.G. Wodehouse. Read by Don W. Jenkins. 1. He meets a shy gentleman. Looking back, I always consider that my career as a dog proper really started when I was bought for the sum of half a crown by the Shy Man. That event marked the end of my puppyhood. The knowledge that I was worth cash to somebody filled me with a sense of new responsibilities. It sobered me. Besides, it was only after that half-crown changed hands that I went out into the great world. And, however interesting life may be in an East End public house, it is only when you go out into the world that you really broaden your mind and begin to see things. Within its limitations, my life had been singularly full and vivid. I was born, as I say, in a public house in the East End, and, however lacking a public house may be in refinement and the true culture, it certainly provides plenty of excitement. Before I was 6 weeks old, I had upset 3 policemen by getting between their legs when they came round to the side door, thinking they had heard suspicious noises. And I can still recall the interesting sensation of being chased 17 times round the yard with a broom handle after a well-planned and completely successful raid on the larder. These and other happenings of a like nature soothed for the moment, but could not cure the restlessness which has always been so marked a trait in my character. I have always been restless, unable to settle down in one place and anxious to get on to the next thing. This may be due to a gypsy strain in my ancestry. One of my uncles travelled with a circus. Or it may be the artistic temperament, acquired from a grandfather, who, before dying of a surfeit of paste in the property room of the Bristol Coliseum, which he was visiting in the course of a professional tour, had an established reputation on the music-hall stage as one of Professor Pond's performing poodles. I owe the fullness and variety of my life to this restlessness of mine, for I have repeatedly left comfortable homes in order to follow some perfect stranger who looked as if he were on his way to somewhere interesting. Sometimes I think I must have cat blood in me. The Shy Man came into our yard one afternoon in April, while I was sleeping with Mother in the sun on an old sweater which we had borrowed from Fred, one of the barmen. I heard Mother growl, but I didn't take any notice. Mother is what they call a good watchdog, and she growls at everybody except Master. At first, when she used to do it, I would get up and bark my head off, but not now. Life's too short to bark at everybody who comes into our yard. It is behind the public house, and they keep empty bottles and things there, so people are always coming and going. Besides, I was tired. I had had a very busy morning, helping the men bring in a lot of cases of beer, and running into the saloon to talk to Fred, and generally looking after things, so I was just dozing off again when I heard a voice say, "Well, he's ugly enough." Then I knew that they were talking about me. I had never disguised it from myself, and nobody has ever disguised it from me, that I am not a handsome dog. Even Mother never thought me beautiful. She was no Gladys Cooper herself, but she never hesitated to criticize my appearance. In fact, I have yet to meet anyone who did. The first thing strangers say about me is, "What an ugly dog!" I don't know what I am. I have a bulldog kind of face, and the rest of me is terrier. I have a long tail which sticks straight up in the air. My hair is wiry. My eyes are brown. I am jet black with a white chest. I once overheard Fred saying that I was a Gorgonzola cheese hound, and I have generally found Fred reliable in his statements. When I found that I was under discussion, I opened my eyes. Master was standing there, looking down at me, and by his side the man who had just said I was ugly enough. The man was a thin man, about the age of a barman, and smaller than a policeman. He had patched brown shoes and black trousers. "But he's got a sweet nature," said Master. This was true, luckily for me. Mother always said, a dog without influence or private means, if he is to make his way in the world, must have either good looks or amiability. But according to her, I overdid it. A dog, she used to say, can have a good heart without chumming every Tom, Dick, and Harry he meets. Your behaviour is sometimes quite undoglike. Mother prided herself on being a one-man dog. She kept herself to herself and wouldn't kiss anybody except Master, not even Fred. Now, I'm a mixer. I can't help it. It's my nature. I like men. I like the taste of their boots, the smell of their legs, and the sound of their voices. It may be weak of me, but a man has only to speak to me, and a sort of thrill goes right down my spine and sets my tail wagging. I wagged it now. The man looked at me rather distantly. He didn't pat me. I suspected, what I afterwards found to be the case, that he was shy, so I jumped up at him and put him at his ease. Mother growled again. I felt that she did not approve. "Why, he's took quite a fancy to you already," said the master. The man didn't say a word. He seemed to be brooding on something. He was one of those silent men. He reminded me of Joe, the old dog down the street at the grocer's shop, who lies at the door all day blinking and not speaking to anybody. Master began to talk about me. It surprised me the way he praised me. I hadn't a suspicion he admired me so much. From what he said, you would have thought I had won prizes and ribbons at the Crystal Palace. But the man didn't seem to be impressed. He kept on saying nothing. When the master had finished telling him what a wonderful dog I was till I blushed, the man spoke. "Less of it," he said. "£half-a-crown is my bid. And if he has an angel from on high, you couldn't get another halfpenny out of me. What about it?" A thrill went down my spine and out my tail, for of course I now saw what was happening. The man wanted to buy me and take me away. I looked at master hopefully. "He's more like a son to me than a dog," said master, sort of wistful. "It's his face that makes you feel that way," said the man, unsympathetically. "If you had a son, that's just how he would look. £half-a-crown is my offer, and I'm in a hurry." "All right," said master, with a sigh. "Though it's giving him away, a valuable dog like that. Where's your half-crown?" The man got a bit of rope and tied it around my neck. I could hear mother barking advice and telling me to be a credit to the family, but I was too excited to listen. "Goodbye, mother," I said. "Goodbye, master. Goodbye, Fred. Goodbye, everybody. I'm off to see life. The shy man has bought me for £half-a-crown. Wow!" I kept running round in circles and shouting until a man gave me a kick and told me to stop it. So I did. I don't know where we went, but it was a long way. I had never been off our street before in my life, and I didn't know the whole world was half as big as that. We walked on, and the man jerked at my rope whenever I wanted to stop and look at anything. He wouldn't even let me pass the time of day with the dogs we met. When we had gone about 100 miles, and were just going to turn in at a dark doorway, a policeman suddenly stopped the man. I could feel by the way the man pulled at my rope and tried to hurry on that he didn't want to speak to the policeman. The more I saw of the man, the more I saw how shy he was. "Hi!" said the policeman, and we had to stop. "I've got a message for you, old pal," said the policeman. "It's from the Board of Health. They told me to tell you needed a change of air, see?" "All right," said the man. "And take it as soon as you like, else you'll find you'll get it given you, see?" I looked at the man with a good deal of respect. He was evidently someone very important if they worried so about his health. "I'm going down to the country tonight," said the man. The policeman seemed pleased. "That's a bit of luck for the country," he said. "Don't go changing your mind." And we walked on and went in at the dark doorway and climbed about 1,000,000 stairs and went into a room that smelled of rats. The man sat down and swore a little, and I sat and looked at him. Presently I couldn't keep it in any longer. "Do we live here?" I said. "Is it true we're going to the country? Wasn't that policeman a good sort? Don't you like policemen? I knew lots of policemen at the public house. Are there any other dogs here? What is there for dinner? What's in the cupboard? Where are you going to take me out for another run? May I go out and see if I can find a cat?" "Stop that yelping," he said. "When we go to the country, where shall we be? Are you going to be a caretaker at a house? Fred's father is a caretaker at a big house in Kent. I've heard Fred talk about it. You didn't meet Fred when you came to the public house, did you? You would like Fred. I like Fred. Mother likes Fred. We all like Fred." I was going on to tell him a lot more about Fred, who had always been one of my warmest friends, when he suddenly got a hold of a stick and walloped me with it. "You keep quiet when you're told," he said. He really was the shyest man I had ever met. It seemed to hurt him to be spoken to. However, he was the boss, and I had to humour him, so I didn't say any more. We went down to the country that night, just as the man had told the policeman we would. I was all worked up, for I had heard so much about the country from Fred that I always wanted to go there. Fred used to go off on a motor bicycle sometimes to spend the night with his father in Kent, and once he brought back a squirrel with him, which I thought was for me to eat, but Mother said no. The first thing a dog has to learn, Mother used often to say, is that the whole world isn't created for him to eat. It was quite dark when we got to the country, but the man seemed to know where to go. He pulled at my rope, and we began to walk along a road with no people in it at all. We walked on, but it was all so new to me that I forgot how tired I was. I could feel my mind broadening with every step I took. Every now and then we would pass a very big house, which looked as if it was empty. but I knew that there was a caretaker inside because of Fred's father. These big houses belong to very rich people, but they don't want to live in them till the summer, so they put in caretakers, and the caretakers have a dog to keep off burglars. I wondered if that was what I had been brought here for. "Are you going to be a caretaker?" I asked the man. "Shut up," he said. So I shut up. After we had been walking a long time, we came to a cottage. A man came out. My man seemed to know him, for he called him Bill. I was quite surprised to see the man was not at all shy with Bill. They seemed very friendly. "Is that him?" said Bill, looking at me. "Bought him this afternoon," said the man. "Well," said Bill, "he's ugly enough. He looks fierce. If you want a dog, he's the sort of dog you want. But what do you want one for? It seems to me it's a lot of trouble to take when there's no need of any trouble at all. Why not do what I've always wanted to do? What's wrong with just fixing the dog, same as it's always done, and walking in and helping yourself?" "I'll tell you what's wrong," said the man. "To start with, you can't get at the dog to fix him except by day, when they let him out. At night he's shut up inside the house. And suppose you do fix him during the day. What happens then? Either the bloke gets another before night, or he sits up all night with a gun. It isn't like as if these blokes was ordinary blokes. They're down here to look after the house. That's their job. And they don't take any chances." It was the longest speech I had ever heard the man make, and it seemed to impress Bill. He was quite humble. "I didn't think of that," he said. "We'd best start in to train this tyke at once." Mother often used to say, when I went on about wanting to go out into the world and see life, "You'll be sorry when you do. The world isn't all bones and liver." And I hadn't been living with the man and Bill in their cottage long before I found out how right she was. It was the man's shyness that made all the trouble. It seemed as if he hated to be taken notice of. It started on my very first night at the cottage. I had fallen asleep in the kitchen, tired out after all the excitement of the day and the long walks I had had, when something woke me with a start. It was somebody scratching at the window, trying to get in. Well, I ask any dog, what would you have done in my place? Ever since I was old enough to listen, Mother had told me over and over again what I must do in a case like this. It is the ABC of a dog's education. If you are in a room and you hear anyone trying to get in, Mother used to say, bark. It may be someone who has business there, or it may not. Bark first and inquire afterwards. Dogs were made to be heard and not seen. I lifted my head and yelled. I have a good deep voice, due to a hound strain in my pedigree, and at the public house, when there was a full moon, I have often had people leaning out of windows and saying things all down the street. I took a deep breath and let it go. "Man!" I shouted. "Bill! Man! Come quick! There's a burglar getting in!" Then somebody struck a light, and it was the man himself. He had come in through the window. He picked up a stick and he walloped me. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't see where I had done the wrong thing. But he was the boss, so there was nothing to be said. If you'll believe me, the same thing happened every night. Every single night, and sometimes twice or three times before morning, and every time I would bark my loudest and the man would strike a light and wallop me. The thing was baffling. I couldn't possibly have mistaken what Mother had said to me. She had said it too often for that. Bark, bark, bark. It was the main plank of her whole system of education, and yet here I was getting walloped every night for doing it. I thought it out till my head ached, and finally I got it right. I began to see that Mother's outlook was narrow. No doubt, living with a man like Master at the public house, a man without a trace of shyness in his composition, barking was all right. But circumstances alter cases. I belonged to a man who was a mass of nerves, who got the jumps if you spoke to him. What I had to do was forget the training I had had from Mother, sound as it no doubt was as a general thing, and to adapt myself to the needs of the particular man who had happened to buy me. I had tried Mother's way, and all it brought me was walloping. So now I would think for myself. So the next night, when I heard the window go, I lay there without a word, though it went against all my better feelings. I didn't even growl. Someone came in and moved about in the dark with a lantern, but though I smelt that it was the man, I didn't ask him a single question. And presently the man lit a light and came over to me and gave me a pat, which was the thing he had never done before. "Good dog," he said. "Now you can have this." And he let me lick the saucepan in which the dinner had been cooked. After that we got on fine. Whenever I heard anyone at the window, I just kept curled up and took no notice, and every time I got a bone or something good. It was easy once you had got the hang of things. It was about a week after that the man took me out one morning, and we walked a long way till we turned in at some big gates and went along a very smooth road till we came to a great house standing all by itself in the middle of a whole lot of country. There was a big lawn in front of it, and all round there were fields and trees, and at the back a great wood. The man rang a bell, and the door opened, and an old man came out. "Well," he said, not very cordially. "I thought you might want to buy a good watchdog," said the man. "Well, that's queer you're saying that," said the caretaker. "It's a coincidence. That's exactly what I do want to buy. I was just thinking of going along and trying to get one. My old dog picked up something this morning he oughtn't to have, and he's dead, poor feller." "Poor feller," said the man. "Found an old bone with phosphorus on it, I guess." "What do you want for this one?" "5 shillings." "Is he a good watchdog?" "He's a grand watchdog." "He looks fierce enough." "Ah." So the caretaker gave the man his 5 shillings, and the man went off and left me. At first the newness of everything and the unaccustomed smells and getting to know the caretaker, who was a nice old man, prevented my missing the man, but as the day went on and I began to realize that he had gone and would never come back, I got very depressed. I pattered all over the house whining. It was a most interesting house, bigger than I thought a house could possibly be, but it couldn't cheer me up. You may think it strange that I should pine for the man, after all the wallopings he had given me, and it is odd when you come to think of it. But dogs are dogs, and they are built like that. By the time it was evening, I was thoroughly miserable. I found a shoe and an old clothes brush in one of the rooms, but could eat nothing. I just sat and moped. It's a funny thing, but it seems as if it always happened that just when you are feeling most miserable, something nice happens. As I sat there came from outside the sound of a motor bicycle, and somebody shouted. It was dear old Fred, my old pal Fred, the best old boy that ever stepped. I recognized his voice in a second, and I was scratching at the door before the old man had time to get out of his chair. Well, 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 that was a pleasant surprise. I ran 5 times round the lawn without stopping, and then I came back and jumped up at him. "What are you doing down here, Fred?" I said. "Is this caretaker your father? Have you seen the rabbits in the wood? How long are you going to stop? How's mother? I like the country. Have you come all the way from the public house? I'm living here now. Your father gave 5 shillings for me. That's twice as much as I was worth when I saw you last." "Why, it's young nigger." That was what they called me at the saloon. "What are you doing here? Where did you get this dog, father?" "A man sold him to me this morning. Poor old Bob got poisoned. This one ought to be just as good a watchdog. He barks loud enough." "He should be. His mother is the best watchdog in London. This cheese hound used to belong to the boss. Funny him getting down here." We went into the house and had supper, and after supper we sat and talked. Fred was only down for the night, he said, because the boss wanted him back next day. "And I'd sooner have my job than yours," he said. "Of all the lonely places, I wonder you aren't scared of burglars." "I've got my shotgun, and there's the dog. I might be scared if it wasn't for him, but he gives me confidence. Old Bob was the same. Dogs are a comfort in the country." "Get many tramps here?" "I've only seen one in 2 months, and that's the feller who sold me the dog here." As they were talking about the man, I asked Fred if he knew him. They might have met at the public house when the man was buying me from the boss. "You would like him," I said. "I wish you could have met." They both looked at me. "What's he growling at?" asked Fred. "Think he heard something?" The old man laughed. "He wasn't growling. He was talking in his sleep. You're nervous, Fred. It comes of living in the city." "Well, I am. I like this place in the daytime, but it gives me the pip at night. It's so quiet. How can you stand it here all the time? I can't understand. 2 nights of it would have had me seeing things." His father laughed. "If you feel like that, Fred, you had better take the gun to bed with you. I shall be quite happy without it." "I will," said Fred. "I'll take 6 if you've got them." And after that they went upstairs. I had a basket in the hall, which had belonged to Bob, the dog who had got poisoned. It was a comfortable basket, but I was so excited at having met Fred again that I couldn't sleep. Besides, there was a smell of mice everywhere, and I had to move around trying to place it. I was just sniffing at a place on the wall when I heard a scratching noise. At first I thought it was the mice working in a different place, but when I listened, I found that the sound came from the window. Someone was doing something to it from outside. If it had been Mother, she would have lifted the roof off right there, and so should I, if it hadn't been for what the man had taught me. I didn't think it possible that this could be the man come back, for he had gone away and said nothing about ever seeing me again. But I didn't bark. I stopped where I was and listened, and presently the window came open and somebody began to climb in. I gave a good sniff, and I knew it was the man. I was so delighted that for a moment I nearly forgot myself and shouted with joy. But I remembered in time how shy he was and stopped myself. But I ran to him and jumped up quite quietly, and he told me to lie down. I was disappointed that he didn't seem more pleased to see me. I lay down. It was very dark, but he had brought a lantern with him, and I could see him moving about in the room, picking up things and putting them in a bag which he had brought with him. Every now and then he would stop and listen, and then he would start moving round again. He was very quick about it, but very quiet. It was plain that he didn't want Fred or his father to come down and find him. I kept thinking about this peculiarity of his while I watched him. I suppose, being chummy myself, I find it hard to understand that everybody else in the world isn't chummy too. Of course, my experience at the public house had taught me that men are just as different from each other as dogs. If I chewed Master's shoe, for instance, he used to kick me. But if I chewed Fred's, Fred would tickle me under the ear. And similarly, some men are shy and some men are mixers. I quite appreciated that, but I couldn't help feeling that the man carried shyness to a point where it became morbid. And he didn't give himself a chance to cure himself of it. That was the point. Imagine a man hating to meet people so much that he never visited their houses till the middle of the night, when they were in bed and asleep. It was silly. Shyness has always been something so outside my nature that I suppose I have never really been able to look at it sympathetically. I have always held the view that you can get over it if you make an effort. The trouble with the man was that he wouldn't make an effort. He went out of his way to avoid meeting people. I was fond of the man. He was the sort of person you never get to know very well, but we had been together for quite a while, and I wouldn't have been a dog if I hadn't got attached to him. As I sat and watched him creep about the room, it suddenly came to me that here was a chance of doing him a real good turn in spite of himself. Fred was upstairs, and Fred, as I knew by experience, was the easiest man to get along with in the world. Nobody could be shy with Fred. I felt that if only I could bring him and the man together, they would get along splendidly, and it would teach the man not to be silly and avoid people. It would help to give him the confidence which he needed. I had seen him with Bill, and I knew that he could be perfectly natural and easy when he liked. It was true that the man might object at first, but after a while he would see that I had acted simply for his good, and would be grateful. The difficulty was how to get Fred down without scaring the man. I knew that if I shouted he wouldn't wait, but would be out of the window and away before Fred could get here. What I had to do was go to Fred's room, explain the whole situation quietly to him, and ask him to come down and make himself pleasant. The man was far too busy to pay any attention to me. He was kneeling in a corner with his back to me, putting something in his bag. I seized the opportunity to steal softly from the room. Fred's door was shut, and I could hear him snoring. I scratched gently, and then harder, till I heard the snores stop. He got out of bed and opened the door. "Don't make a noise," I whispered. "Come downstairs. I want you to meet a friend of mine." At first he was quite peevish. "What's the idea?" he said. "Coming and spoiling a man's beauty sleep. Get out." He actually started to go back into the room. "No, honestly, Fred," I said. "I'm not fooling you. There is a man downstairs. He got in through the window. I want you to meet him. He's very shy, and I think it will do him good to have a chat with you." "What are you whining about?" Fred began, and then he broke off suddenly and listened. We could both hear the man's footsteps as he moved about. Fred jumped back into the room. He came out carrying something. He didn't say any more, but started to go downstairs, very quiet, and I went after him. There was the man, still putting things in his bag. I was just going to introduce Fred when Fred, the silly ass, gave a great yell. I could have bitten him. "What did you want to do that for, you chump?" I said. "I told you he was shy. Now you've scared him." He certainly had. The man was out of the window quicker than you would have believed possible. He just flew out. I called after him that it was only Fred and me, but at that moment a gun went off with a tremendous bang, so he couldn't have heard me. I was pretty sick about it. The whole thing had gone wrong. Fred seemed to have lost his head entirely. He was behaving like a perfect ass. Naturally, the man had been frightened with him carrying on in that way. I jumped out the window to see if I could find the man and explain, but he was gone. Fred jumped out after me and nearly squashed me. It was pitch dark out there. I couldn't see a thing, but I knew the man could not have gone far, or I should have heard him. I started to sniff around on the chance of picking up his trail. It wasn't long before I struck it. Fred's father had come down now, and they were running about. The old man had a light. I followed the trail, and it ended at a large cedar tree, not far from the house. I stood underneath it and looked up, but of course I could not see anything. "Are you up there?" I shouted. "There's nothing to be scared of. It was only Fred. He's an old pal of mine. He works at the place where you bought me. His gun went off by accident. He won't hurt you." There wasn't a sound. I began to think I must have made a mistake. "He's got away," I heard Fred say to his father, and just as he said it, I caught a faint sound of someone moving in the branches above me. "No, he hasn't," I shouted. "He's up this tree." "I believe the dogs found him, Dad." "Yes, he's up here. Come along and meet him." Fred came to the foot of the tree. "You up there," he said. "Come along down." Not a sound from the tree. "It's all right," I explained. "He is up there, but he's very shy. Ask him again." "All right," said Fred. "Stay there if you want to, but I'm going to shoot off this gun into the branches, just for fun." And then the man started to come down, and as soon as he touched the ground, I jumped up at him. "This is fine," I said. "Here's my friend Fred. You'll like him." But it wasn't any good. They didn't get along together at all. They hardly spoke. The man went into the house, and Fred went after him, carrying his gun, and when they got into the house it was just the same. The man sat in one chair and Fred sat in another, and after a long time some men came in a motor car and the man went away with them. He didn't say good-bye to me. When he had gone, Fred and his father made a great fuss of me. I couldn't understand it. Men are so odd. The man wasn't a bit pleased that I had brought him and Fred together, but Fred seemed as if he couldn't do enough for me for having introduced him to the man. However, Fred's father produced some cold ham, my favorite dish, and gave me quite a lot of it, so I stopped worrying over the thing. As Mother used to say, "Don't bother your head about what doesn't concern you. The only thing a dog need concern himself with is the bill of fare. Eat your bun and don't make yourself busy about other people's affairs." Mother has in some ways a narrow outlook, but she had a great fund of sterling common sense. 2. He moves in society. It was one of those things which are really nobody's fault. It was not the chauffeur's fault, and it was not mine. I was having a friendly turn-up with a pal of mine on the sidewalk, and he ran across the road. I ran after him, and the car came round the corner and hit me. It must have been going pretty slow, or I should have been killed. As it was, I just had the breath knocked out of me. You know how you feel when the butcher catches you just as you're edging out of the shop with a bit of meat? It was like that. I wasn't taking much interest in things for a while, but when I did I found that I was the center of a group of three: the chauffeur, a small boy, and the small boy's nurse. The small boy was very well dressed and looked delicate. He was crying. "Poor doggie," he said. "Poor doggie." "It wasn't my fault, Master Peter," the chauffeur said respectfully. "He ran out into the road before I seen him." "That's right," I put in, for I didn't want to get the man into trouble. "Oh, he's not dead," said the small boy. "He barked." "He growled," said the nurse. "Come away, Master Peter. He might bite you." Women are trying sometimes. It's almost as if they deliberately misunderstood. "I won't come away. I'm going to take him home with me and send for the doctor to come and see him. He's going to be my dog." This sounded all right. Goodness knows I am no snob, and I can rough it when required, but I do like comfort when it comes my way, and it seemed to me that this was where I got it, and I liked the boy. He was the right sort. The nurse, a very unpleasant woman, had to make objections. "Master Peter, you can't take him home. A great, rough, fierce, common dog. What would your mother say?" "I'm going to take him home," repeated the child, with a determination which I heartily admired. "And he's going to be my dog. I shall call him Fido." There is always a catch in these good things. Fido is a name I particularly detest. All dogs do. There was a dog called that I knew once, and he used to get awfully sick when we shouted it out after him in the street. No doubt there have been respectable dogs called Fido, but to my mind it is a name like Aubrey or Clarence. You may be able to live it down, but you start handicapped. However, one must take the rough with the smooth, and I was prepared to yield the point. "If you wait, Master Peter, your father will buy you a beautiful, lovely dog." "I don't want a beautiful, lovely dog. I want this dog." The slur did not wound me. I have no illusions about my looks. Mine is an honest but not a beautiful face. "It's no use talking," said the chauffeur, grinning. "He means to have him. Shove him in and let's be getting back, or they'll be thinking his nibs has been kidnapped." So I was carried to the car. I could have walked, but I had an idea that I had better not. I had made my hit as a crippled dog, and a crippled dog I intended to remain until things got more settled down. The chauffeur started the car off again. What with the shock I had had and the luxury of riding in a motor car, I was a little distrait, and I could not say how far we went. But it must have been miles and miles, for it seemed a long time afterwards that we stopped at the biggest house I have ever seen. There were smooth lawns, and flower beds, and men in overalls, and fountains and trees, and away to the right, kennels with about 1,000,000 dogs in them, all pushing their noses through the bars and shouting. They wanted to know who I was and what prizes I had won. And then I realized I was moving in high society. I let the small boy pick me up and carry me into the house, though it was all he could do, poor kid, for I was some weight. He staggered up the steps and along a great hall, and then let me flop on the carpet of the most beautiful room you ever saw. The carpet was a yard thick. There was a woman sitting in a chair, and as soon as she saw me, she gave a shriek. "I told Master Peter you would not be pleased, my lady," said the nurse, who seemed to have taken a positive dislike to me. "But he would bring the nasty brute home." "He's not a nasty brute, mother. He's my dog, and his name's Fido. John ran over him in the car, and I brought him home to live with us. I love him." This seemed to make an impression. Peter's mother looked as if she were weakening. "But, Peter, dear, I don't know what your father will say. He's so particular about dogs. All his dogs are prize winners, pedigree dogs. This is such a mongrel." "A nasty, ugly, common dog, my lady," said the nurse, sticking her oar in an absolutely uncalled for way. Just then a man came into the room. "What on earth?" he said, catching sight of me. "It's a dog Peter has brought home. He says he wants to keep him." "I'm going to keep him," corrected Peter firmly. I do like a child that knows his own mind. I was getting fonder of Peter every minute. I reached up and licked his hand. "See, he knows he's my dog, don't you, Fido? He licked me." "But, Peter, he looks so fierce." This, unfortunately, is true. I do look fierce. It is rather a misfortune for a perfectly peaceful dog. I'm sure it's not safe your having him. "He's my dog, and his name's Fido. I'm going to tell cook to give him a bone." His mother looked at his father, who gave a rather nasty laugh. "My dear Helen," he said, "ever since Peter was born 10 years ago, he has not asked for a single thing, to the best of my recollection, which he has not got. Let us be consistent. I don't approve of this caricature of a dog, but if Peter wants him, I suppose he must have him." "Very well, but the first sign of viciousness he shows, he shall be shot. He makes me nervous." So they left it at that, and I went off with Peter to get my bone. After lunch he took me to the kennels to introduce me to the other dogs. I had to go, but I knew it would not be pleasant, and it wasn't. Any dog will tell you what these prize ribbon dogs are like. Their heads are so swelled that they have to go into their kennels backwards. It was just as I had expected. There were mastiffs, terriers, poodles, spaniels, bulldogs, sheepdogs, and every other kind of dog you can imagine. All prize winners at 100 shows, and every single dog in the place just shoved his head back and laughed himself sick. I never felt so small in my life, and I was glad when it was over, and Peter took me off to the stables. I was just feeling that I never wanted to see another dog in my life, when a terrier ran out shouting. As soon as he saw me, he came up inquiringly, walking very stiff-legged, as terriers do when they see a stranger. "Well," I said, "what particular sort of prize winner are you? Tell me all about the ribbons they gave you at the Crystal Palace, and let's get it over." He laughed in a way that did me good. "Guess again," he said. "Did you take me for one of the nuts in the kennels? My name's Jack, and I belong to one of the grooms." "What?" I cried. "You aren't Champion Bowlegs Royal or something of that sort? I'm glad to meet you." So we rubbed noses as friendly as you please, and it was a treat meeting one of one's own sort. I had had enough of those high-toned dogs who look at you as if you were something the garbage man had forgotten to take away. "So you've been talking to the swells, have you?" said Jack. "He would take me," I said, pointing to Peter. "Oh, you're his latest, are you? Then you're all right, while it lasts." "How do you mean, while it lasts?" "Well, I'll tell you what happened to me. Young Peter took a great fancy to me once. Couldn't do enough for me for a while. Then he got tired of me, and out I went. You see, the trouble is that while he's a perfectly good kid, he has always had everything he wanted since he was born, and he gets tired of things pretty easy. It was a toy railway that finished me. Directly he got that, I might not have been on the earth. It was lucky for me that Dick, my present old man, happened to want a dog to keep down the rats, or goodness knows what might not have happened to me. They aren't keen on dogs here unless they've pulled down enough blue ribbons to sink a ship, and mongrels like you and me, no offense, don't last long. I expect you noticed that the grown-ups didn't exactly cheer when you arrived?" "They weren't chummy." "Well, take it from me, your only chance is to make them chummy. If you do something to please them, they might let you stay on, even though Peter was tired of you." "What sort of thing?" That's for you to think out. I couldn't find one. I might tell you to save Peter from drowning. You don't need a pedigree to do that, but you can't drag the kid to the lake and push him in. That's the trouble. A dog gets so few opportunities. But take it from me, if you don't do something within 2 weeks to make yourself solid with the adults, you can make your will. In 2 weeks, Peter will have forgotten all about you. It's not his fault. It's the way he's been brought up. His father has all the money on earth, and Peter's the only child. You can't blame him. All I say is, look out for yourself. Well, I'm glad to have met you. Drop in again when you can. I can give you some good ratting, and I have a bone or two put away. So long. It worried me badly what Jack had said. I couldn't get it out of my mind. If it hadn't been for that, I should have had a great time, for Peter certainly made a lot of fuss of me. He treated me as if I were the only friend he had. And in a way, I was. When you're the only son of a man who has all the money in the world, it seems that you aren't allowed to be like an ordinary child. They coop you up as if you were something precious that would be contaminated by contact with other children. In all the time I was at the house, I never met another child. Peter had everything in the world, except someone of his own age to go around with. And that made him different from any of the kids I had ever known. He liked talking to me. I was the only person round who really understood him. He would talk by the hour, and I would listen with my tongue hanging out and nod now and then. It was worth listening to, what he used to tell me. He told me the most surprising things. I didn't know, for instance, that there were any Red Indians in England, but he said there was a chief named Big Cloud who lived in the rhododendron bushes by the lake. I never found him, though I went carefully through them one day. He also said there are pirates on the island in the lake. I never saw them either. What he liked telling me about best was the city of gold and precious stones which came to you if you walked far enough through the woods at the back of the stables. He was always meaning to go off there some day, and from the way he described it, I didn't blame him. It was certainly a pretty good city. It was just right for dogs, too, he said, having bones and liver and sweet cakes there and everything else a dog could want. It used to make my mouth water to listen to him. We were never apart. I was with him all day, and I slept on the mat in his room at night. But all the time I couldn't get out of my mind what Jack had said. I nearly did once, for it seemed to me that I was so necessary to Peter that nothing could separate us. But just as I was feeling safe, his father gave him a toy aeroplane, which flew when you wound it up. The day he got it, I might not have been on the earth. I trailed along, but he hadn't a word to say to me. Well, something went wrong with the aeroplane the second day, and it wouldn't fly. And then I was in solid again. But I had done some hard thinking, and I knew just where I stood. I was the newest toy, that's what I was, and something newer might come along at any moment, and then it would be the finish for me. The only thing for me was to do something to impress the adults, just as Jack had said. Goodness knows I tried, but everything I did turned out wrong. There seemed to be a fate about it. One morning, for example, I was trotting round the house early, and I met a fellow I could have sworn was a burglar. He wasn't one of the family, and he wasn't one of the servants, and he was hanging around the house in a most suspicious way. I chased him up a tree, and it wasn't until the family came down to breakfast 2 hours later that I found that he was a guest who had arrived overnight, and had come out early to enjoy the freshness of the morning and the sun shining on the lake, he being that sort of man. That didn't help me much. Next, I got in wrong with the boss, Peter's father. I don't know why. I met him out in the park with another man, both carrying bundles of sticks and looking very serious and earnest. Just as I reached him, the boss lifted one of the sticks and hit a small white ball with it. He had never seemed to want to play with me before, and I took it as a great compliment. I raced after the ball, which he had hit quite a long way, picked it up in my mouth and brought it back to him. I laid it at his feet and smiled up at him. "Hit it again," I said. He wasn't pleased at all. He said all sorts of things and tried to kick me. And that night, when he thought I was not listening, I heard him telling his wife that I was a pest and would have to be got rid of. That made me think. And then I put the lid on it. With the best intentions in the world, I got myself into such a mess that I thought the end had come. It happened one afternoon in the drawing room. There were visitors that day, women, and women seemed fatal to me. I was in the background, trying not to be seen, for though I had been brought in by Peter, the family never liked my coming into the drawing room. I was hoping for a piece of cake and not paying much attention to the conversation, which was all about somebody called Toto, whom I had not met. Peter's mother said Toto was a sweet little darling he was, and one of the visitors said Toto had not been at all himself that day, and she was quite worried. And a good lot more about how all that Toto would ever take for dinner was a little white meat of chicken, chopped up fine. It was not very interesting, and I had allowed my attention to wander. And just then, peeping round the corner of my chair to see if there were any signs of cake, what should I see but a great beastly brute of a rat. It was standing right beside the visitor, drinking milk out of a saucer, if you please. I may have my faults, but procrastination in the presence of rats is not one of them. I didn't hesitate for a second. Here was my chance. If there is one thing women hate, it is a rat. Mother always used to say, if you want to succeed in life, please the women. They are the real bosses. The men don't count. By eliminating this rodent, I should earn the gratitude and esteem of Peter's mother, and if I did that, it did not matter what Peter's father thought of me. I sprang. The rat hadn't a chance to get away. I was right on him. I got a hold of his neck, gave him a couple of shakes, and chucked him across the room. Then I ran across to finish him off. Just as I reached him, he sat up and barked at me. I was never so taken back in my life. I pulled up short and stared at him. "I'm sure I beg your pardon, sir," I said apologetically. "I thought you were a rat." And then everything broke loose. Someone got me by the collar, someone else hit me in the head with a parasol, and someone else kicked me in the ribs. Everybody talked and shouted at the same time. "Poor darling Toto!" cried the visitor, snatching up the little animal. "Did the great savage brute try to murder you?" "So absolutely unprovoked. He just flew at the poor little thing." It was no good my trying to explain. Any dog in my place would have made the same mistake. The creature was a toy dog, of one of those extraordinary breeds. A prize winner and a champion, and so on, of course, and worth his weight in gold. I would have done better to bite the visitor than Toto. That much I gathered from the general run of the conversation, and then, having discovered that the door was shut, I edged under the sofa, and I was embarrassed. "That settles it," said Peter's mother. "The dog is not safe. He must be shot." Peter gave a yell at this, but for once he didn't swing the voting an inch. "Be quiet, Peter," said his mother. "It is not safe for you to have such a dog. He may be mad." Women are very unreasonable. Toto, of course, wouldn't say a word to explain how the mistake arose. He was sitting on the visitor's lap, shrieking about what he would have done to me if they hadn't separated us. Somebody felt cautiously under the sofa. I recognized the shoes of Weeks, the butler. I supposed they had rung for him to come and take me, and I could see that he wasn't half liking it. I was sorry for Weeks, who was a friend of mine, so I licked his hand, and that seemed to cheer him up a lot. "I have him now, madam," I heard him say. "Take him to the stables and tie him up, Weeks, and tell one of the men to bring his gun and shoot him. He is not safe." A few minutes later I was in an empty stall, tied up to the manger. It was all over. It had been pleasant while it lasted, but I had reached the end of my tether now. I don't think I was frightened, but a sense of pathos stole over me. I had meant well. It seemed as if good intentions went for nothing in this world. I had tried so hard to please everybody, and this was the result. Tied up in a dark stable, waiting for the end. The shadows lengthened in the stable yard, and still nobody came. I began to wonder if they had forgotten me, and presently, in spite of myself, a faint hope began to spring up inside me that this might mean I was not to be shot after all. Perhaps Toto, at the 11th hour, had explained everything. Somebody put his arms around my neck, and my nose touched a warm cheek. I opened my eyes. It was not the man with the gun come to shoot me. It was Peter. He was breathing very hard, and he had been crying. "Quiet," he whispered. He began to untie the rope. "You must keep quite quiet, or they will hear us, and then we shall be stopped. I'm going to take you into the woods, and we'll walk and walk until we come to the city I told you about that's all gold and diamonds, and we'll live there for the rest of our lives, and no one will be able to hurt us, but you must keep very quiet." He went to the stable gate and looked out. Then he gave a little whistle to me to come after him, and we started out to find the city. The woods were a long way away, down a hill of long grass and across a stream, and we went very carefully, keeping in the shadows and running across the open spaces. And every now and then we would stop and look back, but there was nobody to be seen. The sun was setting, and everything was very cool and quiet. Presently we came to the stream and crossed it by a little wooden bridge, and then we were in the woods, where nobody could see us. I had never been in the woods before, and everything was new and exciting to me. There were squirrels and rabbits and birds, more than I had ever seen in my life, and little things that buzzed and flew and tickled my ears. I wanted to rush about and look at everything, but Peter called to me, and I came to heel. He knew where we were going, and I didn't, so I let him lead. We went very slowly. The wood got thicker and thicker the farther we got into it. There were bushes that were difficult to push through, and long branches covered with thorns that reached out at you and tore at you when you tried to get away. And soon it was quite dark, so dark that I could see nothing, not even Peter, though he was so close. We went slower and slower, and the darkness was full of queer noises. From time to time Peter would stop, and I would run to him and put my nose in his hand. At first he patted me, but after a while he did not pat me any more, but just gave me his hand to lick, as if it was too much for him to lift it. I think he was getting very tired. He was quite a small boy and not strong, and we had walked a long way. It seemed to be getting darker and darker. I could hear the sound of Peter's footsteps, and they seemed to drag as he forced his way through the bushes. And then quite suddenly he sat down without any warning, and when I ran up I heard him crying. I suppose there are lots of dogs who would have known exactly the right thing to do, but I could not think of anything except to put my nose against his cheek and whine. He put his arm around my neck, and for a long time we stayed like that, saying nothing. It seemed to comfort him, for after a time he stopped crying. I did not bother him by asking about the wonderful city where we were going, for he was so tired, but I could not help wondering if we were near it. There was not a sign of any city, nothing but darkness and odd noises and the wind singing in the trees. Curious little animals, such as I had never smelt before, came creeping out of the bushes to look at us. I would have chased them, but Peter's arm was around my neck and I could not leave him. But when something that smelt like a rabbit came so near that I could have reached out a paw and touched it, I turned my head and snapped, and then they all scurried back into the bushes, and there were no more noises. There was a long silence. Then Peter gave a great gulp. "I'm not frightened," he said. "I'm not." I shoved my head closer to his chest. There was another silence for a long time. "I'm going to pretend we have been captured by brigands," said Peter at last. "Are you listening? There were 3 of them, great big men with beards, and they crept up behind me and snatched me up and took me out here to their lair. This is their lair. One was called Dick. The others' names were Ted and Alfred. They took hold of me and brought me all the way through the wood till we got here, and then they went off, meaning to come back soon. And while they were away, you missed me and tracked me through the woods till you found me here. And then the brigands came back, and they didn't know you were here, and you kept quite quiet till Dick was quite near, and then you jumped out and bit him, and he ran away. And then you bit Ted, and you bit Alfred, and they ran away too. And so we were left all alone, and I was quite safe because you were here to look after me. And then... His voice died away, and the arm that was round my neck went limp. I could hear by his breathing that he was asleep. His head was resting on my back, but I didn't move. I wriggled a little closer to make him as comfortable as I could, and then I went to sleep myself. I didn't sleep very well. I had funny dreams all the time, thinking these little animals were creeping up close enough out of the bushes for me to get a snap at them without disturbing Peter. If I woke once, I woke a dozen times, but there was never anything there. The wind sang in the trees, and the bushes rustled, and far away in the distance the frogs were calling. And then I woke once more with the feeling that this time something really was coming through the bushes. I lifted my head as far as I could and listened. For a little while nothing happened, and then, straight in front of me, I saw lights, and there was a sound of trampling in the undergrowth. It was no time to think about not waking Peter. This was something definite, something that had to be attended to quick. I was up with a jump, yelling. Peter rolled off my back and woke up, and he sat there listening while I stood with my front paws on him and shouted at the men. I was bristling all over. I didn't know who they were or what they wanted, but the way I looked at it was that anything could happen in these woods at that time of night, and if anybody was coming along to start something, he had got to reckon with me. Somebody called, "Peter! Are you there, Peter?" There was a crashing in the bushes, and the lights came nearer and nearer, and then somebody said, "Here he is!" and there was a lot of shouting. I stood where I was, ready to spring if necessary, for I was taking no chances. "Who are you?" I shouted. "What do you want?" A light flashed in my eyes. "Why, it's that dog!" Somebody came into the light, and I saw it was the boss. He was looking very anxious and scared, and he scooped Peter up off the ground and hugged him tight. Peter was only half awake. He looked at the boss drowsily and began to talk about brigands and Dick and Ted and Alfred, the same as he had said to me. There wasn't a sound till he had finished. Then the boss spoke. "Kidnappers? I thought as much. The dog drove them away." For the first time in our acquaintance, he actually patted me. "Good old man," he said. "He's my dog," said Peter sleepily, "and he isn't to be shot." "He certainly isn't, my boy," said the boss. "From now on, he's the honored guest. He shall wear a gold collar and order what he wants for dinner. And now let's be getting home. It's time you were in bed." Mother used to say, if you're a good dog, you will be happy. If you're not, you won't. But it seems to me in this world it is all a matter of luck. When I did everything I could to please people, they wanted to shoot me. And when I did nothing except run away, they brought me back and treated me better than the most valuable prize winner in the kennels. It was puzzling at first, but one day I heard the boss talking to a friend who had come down from the city. The friend looked at me and said, "What an ugly mongrel! Why on earth do you have him about? I thought you were so particular about your dogs." And the boss replied, "He may be a mongrel, but he can have anything he wants in this house. Didn't you hear how he saved Peter from being kidnapped?" Then out it all came about the brigands. "The kid called them brigands," said the boss. "I suppose that's how it would strike a child of that age, but he kept mentioning the name Dick, and that put the police on the scent. Seems there's a kidnapper well known to the police all over the country as Dick the Snatcher. It was almost certainly that scoundrel and his gang. How they spirited the child away, goodness knows, but they managed it, and the dog tracked them and scared them off. We found him and Peter together in the woods. It was a narrow escape, and we have to thank this animal here for it." What could I say? It was no more use trying to put them right than it had been when I mistook Toto for a rat. Peter had gone to sleep that night pretending about the brigands to pass the time, and when he awoke he still believed in them. He was that sort of child. There was nothing I could do about it. Round the corner, as the boss was speaking, I saw the kennel man coming with a plate in his hand. It smelt fine, and he was headed straight for me. He put the plate down before me. It was liver, which I love. "Yes," went on the boss, "if it hadn't been for him, Peter would have been kidnapped and scared half to death, and I should be poorer, I suppose, by whatever the scoundrels had chosen to hold me up for. I am an honest dog, and hate to obtain credit under false pretenses, but liver is liver. I let it go at that." End of The Mixer by P.G. Wodehouse. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
New Year's Eve Among the Mummies by Grant Allen, writing as J. Arbuthnot Wilson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Mike Harris. I've been a wanderer and a vagabond on the face of the earth for a good many years now, and I have certainly had some odd adventures in my time, but I can assure you I never spent 24 queerer hours than those which I passed some 12 months since in the great unopened pyramid of Abu Hila. The way I got there was itself a very strange one. I had come to Egypt for a winter tour with the Fitzsimkinses, to whose daughter Editha I was at that precise moment engaged. You will probably remember that old Fitzsimkins belonged originally to the wealthy firm of Simpkinson and Stokoe, worshipful vintners, but when the senior partner retired from the business and got his knighthood, the College of Heralds opportunely discovered that his ancestors had changed their fine old Norman name for its English equivalent some time about the reign of King Richard I, and they immediately authorized the old gentleman to resume the patronymic and the armorial bearings of his distinguished forefathers. It's really quite astonishing how often these curious coincidences crop up at the College of Heralds, isn't it? Of course, it was a great catch for a landless and briefless barrister like myself, dependent on a small fortune in South American securities and my precarious earnings as a writer of burlesque, to secure such a valuable prospective property as Editha Fitzsimkins. To be sure, the girl was undeniably plain, but I have known plainer girls than she was, whom £40,000 converted into my ladies, and if Editha hadn't really fallen over head and ears in love with me, I suppose old Fitzsimkins would never have consented to such a match. As it was, however, we had flirted so openly and so desperately during the Scarborough season that it would have been difficult for Sir Peter to break it off, and so I had come to Egypt on a tour of insurance to secure my prize. Following in the wake of my future mother-in-law, whose lungs were supposed to require a genial climate, though in my private opinion they were really as creditable a pair of pulmonary appendages as ever drew breath. Nevertheless, the course of true love did not run so smoothly as might have been expected. Editha found me less ardent than a devoted squire should be, and on the very last night of the old year she got up a regulation lovers' quarrel, because I had sneaked away from the boat that afternoon under the guidance of our dragoman to witness the seductive performances of some fair Gussie, the dancing girls of a neighbouring town. How she found it out, heaven only knows, for I gave that rascal Dmitri 5 piastres to hold his tongue, but she did find it out somehow, and chose to regard it as an offence of the first magnitude, a mortal sin only to be expiated by 3 days of penance and humiliation. I went to bed that night in my hammock on deck with feelings far from satisfactory. We were moored against the bank of Abu Ila, the most pestiferous hole between the cataracts and the delta. The mosquitoes were far worse than the ordinary mosquitoes of Egypt, and that's saying a great deal. The heat was oppressive even at night, and the malaria from the lotus beds rose like a palpable mist before my eyes. Above all, I was getting doubtful whether Editha Fitzsimkins might not, after all, slip between my fingers. I felt wretched and feverish, and yet I had delightful, interlusive recollections in between of that lovely little Gussie, who danced that exquisite, marvellous, entrancing, delicious, and awfully oriental dance that I saw in the afternoon. By Jove, she was a beautiful creature. Eyes like 2 full moons, hair like Milton's Penseroso, movements like a poem of Swinburne's set to action. If Editha was only a faint picture of that girl, now, upon my word, I was falling in love with Gussie. Then the mosquitoes came again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I made a lunge at the loudest and biggest, a sort of a prima donna in their infernal opera. I killed the prima donna, but 10 more shrill performers came in its place. The frogs croak dismally in the reedy shallows. The night grows hotter and hotter still. At last I can stand it no longer. I rise up, dress myself lightly, and jump ashore to find some way of passing the time. Yonder, across the flat, lies the great unopened pyramid of Abu Hila. We are going tomorrow to climb to the top, but I will take a turn to reconnoitre in that direction now. I walk across the moonlit fields, my soul still divided between Editha and Gussie, and approach the solemn mass of huge, antiquated granite blocks standing out so grimly against the pale horizon. I feel half awake, half asleep, and altogether feverish, but I poke about the base in an aimless sort of way, with a vague idea that I may perhaps discover by chance the secret of its sealed entrance, which has here now baffled so many pertinacious explorers and learned Egyptologists. As I walk along the base, I remember old Herodotus' story, like a page from the Arabian Nights, of King Rhampsinitus built himself a treasury, wherein 1 stone turned on a pivot like a door, and how the builder availed himself of this, his cunning device, to steal gold from the king's storehouse. Suppose the entrance to the unopened pyramid should be by such a door. It would be curious if I should chance to light upon the very spot. I stood in the broad moonlight near the northeast angle of the great pile at the 12th stone from the corner. A random fancy struck me that I might turn this stone by pushing it inward on the left side. I leaned against it with all my weight and tried to move it on the imaginary pivot. Did it give way a fraction of an inch? No, it must have been mere fancy. Let me try again. Surely it is yielding. Gracious Osiris, it has moved an inch or more. My heart beats fast, either with fever or excitement, and I try a 3rd time. The rust of centuries on the pivot wears slowly off, and the stone turned ponderously round, giving access to a low, dark passage. It must have been madness which led me to enter the forgotten corridor, alone, without torch or match, at that hour of the evening, but at any rate I entered. The passage was tall enough for a man to walk erect, and I could feel, as I groped slowly along, that the wall was composed of smooth, polished granite, while the floor sloped away downward with a slight but regular descent. I walked with trembling heart and faltering feet for some 40 or 50 yards down the mysterious vestibule, and then I felt myself brought suddenly to a standstill by a block of stone placed right across the pathway. I had had nearly enough for one evening, and I was preparing to return to the boat agog with my new discovery, when my attention was suddenly arrested by an incredible, a perfectly miraculous fact. the block of stone which barred the passage was faintly visible as a square by means of a struggling belt of light streaming through the seams. There must be a lamp or other flame burning within. What if this were a door, like the outer one, leading into a chamber perhaps inhabited by some dangerous band of outcasts? The light was a sure evidence of human occupation, and yet the outer door swung rustily on its pivots, as though it had never been opened for ages. I paused a moment in fear before I ventured to try the stone, and then, urged on once more by some insane impulse, I turned the massive block with all my might to the left. It gave way slowly like its neighbour, and finally opened into the central hall. Never as long as I live shall I forget the ecstasy of terror, astonishment, and blank dismay which seized upon me when I stepped into that seemingly enchanted chamber. A blaze of light first burst upon my eyes, from jets of gas arranged in regular rows, tier above tier, upon the columns and walls of the vast apartment. Huge pillars richly painted with red, yellow, blue, and green decorations stretched in endless succession down the dazzling aisles. A floor of polished sienite reflected the splendor of the lamps, and afforded a base for red granite sphinxes and dark purple images in porphyry of the cat-faced goddess Pasht, whose form I knew so well at the Louvre and the British Museum. But I had no eyes for any of these lesser marvels, being wholly absorbed in the greatest marvel of all, for there, in royal state and with mitred head, a living Egyptian king, surrounded by his coiffured court, was banqueting in the flesh upon a real throne before a table laden with Memphian delicacies. I stood transfixed with awe and amazement, my tongue and my feet alike forgetting their office, and my brain whirling round, as I remember it used to whirl when my health broke down utterly at Cambridge after the classical tripos. I gazed fixedly at the strange picture before me, taking in all of its details in a confused way, yet quite incapable of understanding or realizing any part of its true import. I saw the king in the centre of the hall, raised on a throne of granite inlaid with gold and ivory, his head crowned with the peaked cap of Ramses, and his curled hair flowing down his shoulders in a set and formal frizz. I saw priests and warriors on either side, dressed in the costumes which I had often carefully noted in our great collections, while bronze-skinned maidens with light garments round their waists, and limbs displayed in graceful picturesqueness, waited upon them half-nude, as in the wall paintings which we had lately examined at Karnak and Syene. I saw the ladies, clothed from head to foot in dyed linen garments, sitting apart in the background, banqueting by themselves at a separate table, while dancing girls, like older representatives of my yesternoon friends, the Gussie, tumbled before them in strange attitudes to the music of four-stringed harps and long straight pipes. In short, I beheld, as in a dream, the whole drama of everyday Egyptian royal life, playing itself out anew under my eyes in its real original properties and personages. Gradually, as I looked, I became aware that my hosts were no less surprised at the appearance of their anachronistic guest than was the guest himself at the strange living panorama which met his eyes. In a moment music and dancing ceased, the banquet paused in its course, and the king and his nobles stood up in undisguised astonishment to survey the strange intruder. Some minutes passed before anyone moved forward on either side. At last a young girl of royal appearance, yet strangely resembling the Gizavaboila, and recalling in part the laughing maiden in the foreground of Mr. Long's great canvas at the previous academy, stepped out before the throng. "May I ask you," she said in ancient Egyptian, "who you are, and why you come hither to disturb us?" I was never aware before that I spoke or understood the language of the hieroglyphics, yet I found I had not the slightest difficulty in comprehending or answering her question. To say the truth, ancient Egyptian, though an extremely tough tongue to decipher in its written form, becomes as easy as love-making when spoken by a pair of lips like that of the pharaonic princesses. It's really very much the same as English, pronounced in a rapid and somewhat indefinite whisper, and with all the vowels left out. "I beg 10,000 pardons for my intrusion," I answered apologetically, "but I did not know that this pyramid was inhabited, or I should not have entered your residence so rudely. As for the points you wish to know, I am an English tourist, and you will find my name upon this card," saying which I handed her one from the case, which I had fortunately put into my pocket with conciliatory politeness. The Princess examined it closely, but evidently did not understand its import. "In return," I continued, "may I ask you in what august presence I now find myself by accident?" The court official stood forth from the throng and answered in a set heraldic tone, "In the presence of the illustrious monarch, brother of the sun, Thothmes the 27th, king of the 18th dynasty." "Salute the lord of the world," put in another official in the same regulation drone. I bowed low to His Majesty and stepped out into the hall. Apparently my obeisance did not come up to Egyptian standards of courtesy, for a suppressed titter broke audibly from the ranks of the bronze-skinned waiting women. But the king graciously smiled at my attempt, and turning to the nearest nobleman, observed in a voice of great sweetness and self-contained majesty, "This stranger, Umbos, is certainly a very curious person. His appearance does not at all resemble that of an Ethiopian or other savage, nor does he look like the pale-faced sailors who come to us from the Achaean land beyond the sea. His features, to be sure, are not very different from theirs, but his extraordinary and singularly inartistic dress shows him to belong to some other barbaric race." I glanced down at my waistcoat and saw that I was wearing my tourist's check suit of grey and mud colour, with which a Bond Street tailor had supplied me just before leaving town, as the latest thing out in fancy tweeds. Evidently these Egyptians must have a very curious standard of taste not to admire our pretty and graceful style of male attire. "If the dust beneath your Majesty's feet may venture upon a suggestion," put in the officer whom the king had addressed, "I would hint that this young man is probably a stray visitor from the utter uncivilized lands of the north. The headgear which he carries in his hand obviously betrays an Arctic habitat." I had instinctively taken off my round felt hat in the first moment of surprise, when I found myself in the midst of this strange throng, and I was standing now in a somewhat embarrassed posture, holding it awkwardly before me like a shield to protect my chest. "Let the stranger cover himself," said the king. "Barbarian intruder, cover yourself," cried the herald. I noticed throughout that the king never directly addressed anybody save the higher officials around him. I put on my hat as desired. "A most uncomfortable and silly form of tiara, indeed," said the great Thothmes. "Very unlike your noble and awe-inspiring mitre, Lion of Egypt," answered Umbos. "Ask the stranger his name," the king continued. It was useless to offer another card, so I mentioned it in a clear voice. "An uncouth and almost unpronounceable designation, truly," commented His Majesty to the Grand Chamberlain beside him. "These savages speak strange languages widely different from the flowing tongue of Memnos and Sesostris." The Chamberlain bowed his assent with 3 low genuflections. I began to feel a little abashed at these personal remarks, and I almost think, though I shouldn't like it to be mentioned in the temple, that a blush rose to my cheek. The beautiful princess, who had been standing near me meanwhile in an attitude of statuesque repose, now appeared anxious to change the current of the conversation. "Dear father," she said with a respectful inclination, "surely the stranger, barbarian though he be, cannot relish such pointed allusions to his person and costume. We must let him feel the grace and delicacy of Egyptian refinement. Then he may perhaps carry back with him some faint echo of its cultured beauty to his northern wilds." "Nonsense, Hatasu," replied Thothmes the 27th testily. "Savages have no feelings, and they are as incapable of appreciating Egyptian sensibility as the chattering crow is incapable of attaining the dignified reserve of the sacred crocodile." "Your Majesty is mistaken," I said, recovering my self-possession gradually, and realizing my position as a free-born Englishman before the court of a foreign despot, though I must allow that I felt rather less confident than usual, owing to the fact that we were not represented in the pyramid by a British consul. "I am an English tourist, a visitor from a modern land whose civilization far surpasses the rude culture of early Egypt, and I am accustomed to respectful treatment from all other nationalities, as becomes a citizen of the first naval power in the world." My answer created a profound impression.
"He has spoken to the brother of the sun," cried Ombos in evident perturbation. "He must be of the royal blood in his own tribe, or he would never have dared to do so."
"Otherwise," added a person whose dress I recognized as that of a priest, "he must be offered up in expiation to Ammon-Ra immediately." As a rule I am a decent, truthful person, but under these alarming circumstances I ventured to tell a slight fib with an air of nonchalant boldness. "I am a younger brother of our reigning king," I said without a moment's hesitation, for there was nobody present to gainsay me, and I tried to salve my conscience by reflecting that at any rate I was only claiming consanguinity with an imaginary personage.
"In that case," said King Tothmas, with more geniality in his tone, "there can be no impropriety in my addressing you personally. Will you take a place at our table next to myself, and we can converse together without interrupting a banquet which must be brief enough in these circumstances? Hatasu, my dear, you may seat yourself next to the barbarian prince." I felt a visible swelling to the proper dimensions of a royal highness as I sat down by the king's right hand. The nobles resumed their places, the bronze-skinned waitresses left off standing like soldiers in a row and staring straight at my humble self. The goblets went round once more, and a comely maid soon brought me meat, bread, fruits, and date wine. All this time I was naturally burning with curiosity to inquire who my strange host might be, and how they had managed to preserve their existence for so many centuries in this undiscovered hall. But I was obliged to wait until I had satisfied His Majesty of my own nationality, the means by which I had entered the pyramid, the general state of affairs throughout the world at the present moment, and 50,000 other matters of a similar sort. Thothmes utterly refused to believe my reiterated assertion that our existing civilization was far superior to the Egyptian. "Because," he said, "I see from your dress that your nationality is utterly devoid of taste or invention." But he listened with great interest to my account of modern society, the steam engine, the permissive prohibitory bill, the telegraph, the House of Commons, Home Rule, and other blessings of our advanced era, as well as to a brief resume of European history from the rise of the Greek culture to the Russo-Turkish War. At last his questions were nearly exhausted, and I got a chance of making a few counter-inquiries on my own account. "And now," I said, turning to the charming Hatasu, whom I thought a more pleasing informant than her august papa, "I should like to know who you are." "What, don't you know?" she cried with unaffected surprise. "Why, we're Mummies." She made this astonishing statement with just the same quiet unconsciousness as if she had said, "We're French," or "We're Americans." I glanced round the walls and observed behind the columns, which I had not noticed till then, a large number of empty mummy cases with their lids placed carelessly by their sides. "But what are you doing here?" I asked in a bewildered way. "Is it possible," said Hatasu, "that you don't really know the object of embalming? Though your manners show you to be an agreeable and well-bred young man, you must excuse my saying that you are shockingly ignorant. We are made into mummies in order to preserve our immortality. Once in every 1,000 years we wake up for 24 hours, recover our flesh and blood, and banquet once more upon the mummied dishes and other good things laid by for us in the pyramid. Today is the first day of a millennium, and so we have waked up for the 6th time since we were first embalmed." "The 6th time?" I inquired incredulously. "Then you must have been dead 6,000 years." "Exactly so." "But the world has not existed so long," I cried in a fervour of orthodox horror. "Excuse me, barbarian prince. This is the first day of the 327,000th millennium." My orthodoxy received a severe shock. However, I had been accustomed to geological calculations, and was somewhat inclined to accept the antiquity of man. So I swallowed the statement without more ado. Besides,
If such a charming girl as Hatasu had asked me at that moment to turn Mohammedan, or to worship oysteries, I believe I should incontinently have done exactly that. "You wake up only for a single day and a night, then?" I said. "Only for a single day and night. After that we go to sleep for another millennium." "Unless you were burnt as fuel on the Cairo railway," I added mentally. "But now," I continued aloud, "how do you get these lights?" "The pyramid is built above a spring of inflammable gas. We have a reservoir in one of the side chambers in which it collects during 1,000 years, and as soon as we awake we turn it on at once from the tap and light it with a Lucifer match." "Upon my word," I interposed, "I had no notion you ancient Egyptians were acquainted with the use of matches." "Very likely not. There are more things in heaven and earth, Sophronies, than are dreamt of in your philosophy, as the bard of Philae puts it." Further inquiries brought out all the secrets of that strange tomb house, and kept me fully interested till the close of the banquet. Then the chief priest solemnly rose, offered a small fragment of meat to a deified crocodile, who sat in a meditative manner by the side of his deserted mummy case, and declared the feast concluded for the night. All rose from their places, wandered away into the long corridors or side aisles, and formed little groups of talkers under the brilliant gas lamps. For my part, I strolled off with Hatasu down the least illuminated of the colonnades, and took my seat beside a marble fountain where several fish, gods of great sanctity, Hatasu assured me, were disporting themselves in a porphyry basin. How long we sat there I cannot tell, but I know that we talked a good deal about fish and gods, and Egyptian habits, and Egyptian philosophy, and above all Egyptian love-making. The last named subject we found very interesting, and when once we got fully started upon it, no diversion afterwards occurred to break the even tenor of the conversation. Hatasu was a lovely figure, tall, queenly, with smooth dark arms and neck of polished bronze, her big black eyes full of tenderness, and her long hair bound up in a bright Egyptian headdress that harmonized to a tone with her complexion and her robe. The more we talked, the more desperately did I fall in love, and the more utterly oblivious did I become to my duty to Editha Fitzsimkins, the mere ugly daughter of a rich and vulgar brand-new knight, forsooth, to show off her airs before me, when here was a princess of the blood royal of Egypt, obviously sensible to the attentions which I was paying her, and not unwilling to receive them with a coy and modest grace. Well, I went on saying pretty things to Hatasu, and Hatasu went on deprecating them in a pretty little way, as who should say, "I don't mean what I pretend to mean one bit," until at last I may confess that we were both evidently as far gone in the disease of the heart called love as it's possible for two young people on first acquaintance to become. Therefore, when Hatasu pulled forth her watch, another piece of mechanism with which antiquaries used never to credit the Egyptian people, and declared that she had only 3 more hours to live, at least for the next 1,000 years, I fairly broke down, took out my handkerchief, and began to sob like a child of 5 years old. Hatasu was deeply moved. Decorum forbade that she should console me with too much empressement, but she ventured to remove the handkerchief gently from my face, and suggested that there was yet one course open by which we might enjoy a little more of one another's society. "Suppose," she said quietly, "you were to become a mummy. You would then wake up, as we do, every 1,000 years, and after you have tried it once, you'll find it just as natural to sleep for a millennium as for 8 hours. Of course," she added with a slight blush, "during the next 3 or 4 solar cycles there would be plenty of time to conclude any other arrangements you might possibly contemplate before the occurrence of another glacial epoch." This mode of regarding time was certainly novel, and somewhat bewildering to people who ordinarily reckon its lapse by weeks and months, and I had a vague consciousness that my relations with Editha imposed upon me a moral necessity of returning to the outer world, instead of becoming a millennial mummy. Besides, there was the awkward chance of being converted into fuel and dissipated into space before the arrival of the next waking day. But I took one look at Hatasu, whose eyes were filling in turn with sympathetic tears, and that look decided me. I flung Editha, life, and duty to the dogs, and resolved at once to become a mummy. And there was no time to be lost. Only 3 hours remained to us, and the process of embalming, even in the most hasty manner, would take up fully 2. We rushed off to the chief priest, who had charge of the particular department in question. He at once acceded to my wishes, and briefly explained the mode in which they usually treated the corpse.
The word suddenly aroused me. "The corpse!" I cried. "But I am alive. You can't embalm me living." "Oh, we can," replied the priest, "under chloroform." "Chloroform?" I echoed, growing more and more astonished. "I had no idea you Egyptians knew anything about it." "Ignorant barbarian," he answered with a curl of the lip. "You imagine yourself much wiser than the teachers of the world. If you were versed in all the wisdom of the Egyptians, you would know that chloroform is one of our simplest and commonest anesthetics." So I put myself at once under the hands of the priest. He brought out the chloroform and placed it beneath my nostrils, as I lay on a soft couch under the central court. Hatasu held my hands in hers and watched my breathing with an anxious eye. I saw the priest leaning over me with a clouded vial in his hand, and I experienced a vague sensation of smelling myrrh and spikenard. Next I lost myself for a few moments, and when I again recovered my senses in a temporary break, the priest was holding a small green stone knife dabbled with blood, and I felt that a gash had been made across my breast. Then they applied the chloroform once more. I felt Hatasu give my hand a gentle squeeze. The whole panorama faded finally from my view, and I went to sleep for a seemingly endless time. When I awoke again, my first impression led me to believe that the 1,000 years were over, and that I had come to life once more to feast with Hatasu and Thothmes in the pyramid of Abouhila. But second thoughts, combined with closer observation of the surroundings, convinced me that I was really lying in a bedroom of Shepherd's Hotel at Cairo. A hospital nurse leaned over me instead of a chief priest, and I noticed no tokens of Edith Fitzsimkins' presence. But when I endeavoured to make inquiries upon the subject of my whereabouts, I was peremptorily informed that I mustn't speak, as I was only just recovering from a severe fever and might endanger my life by talking. Some weeks later I learned the sequel of my night's adventure. The Fitzsimkinses, missing me from the boat in the morning, at first imagined that I might have gone ashore for an early stroll, but after breakfast time, lunch time, and dinner time had gone past, they began to grow alarmed and sent to look for me in all directions. One of their scouts, happening to pass the pyramid, noticed that one of the stones near the northeast angle had been displaced, so as to give access to a dark passage, hitherto unknown. Calling several of his friends, for he was afraid to venture in alone, he passed down the corridor, and through a second gateway into the central hall. There the fellaheen found me, lying on the ground, bleeding profusely from a wound on the breast, and in an advanced state of malarious fever. They brought me back to the boat, and the Fitzsimkins conveyed me at once to Cairo for medical attention and proper nursing. Editha was at first convinced that I had attempted to commit suicide because I could not endure having caused her pain, and she accordingly resolved to tend me with the utmost care through my illness. But she found that my delirious remarks, besides bearing frequent references to a princess with whom I appeared to have been on unexpectedly intimate terms, also related very largely to her casus belli itself, the dancing girls of Abouhila. Even this trial she might have borne, setting down the moral degeneracy which led me to patronize so degrading an exhibition as a first symptom of my approaching malady, but certain unfortunate observations, containing pointed and by no means flattering allusions to her personal appearance, which I contrasted much to her disadvantage with that of the unknown princess. These, I say, were things which she could not forgive, and she left Cairo abruptly with her parents for the Riviera, leaving behind a stinging note in which she denounced my perfidy and empty-heartedness with all the flowers of feminine eloquence. From that day to this I have never seen her. When I returned to London and proposed to lay this account before the Society of Antiquaries, all my friends dissuaded me on the grounds of its apparent incredibility. They declared that I must have gone to the pyramid already in a state of delirium, discovered the entrance by accident, and sunk exhausted when I reached the inner chamber. In answer I would point out 3 facts. In the first place, I undoubtedly found my way into the unknown passage, for which achievement I afterwards received the gold medal of the Society Khedivial, and of which I retain a clear recollection, differing in no way from my recollection of the subsequent events. In the second place, I had in my pocket, when found, a ring of Hatasu's, which I drew from her finger just before I took the chloroform, and put into my pocket as a keepsake. And in the third place, I had on my breast the wound which I saw the priest inflict with a knife of green stone, and the scar may be seen on the spot to the present day.
The absurd hypothesis of my medical friends that I was wounded by falling against a sharp edge of rock I must at once reject as unworthy of a moment's consideration. My own theory is either that the priest had not time to complete the operation, or else that the arrival of the Fitzsimkins scouts frightened back the mummies to their cases an hour or so too soon. At any rate, there they all were, ranged round the walls undisturbed, the moment the fellaheen entered. Unfortunately, the truth of my account cannot be tested for another 1,000 years, but as a copy of this book will be preserved for the benefit of posterity in the British Museum, I hereby solemnly call upon collective humanity to try the veracity of this history by sending a deputation of archaeologists to the Pyramid of Abu Hila on the last day of December 2877. If they do not, then find Thothmes and Hatasu feasting in the central hall, exactly as I have described, I shall willingly admit that the story of my New Year's Eve among the mummies is a vain hallucination unworthy of credence at the hands of the scientific world. End of My New Year's Eve Among the Mummies by Grant Allen, writing as J. Arbuthnot Wilson. Read by Mike Harris.